Welcome back to Shadow at 3 a.m. Seekers, to a journey 50 parts in the making. A tale that began in the chilling confines of a haunted apartment, spiraled through encounters with lost souls and malevolent entities, and ultimately expanded to encompass a global awakening of ancient forces. The online echo revolves around Alex, who experiences terrifying sleep paralysis featuring a distinct shadowy figure with a hat and a limp. Initially dismissing it as a personal nightmare, Alex's fear escalates upon discovering an anonymous online community where numerous individuals describe the exact same entity and share strikingly similar experiences. Alex delves deeper into this online world, connecting with others who are haunted by the same shadow. Together, they attempt to unravel the mystery behind the entity, its origins, its purpose, and why it targets them. Their journey takes them through various theories, failed attempt to fight back, and the unsettling realization that the shadow's influence is not confined to their sleep, gradually bleeding into their waking lives and affecting their surroundings. As they investigate further, they uncover potential historical links, encounter other mysterious forces, and grapple with internal conflicts and growing paranoia within their online group. The stakes rise as the entity's presence becomes more tangible and threatening. The story builds toward a climactic confrontation where the truth about the shadow, its terrifying origin and purpose, is finally revealed. The online echo explores themes of shared fear, the power of online connections in the face of the unknown, the fragility of reality, and the enduring psychological impact of encountering the seemingly inexplicable. The ending leaves a lingering sense of unease, questioning whether the terror has truly ended or the echoes of the online network will continue to resonate. Story 1. The Hat Man's Shadow, my first terrifying sleep paralysis. The scene opens with a dimly lit bedroom. The only light source is a faint glow of a digital clock on a nightstand, reading 3:17 a.m. We hear the protagonist, Alex, 20s-30s, breathing heavily, a subtle undercurrent of panic in each inhale and exhale. The sound of rain gently tapping against the window pane adds to the unsettling atmosphere. Hey, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Tonight, I want to share something that, well, it still chills me to the bone just thinking about it. It started a few months ago. I was going through a pretty stressful time at work, deadlines piling up, the usual city grind getting to me. I figure it was just anxiety playing tricks on my mind, you know? But what happened in those early morning hours, it felt far too real to be just stress. It always began the same way. This heavy pressure on my chest, like an elephant was sitting right there. I'd try to move, to call out, but my body wouldn't respond. It was like I was trapped inside myself, fully conscious but completely paralyzed. You ever had that feeling, even for a split second, where you're dreaming you can't move? Multiply that by what felt like an eternity, and you might get close to what I was experiencing. The first few times, it was just the paralysis, the crushing weight. Terrifying enough on its own, believe me. Waking up drenched in sweat, heart hammering like a drum solo. That became my new normal a couple of nights a week. I try to rationalize it. Sleep paralysis, I tell myself. Read about it online. It's a known thing, a glitch between sleep and wakefulness. Harmless, they say. But harmless didn't quite cover the sheer dread that washed over me each time. Then the shadow appeared. It was during one of these episodes, the familiar weight pressing down, the frantic but silent struggle to move, that I first saw him. Or it, at the foot of my bed, just a silhouette against the slightly lighter darkness of the room. Tall, imposing. Even in my paralyzed state, I felt this wave of wrongness, like something fundamentally out of place had entered my personal space, my sanctuary. The details are what got to me, what burned themselves into my memory. He, and in my fear-addled mind, it was definitely a he, was wearing a hat, a wide-brimmed hat that obscured his face completely, casting it in deep shadow. It wasn't a fedora, not a baseball cap. It was old-fashioned, almost, like something out of a black and white movie. And the way he stood, There was a subtle tilt to his posture, a slight hitch in his stance. It wasn't until the third or fourth time I saw him that I noticed it properly. A limp, a barely perceptible unevenness in his weight distribution, as if one leg was slightly shorter or injured. He wouldn't move much, just stand there, a silent, looming presence at the edge of my vision. But that slight, almost imperceptible limp, it added this layer of wrongness, of something broken and malevolent. Those nights became a living hell. The moment I felt that familiar pressure, my heart would sink, not just because of the paralysis, but because I knew he might be there, waiting, watching. I'd squeeze my eyes shut, trying to will myself awake, trying to banish the image of that hat and that subtle, unsettling limp. But sometimes, even with my eyes closed, I could still sense him there. A cold spot in the room, a prickling sensation on my skin. I started dreading going to sleep. My bedroom, which used to be my safe haven, transformed into a place of anxiety and fear. I'd lie awake for hours, listening to every creak of the old building, every rustle outside the window, convinced that he was somehow closer than just in my dreams. I tried everything, changing my sleep schedule, cutting out caffeine before bed, even trying some of those relaxation apps. Nothing seemed to make a difference. The paralysis still came, and sometimes he came with it. My girlfriend, Sarah, started noticing I wasn't sleeping well. I'd be irritable, tired all the time. I tried to explain it away as work stress, not want to sound crazy talking about a shadowy figure in a hat that only appeared when I couldn't move. How do you even begin to explain something like that without sounding completely unhinged? But the fear was eating away at me. I felt isolated, like I was the only one experiencing this bizarre, terrifying phenomenon. Was I going crazy? Was this some kind of psychological breakdown manifesting in these vivid, horrifying episodes? One particularly bad night, he seemed closer. I could almost feel his gaze on me, even though I couldn't see his face under that damn hat. The limp seemed more pronounced, as if he had taken a step closer to the bed. The pressure on my chest intensified, making it harder to breathe, even in my paralyzed state. For the first time, I felt a real, primal fear that this wasn't just a dream, that this thing was somehow aware of me. The next morning, I was a wreck. I couldn't focus at work. My hand was shaking. Sarah kept asking if I was okay, her eyes filled with concern. Finally, I broke down. Not about the shadow man, not yet, but I told her about the sleep paralysis, the constant fear, the feeling of being trapped. She was sympathetic, suggested I see a doctor, maybe get some medication for anxiety. And I considered it. I really did. But deep down, I knew this wasn't just anxiety. This felt different, wrong. That night, alone in my apartment, the familiar dread creeping in as the evening wore on, I decided I needed answers. If the doctor couldn't explain it, maybe the internet could. I know. Searching your symptoms online is usually a recipe for disaster, leading you down rabbit holes of worst-case scenarios. But I was desperate. I started with the basics. Sleep paralysis, shadow figure. Page after page of generic descriptions, the usual explanations. But I kept digging, adding more specific details. Sleep paralysis, tall shadow hat. And then something shifted. I stumbled upon a forum. It looked old, kind of clunky, like it hadn't been updated in years. It was called Night Terrors Anonymous. The name itself sent a shiver down my spine. I clicked on it, my heart pounding with a strange mix of hope and apprehension. The forum was filled with people describing their own experiences with sleep paralysis. The usual stuff was there: the weight on the chest, the inability to move, the feeling of a presence. But then I started seeing posts that made my blood run cold. People describing a tall shadow figure. Many mentioned a hat, and then a few, just a handful, scattered throughout the years of posts. They mentioned the limp, one user, going by the name Silent Watcher 79, had written about it years ago. The tall shadow, always the hat. And this weird thing, like he can't quite put his weight on one leg properly. A slight limp as he watches. Another dream stalker from just a few months back. Anyone else see the tall, dark figure with a hat? And does he limp? It's subtle, but I always notice it. My breath hitched in my throat. It wasn't just me. These weren't just my nightmares. Other people, strangers from across the internet, were seeing the exact same thing. The hat, the limp, the tall, imposing shadow. A wave of something washed over me. Not relief, not exactly. More like a terrifying confirmation. It wasn't just in my head. This was something else, something bigger, something shared. The isolation I felt began to crack, replaced by a chilling sense of connection to these anonymous strangers on a screen. But the relief of not being alone was quickly overshadowed by a far more unsettling thought. If so many others were seeing him, what exactly was he? And what did he want? I spent the rest of the night scrolling to the forum, reading every post that mentioned the hat and the limp, my mind racing, trying to piece together some kind of explanation. But there were no answers, only more questions, more fear. I knew one thing for sure. My sleep paralysis wasn't just a harmless glitch. It was a doorway, and something was looking through. And somehow, I had stumbled into a place where others were staring into the same darkness. The silence of my own terror had found an echo online, and the sound of that echo was far more terrifying than the silence ever was. Story 2. Echoes on the screen. The forum knows too much. So, yeah, finding that forum, it didn't make the Hat Man go away, obviously. If anything, it made him feel more real. Knowing that other people, complete strangers, were seeing the same thing, the same him, with that ridiculous hat and that subtle, messed up walk, it was like a twisted form of validation. Like, okay, I'm not completely losing it. But what is it? And why us? I spent the next few days practically living on that forum, reading through years of posts, try to find some kind of pattern, some common thread that linked us all. Some people had been seeing him for years, on and off. Others, like me, were relatively new to this nightmare. Some described feeling intense fear, a sense of dread, so profound it lingered even after waking. Others felt nothing, just a cold, observing presence. The details varied, of course. Some saw him in different rooms, some felt a weight, others didn't. But the core description, the tall shadow, the wide-brimmed hat obscuring the face, and that damn limp, it kept coming up again and again. There were theories, wild and varied. Some believed it was a demonic entity, a classic incubus or succubus preying on vulnerable sleepers. Others leaned towards more psychological explanations, a collective hallucination fueled by stress and anxiety. A few even suggested more out-there ideas like interdimensional beings or even time travelers. Honestly, at that point, nothing seemed too crazy to consider. One thread in particular caught my eye. It was started by a user named Waking Eyes. They claimed that the Hat Man wasn't just a passive observer. They said he sometimes communicated, not with words, but with feelings, a crushing despair, an overwhelming sense of being watched, even a flicker of malice. That resonated with me. That feeling I had that night, he seemed closer. That felt like more than just fear. It felt directed. Waking Eyes also mentioned something else. Something that sent a fresh wave of unease through me. They said that after seeing the Hat Man, they started noticing things. Small things at first. A book slightly out of place. A light left on that they were sure they'd turned off. But then it escalated. They started finding objects moved, even missing. And they had this chilling feeling that the Hat Man wasn't just in their dreams anymore. I dismissed it at first. That sounded like classic paranoia, the kind of thing that could easily spiral when you're already terrified. But then I started noticing things too. It was subtle at first. I'd swear I left my keys on the kitchen counter, only to find them on the coffee table. A book I was reading would be open to a different page. Small stuff, easily explained away as absent-mindedness. But the feeling, that constant prickle of being watched, even when I was wide awake, that was new. One evening, I was making dinner, just chopping vegetables, when I had this sudden, intense feeling that someone was standing behind me. I spun around, knife in hand, heart leaping into my throat. Nothing. The apartment was empty. Sarah was still at work, but the feeling lingered, cold and unwelcome. I tried to shake it off, told myself I was just jumpy. But later that night, as I was getting ready for bed, I noticed something on my laptop screen. I had left the Night Terrors Anonymous forum open, but the page was different. It wasn't the main thread I had been reading. It was a specific post, a post I hadn't clicked on. It was a post from Silent Watcher 79, the user who had mentioned the limp years ago. The title of the post was simply, "He Knows." My blood ran cold. I hadn't even told anyone on the forum my real name or anything specific about my life. I was just another anonymous username in a sea of fear. How could this person from years ago possibly know anything about me? I hesitantly clicked on the post. The content was short, cryptic. He knows when you look. He knows when you talk. He knows you're here. A chill snaked down my spine. It felt personal, directed at me, even though it was an old post buried in the archives of this obscure forum. I started to panic. Was someone on the forum watching me? Was this connected to the Hat Man somehow? The idea that this thing, whatever it was, could somehow reach beyond my dreams and into my waking life, into my online activity, it was terrifying. I quickly closed the laptop, my hands shaking. I felt exposed, vulnerable. My safe space, my apartment, suddenly felt like it was being watched. The internet, which had offered a strange form of solace in connecting me with others, now felt like another avenue for this presence to reach me. I couldn't sleep that night. Every shadow in my room seemed to shift and writhe. Every creak of the building sounded like footsteps. The rain outside, which had once been a neutral background noise, now felt ominous, like it was masking something else. The next day, I was on edge. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, even in crowded places. I felt this urgent need to disconnect, to disappear from the forum, to sever any potential link between my waking life and this online world of shared nightmares. But the curiosity, the desperate need for answers, was still there. I logged back onto the forum that evening, my heart pounding with a sense of dread. I had to know if Silent Watcher 79 had posted anything else. I found their profile. It was bare. No personal information, no recent activity. Just that one chilling post from years ago. It was like they had posted that warning and then vanished. I started reading other threads again, looking for any mention of Silent Watcher 79, any clues about who they were or what had happened to them. But there was nothing. It was like they were a ghost in the machine, a fleeting warning in the digital darkness. Then I saw another post. This one was new, from just a few hours ago. The username was Dreamweaver. The title, He's Learning. My blood ran cold. I clicked on it, my hands trembling. I've been seeing him for years, Dreamweaver wrote. At first, he just stood there, watching, silent. But lately it's different. He's reacting to my fear, to my attempts to fight back. Last night, I tried to scream in my dream, and he tilted his head, like he could hear me. They went on to describe other subtle changes. A slight twitch of the Hat Man's hand, a barely perceptible shift in his posture. It was like he was becoming more aware of them, more interactive. And then, at the end of the post, Dreamweaver wrote something that made my stomach churn. He knows what we're saying here. I can feel it. He's listening. That was it. That was the breaking point. The idea that this thing could somehow be aware of our online conversations, that this forum, which was supposed to be a safe space for us to share our fears, was actually being monitored. It was too much. I slammed my laptop shut, the sudden silence of the room amplifying the frantic beating of my heart. I felt utterly exposed, betrayed by the very thing I had hoped would offer some understanding. I stood up, pacing my small apartment, the feeling of being watched intensifying tenfold. Every shadow seemed to lengthen. Every sound seemed to carry a hidden meaning. Was he here? Could he see me right now? I had to get out. I couldn't stay in this apartment, feeling like I was trapped in some kind of digital fishbowl. I grabbed my keys and my jacket, a desperate urge to be out in the open, surrounded by people, even if they couldn't understand what I was going through. As I opened my front door, I noticed something on the floor, just outside my apartment. It was a small piece of paper, folded neatly. I hadn't seen it there before. Hesitantly, I picked it up. My hands trembled as I unfolded it. There was only one word written on it, in simple block letters. Listening. Story 3. He's learning. The message at my door. That note, just that single word, it hit me like a physical blow. It wasn't just that someone knew about the forum, about our conversations. It was the implication. He was listening. The Hat Man somehow, this thing that haunted our sleep, was aware of our attempts to understand it, to connect with each other. My first instinct was to run, to get as far away from my apartment as possible. This place suddenly felt contaminated, like the walls themselves had ears. I stepped out into the hallway, locking the door behind me, my eyes darting around, half expecting to see a tall, shadowy figure lurking in the dim light. The elevator felt like an eternity coming. Every passing second was filled with this overwhelming sense of vulnerability. I imagined him or it somehow watching me, even here in this mundane hallway. When the elevator finally arrived, the door slid open with a mechanical sigh that sounded almost mocking. I stepped inside, pressing the button for the ground floor with a shaky hand. The descent felt slow, agonizing. I kept glancing at the closing doors, half expecting them to be forced open, revealing the Hat, that looming presence. I practically bolted out of the building the moment the doors opened onto the busy street. The noise and the crowd were a chaotic assault on my senses, but it was a welcome assault. For the first time in days, I felt a sliver of safety in the anonymity of the city. I walked for hours, aimlessly, just needing to move, to put distance between myself and that apartment, that note. My mind was a whirlwind of fear and confusion. How was this happening? Was someone playing a sick joke on us? Or was there something truly supernatural at play? Eventually, exhaustion forced me to stop at a small coffee shop. The warmth and the chatter of the other patrons offered a temporary respite from the icy grip of fear. I ordered a coffee, my hands still trembling as I held the warm mug. I pulled out my phone, hesitating for a moment before opening the Night Terror's anonymous forum. Part of me wanted to disappear, to never log in again, but the desperate need for answers, for some kind of explanation, was stronger. The forum was buzzing. Dreamweaver's post about the Hat Man learning had sparked a flurry of panic responses. People were sharing their own recent experiences, and there was a palpable sense of heightened fear. Several users mentioned feeling like they were being watched, not just in their sleep, but during the day. Some reported strange occurrences in their homes, similar to what Waking Eyes had described. It seemed the Hat Man's influence was indeed expanding. Then I saw a new post from someone I hadn't seen before. Their username was The Listener Knows. The title was simply, "He left you a message." My heart pounded. Could this be connected to the note at my door? I cautiously clicked on the post. "I saw your post about the note," The Listener Knows wrote. "He does that sometimes. Little reminders. He wants you to know he's aware. He's always aware." The post went on to describe similar incidents that other users had experienced. Small, unsettling messages or objects left in unexpected places. It was like the Hat Man was taunting them, playing a twisted game of cat and mouse. The Listener Knows also mentioned something else that made my blood run cold. They said that the Hat Man seemed to be drawn to those who actively tried to understand him, to those who connected with others about their experiences. It was like our attempt to find answers were only making us bigger targets. I felt a wave of guilt wash over me. Had I put myself, and possibly others, in more danger by seeking out this online community? Was my fear, my need to understand, actually attracting more attention from this thing? I spent the rest of the day in a state of anxious paranoia. Every notification on my phone made me jump. Every stranger I passed on the street seemed to be looking at me with knowing eyes. The city, which had briefly offered a sense of safety, now felt like a vast hunting ground. Sarah called me that evening, concerned that I hadn't come home. I tried to explain what was happening. The sleep paralysis, the forum, the note, but it sounded insane even in my own ears. She urged me to see a doctor, convinced I was having some kind of breakdown. I didn't go home that night. I couldn't. The thought of being back in that apartment, knowing that message had been waiting for me outside my door, it was too much to bear. I checked into a cheap motel, the anonymity of the sterile room offering a small measure of comfort. But even there, in the unfamiliar surroundings, the fear lingered. Every shadow seemed to take on the shape of a tall figure in a hat. Every creak of the old building sounded like that subtle, uneven gait. I barely slept, and when I did drift off, the paralysis came again. But this time, he wasn't just standing there. He was closer. I could almost make out the details of his hands, long, spindly fingers that seemed to twitch slightly. And the hat, it seemed to tilt just a fraction, as if he was acknowledging my presence. I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding. The motel room felt just as suffocating as my apartment. I had to do something. I couldn't just live in this constant state of terror. The next morning, I logged back onto the forum. I needed to talk to the listener knows. I sent them a private message explaining what had happened. The note, my escalating fear. They replied quickly. He's escalating, they wrote. He does that when he knows you're close to understanding something. Be careful. I asked them what they meant, what we were close to understanding, but their reply was cryptic. The connections are there. You just need to see them. Connections. What connections? The shared sleep paralysis? The hat? The limp? The online forum? The strange messages? It all felt like random pieces of a terrifying puzzle that I didn't know how to solve. The listener knows then shared a link to another thread on the forum. The title was old, dating back several years. The Missing Ones. Curiosity and a growing sense of dread compelled me to click on it. The thread was started by someone whose username was now inactive. They described a series of disappearances, all linked by the victims reporting similar experiences with a tall shadow figure in a hat before they vanished. My blood ran cold. Was this what we were dealing with? Was the Hat Man not just a figment of our nightmares, but something far more sinister? The details in the Missing Ones thread were sparse and unsettling. The disappearances were spread out across different states, with no clear pattern connecting the victims, other than their accounts of the shadow figure. Some had dismissed it as stress. Others had sought medical help. And then they were gone. The last post in the thread was from a different user, responding to the original poster's now inactive account. It was simple, chilling. He got them. I felt a wave of nausea. Was this our future? Were we all just marked targets, destined to vanish without a trace after being tormented by this Hat Man? I had to know more. I had to find out who started that thread, who the listener knows was anything that could shed light on this terrifying connection. I spent the next few days consumed by the forum, digging through old threads, trying to find any mention of the Missing Ones, trying to piece together the fragments of this horrifying puzzle. I found a few other users who had responded to the original thread, expressing similar fears and sharing their own encounters with the Hat Man. I reached out to them privately, my messages filled with a desperate urgency. A few of them responded. They were just as scared and confused as I was. None of them knew what had happened to the original poster of the missing ones thread. They had simply vanished from the forum, their account becoming inactive. But one user, going by the name Sinohat, shared something that sent a new wave of fear through me. They said that they had started seeing the Hat Man more frequently after they began researching the disappearances. It was like our curiosity, our attempt to uncover the truth, were drawing him closer. I thought back to the note at my door, listening. He knew we were talking about him. He knew we were trying to understand. And now it seemed he was actively responding. I closed my laptop, the glow of the screen reflecting in my wide, terrified eyes. The rain outside had stopped, and the city sound seemed muted, as if something else was listening now. Something cold, tall, and wearing a hat. And I had the chilling feeling that it was getting closer. Story 4. The Missing Ones. A chilling connection. That scratching, it was faint, almost like an animal trying to get in. But in the context of everything that had been happening, the note, the listener knows warnings, the thread about the missing people, it felt far more sinister. It felt like a deliberate attempt to unnerve me, a chilling confirmation that I wasn't safe, even here. I backed away slowly from the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. The small motel room suddenly felt even more claustrophobic, a temporary cage rather than a sanctuary. I grabbed the cheap metal lamp from the nightstand, holding it like a weapon, my knuckles white. The scratching stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse, amplifying the frantic beating of my own heart. I held my breath, straining to hear any sound from the other side of the thin door. Nothing. After what felt like an eternity, I slowly moved toward the window, peering out through the grimy glass. The motel parking lot was mostly empty, the street beyond quiet in the pre-dawn gloom. There was no one there. I let out a shaky breath, trying to rationalize what I had heard. Maybe it was just the wind, an animal, the old building settling. But the feeling of dread lingered, a cold knot in my stomach. I didn't sleep anymore that night. Every sound, every shadow in the unfamiliar room kept me on edge. As soon as the first hint of daylight crept through the curtains, I packed my bag and checked out a motel, a desperate urge to keep moving, to not stay in one place for too long. I spent the next few days drifting, staying in different cheap motels, constantly looking over my shoulder. The fear of the Hat Man had seeped into my waking life, turning the ordinary world into a landscape of potential threats. I kept checking the Night Terror's anonymous forum, desperate for any new information, any clues that could help me understand what was happening. The thread about the missing people, the missing ones, continued to haunt me. I reread it countless times, searching for any detail I might have missed. The original poster, Faded Echoes, had described the victims as being from different walks of life, with no obvious connections other than their shared experiences with the Hat Man. Some had seen him for a few weeks, others for months before they disappeared. There were no crime scenes, no witnesses, just gone. One detail that stuck out was that several of the missing individuals had also been active on the Night Terror's anonymous forum, sharing their experiences and trying to find answers, just like me. A chilling thought began to form in my mind. Was the Hat Man somehow taking these people? Was our online community not a safe haven, but a hunting ground? I had to find out more about Faded Echoes. Who were they? What else had they posted? Maybe there was a clue, something that overlooked, that could help us understand what we were dealing with. I searched the forum for other posts by Faded Echoes, but their accounts seemed to have gone completely silent after starting the Missing Ones thread. It was like they had vanished themselves. Then I remembered the listener knows cryptic message. The connections are there. You just need to see them. Connections. The missing people were all seeing the Hat Man. They were all active on the forum. And Faded Echoes, the one who started the thread about them, they disappeared too. A terrifying possibility dawned on me. Was the Hat Man somehow aware of our online activity? Was he targeting those who were trying to expose him, who were trying to understand his nature? The note at my door suddenly took on a whole new level of menace. It wasn't just a taunt. It was a warning. He knew I was looking into things. He knew I was connecting the dots. I had to be careful. If my theory was right, then I was in serious danger. We all were. I decided to reach out to Sino Hat again, the user who had mentioned seeing the Hat Man more frequently after researching the disappearances. I sent him a private message, sharing my growing fears about a connection between the Hat Man, the forum, and the missing people. Their response was immediate and filled with panic. "I think you're right," they wrote. "It's happening to me too. The Hat Man, he's getting closer. I see him more often, and he's clearer. Last night, I thought he moved." They went on to describe a terrifying episode where the Hat Man had seemed to take a step towards their bed during their sleep paralysis. They felt an overwhelming sense of dread, a feeling that their time was running out. Sino Hat was terrified. They wanted to leave the forum, to disappear, to try and break whatever connection they had unknowingly forged with this entity. I urged them to be careful, to not do anything rash. We needed to understand what was happening. We couldn't just run and hide. But the fear was contagious. I felt it creeping into my own thoughts, a desperate urge to disconnect, to erase my presence in the forum, to pretend I had never seen that shadowy figure in the first place. However, the thought of those missing people, the chilling silence of Faded Echo's account, it fueled a desperate kind of resolve within me. I couldn't just ignore this. We deserved answers. They deserved to be remembered. I started digging deeper into the forum archives, searching for any mention of the missing individuals, any shared details about their lives, their locations, anything that could provide a tangible link. It was like searching for a ghost in a digital graveyard. Most of the posts were anonymous, fleeting expressions of fear and confusion. But every now and then, I would find a small detail, a shared interest, a mention of a specific location. One of the missing individuals, a user named North Star Dreamer, had mentioned living in a small town just outside the city I was currently in. Another, Silent Screamer, had posted about working late nights at a particular library. These were small threads, barely visible in the vast tapestry of fear on the forum. But they were connections, and I felt a growing sense that they were important. I decided to focus on North Star Dreamer. Their posts were more frequent and detailed than some of the others. They had described seeing the Hat Man for several months, their fear escalating with each encounter. They had also mentioned feeling like they were being watched during the day, similar to what I and others were experiencing. In one of their last posts before they went silent, North Star Dreamer had written about a recurring dream, a vivid image of an old, abandoned house on the outskirts of their town. They had a strong, unsettling feeling that the Hat Man was somehow connected to this place. A chill ran down my spine. Could this be a lead? A physical location tied to this shadowy entity? I looked up North Star Dreamer's last known location, the small town they had mentioned. It wasn't too far from where I was staying. A reckless idea began to form in my mind. What if I went there? What if I tried to find this abandoned house? It was crazy, I knew, putting myself in potential danger based on a cryptic post from a missing person on a shadowy online forum. But I felt like I was running out of options. The Hat Man was escalating. He was aware of us, and people were disappearing. I had to do something. I contacted Sino Hat again, sharing my idea about the abandoned house. To my surprise, they were hesitant but willing to consider it. They were just as scared as I was. But the thought of a potential answer, a way to understand what was happening, was a powerful motivator. We agreed to meet. Not in person, not yet, but we would coordinate our research online, sharing any information we could find about North Star Dreamer's town and the abandoned house. That night, alone in another anonymous motel room, I felt a flicker of something other than fear, a dangerous kind of hope. We were starting to connect the dots. We were starting to look beyond our nightmares. And maybe, just maybe, we were one step closer to understanding the shadow that haunted our sleep. But as I drifted off into a restless slumber, the familiar weight pressed down on my chest, and at the foot of the bed, the tall figure stood, the wide brim of his hat obscuring his face. This time, however, I thought I saw something new. A faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on the unseen lips beneath that shadow. And the limp, it seemed less pronounced, as if he was growing stronger. Story 5. The Abandoned House, a Tangible Nightmare. Sino Hat and I spent the next day piecing together what we could find about North Star Dreamers Town. It was a small, somewhat isolated place nestled in a rural part of the state. Not much online presence, which in a way felt even more unsettling, like a place where things could happen unnoticed. We managed to find some local history websites and online forums for the town. There were mentions of an old Blackwood manor on the outskirts, a place that had been abandoned for decades and was rumored to be haunted. The descriptions were vague, the usual ghost stories and local legends. But the name Blackwood, it had a certain resonance, a dark undertone that felt strangely familiar. Sino Hat remembered North Star Dreamer, mentioning a feeling of dread associated with the color black in their posts. It was a small detail, easily overlooked, but now it felt significant. Blackwood Manor. Black. Hat Man. The connections, as the listener knows it said, were starting to emerge. We found some old photographs of Blackwood Manor online. It was a large, imposing structure, its architecture Gothic and decaying. The windows were dark and empty, like vacant eyes staring out into surrounding woods. It looked exactly like the kind of place that could harbor secrets, the kind of place nightmares were made of. The location matched the general area North Star Dreamer had vaguely described. It was isolated, surrounded by dense woods, the kind of place where someone could disappear without a trace. The more we looked at the photographs, the stronger the feeling became that this was it. This was the place North Star Dreamer had felt drawn to, the place they had associated with the Hat Man. And now, it felt like it was calling to us too. Sino Hat was hesitant. The idea of physically going to this place, this potential nexus of our shared nightmare, was terrifying. But the alternative, continuing to live in fear, watching more people potentially disappear, was even worse. We decided to go, not together, not at first. Sino Hat lived a few hours away in the opposite direction. We agreed that I would go first, do some reconnaissance, see if there was anything to North Star Dreamer's feeling about the manor. If it seemed like a dead end, we could both back out. But if there was something there, we would figure out a way to proceed. The drive to North Star Dreamer's town felt surreal. The familiar landscape of highways and gas stations seemed alien, overlaid with this growing sense of dread and anticipation. The rain started again, a persistent drizzle that made the already bleak scenery even more ominous. The town itself was small and quiet, with a palpable sense of something unspoken hanging in the air. The few locals I saw seemed withdrawn, their eyes holding a hint of weariness. It was the kind of place where secrets could easily be buried. Blackwood Manor was exactly as the photographs had depicted. It sat on a hill overlooking the town, a skeletal silhouette against the gray sky. The long, overgrown driveway was barely visible, swallowed by weeds and neglect. A rusted gate, hanging precariously on one hinge, seemed to warn visitors away. Just being near the place sent a shiver down my spine. There was a palpable sense of decay, not just physical, but something deeper, something malevolent. The air felt cold, heavy, and silent. Even the sound of the rain seemed muted around the manor. I parked my car a safe distance down the road, my hands trembling as I turned off the engine. The silence was broken only by the rhythmic drumming of the rain on the roof of my car. I hesitated, a strong urge to just turn around and drive away, to forget I had ever found that form, ever seen that shadow. But the faces of the missing people, the chilling finality of faded echoes thread, they compelled me to get out of the car. The driveway was treacherous, the overgrown weeds hiding uneven ground and loose stones. I walked slowly, my senses on high alert, feeling like I was being watched by unseen eyes. The manor loomed closer, its dark windows seeming to follow my every step. When I reached the gate, I hesitated again. It felt like crossing a threshold into something unknown, something dangerous. I pushed the gate open, the rusted hinges groaning in protest, the sound echoing eerily in the stillness. The ground were just as neglected as the driveway. Overgrown bushes clawed at the decaying walls of the manor, and fallen leaves carpeted the ground, muffling my footsteps. The silence here was absolute, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the broken window panes. I approached the front of the manor cautiously, the massive wooden doors hanging slightly ajar. A sense of profound unease washed over me. It felt like the house was breathing, waiting. I pushed the doors open further, the sound echoing into the darkness within. The air that rushed out was cold and stale, carrying the scent of dust, decay, and something else, something faintly metallic like old blood. The interior was even more unsettling than the exterior. Shadows danced in the dim light filtering through the grimy windows, making it impossible to discern shapes clearly. The silence was thick, heavy, pressing in on me. I took a step inside, my heart pounding in my chest. The floorboards creaked under my weight, the sound echoing through the vast, empty space. It felt like the house was groaning, disturbed by my intrusion. I moved slowly through the ground floor, each room more dilapidated than the last. Furniture lay overturned, covered in dust and cobwebs. Wallpaper peeled from the walls like dead skin. The air was thick with the scent of mildew and rot. There was nothing here that obviously connected to the Hat Man. No symbols, no strange markings. Just the overwhelming sense of abandonment and decay. I started to feel a sense of disappointment. Had North Star Dreamer's feeling about this place been just a hunch? Had I driven all this way for nothing? But then, in one of the back rooms, I found something. A small, dusty notebook lying on a collapsed table. Its cover was black, the pages yellowed and brittle with age. My hands trembled as I picked it up. It felt strangely significant, heavy with unspoken secrets. I carefully opened the notebook. The handwriting inside was faded but legible. It was North Star Dreamers. The entries started out as descriptions of their sleep paralysis, the familiar details of the tall shadow, the hat, the growing fear. But then, the entries started to change. They described recurring dreams of this manner, vivid and unsettling. They wrote about a feeling of being drawn to it, a sense that the answers they were seeking were hidden within its walls. The later entries became more frantic, more desperate. North Star Dreamer wrote about feeling like they were being watched during the day, seeing fleeting shadows out of the corner of their eye. They mentioned the feeling that the Hat Man was getting closer, that he knew they were investigating. And then the last entry. It was dated just a few days before North Star Dreamer's last post on the forum. The handwriting was shaky, almost illegible. He's here, in the house. I can feel him. The black, it's everywhere. I hear the limp. The entry ended abruptly. There was nothing else. A wave of cold dread washed over me. North Star Dreamer hadn't just felt a connection to this place. They had come here, and they had encountered something. I looked around the dusty, silent room, the hair on the back of my neck standing on end. The feeling of being watched intensified, almost unbearable. I wasn't alone here. I could feel it. A faint sound from the hallway outside the room made me jump. A soft, uneven dragging sound. A limp. My blood ran cold. I slowly turned toward the doorway, the dusty notebook clutched tightly in my hand. The shadows in the hallway seemed to deepen, to coalesce into a familiar, terrifying shape. Story 6, Blackwood Manor. The encounter. Time seemed to warp and distort. The frantic beating of my heart was the only sound I could clearly register over the pounding in my ears. He moved slowly, deliberately, that uneven gait creating a rhythm of dread that echoed through the silent manor. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs felt rooted to the spot, mirroring the paralysis of my nightmares. Only this was real. This was no dream. This was the thing that had been haunting my sleep, the thing that had seemingly taken North Star Dreamer, standing just a few feet away from me in the waking world. His face remained obscured by the shadow of the hat, but I could feel his gaze, a cold, intense focus that seemed to pierce right through me. The air in the room grew heavy, the faint metallic scent from before intensifying, tinged now with something else, something acrid, like ozone before a storm. He stopped just outside the doorway, his tall frame filling the opening, blocking any chance of escape. He didn't speak, didn't make any sudden movements. He just stood there, observing me, a silent, menacing presence. The notebook, still clutched in my trembling hand, felt like a flimsy shield against the palpable aura of dread emanating from him. I wanted to look away, to close my eyes and pretend this wasn't happening, but I was transfixed, caught in his silent, terrifying gaze. Then he did something unexpected. He raised one of his long, spindly hands, the movement slow and deliberate. My breath hitched in my throat. Was he going to touch me? Was this the end? But instead of reaching for me, he pointed. His long finger, stark against the darkness of his form, was directed towards something behind me, deeper within the room. Hesitantly, my gaze flickered away from him, following the line of his pointed finger. My eyes scanned the dusty, decaying interior, trying to discern what he was indicating. And then I saw it. Scrawled on the wall behind the collapsed table, almost hidden by a layer of dust, were symbols. Strange, angular markings that I didn't recognize. They looked ancient almost. As I focused on the symbols, a wave of dizziness washed over me. My head swam, and a faint buzzing sound filled my ears. The Hat Man remained silent in the doorway, his pointed finger unwavering. I felt an unsettling pull toward the symbols, a sense that they held some kind of significance, some kind of answer to the questions that had been plaguing me. Slowly, I took a step back, away from the doorway and toward the wall. The Hat Man didn't move, his silent presence still looming. As I got closer to the symbols, the buzzing in my ears intensified. The air around them felt cold, almost electric. I reached out a trembling hand to touch one of the markings, a strange sense of recognition flickering in my mind, like a half-forgotten dream. But before my fingers could make contact, a sharp, piercing sound echoed through the manor. It sounded like glass shattering, followed by a guttural growl that seemed to vibrate to the very foundations of the house. The Hat Man in the doorway stiffened. His silent gaze, which had been fixed on me, now flickered toward the direction of the sound, deeper within the manor. Whatever had made that sound, it had clearly gotten his attention, and for the first time since I had seen him, I sensed a shift in his demeanor, a flicker of something, not fear exactly, but perhaps annoyance. This brief distraction was all I needed. My paralysis broke. My legs, though shaky, responded. I turned and ran, stumbling back toward the doorway, desperate to escape the oppressive presence of the manor. The Hat Man didn't immediately pursue me. He remained in the doorway for a moment longer, his attention still seemingly focused on whatever was deeper inside the house. I didn't look back. I just ran, my lungs burning, my heart pounding. The image of those strange symbols burned into my mind. I burst out of the manor and into the rain-soaked grounds, not stopping until I reached my car, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I fumbled with the keys, my hands still shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. Finally, the engine roared to life. I slammed the car into reverse, backing out of the driveway with reckless speed, my eyes fixed on the looming silhouette of Blackwood Manor in my rearview mirror. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away. The image of the Hat Man in the doorway, the strange symbols on the wall, and that terrifying growl echoing in my mind. I checked into another motel, even further away from that cursed town. I was shaken, terrified, but also strangely invigorated. I had seen him in the real world, and I had survived. I had also seen something else, something that felt important. Those strange symbols. I had to tell No Hat. I pulled out my laptop, my fingers flying across the keyboard as I recounted everything that had happened at Blackwood Manor. Sino Hat was understandably terrified by my encounter. The idea that the Hat Man could manifest in the waking world was their worst fear realized, but they were also intrigued by the symbols. They had never seen or heard of anything like them in their own experiences or on the forum. We spent the next few days researching. We scoured the internet for information on ancient symbols, occult markings, anything that might resemble what I had seen on the wall of Blackwood Manor. It was a frustrating search. There were countless symbols and glyphs from different cultures and belief systems, but none of them matched the angular, almost geometric shapes I had witnessed. Then, Sino Hat stumbled upon something. A small, obscure website dedicated to folklore and local legends of the region where North Star Dreamer had lived. Buried deep within the site was a mention of ancient symbols said to ward off malevolent entities, markings that were sometimes found in old, abandoned buildings. The description was vague, but there was a grainy image of one of the symbols. It wasn't an exact match to what I had seen, but the overall style, the angular lines and geometric shapes, was strikingly similar. The website mentioned that the meaning of these symbols had been lost over time, but local legends whisper that they were connected to a powerful, ancient entity that could manifest in the realm between sleep and waking. A chill ran down my spine. Could the Hat Man be this entity? Were the symbols a way to contain him? And had North Star Dreamers somehow stumbled upon this knowledge? It would explain why the Hat Man had seemed annoyed by the sound from deeper within the manor. Maybe there was something else in that house, something connected to these symbols, that posed a threat to him. The growl I had heard, it hadn't sounded human. It had been deep, guttural, almost animalistic. A new theory began to form in my mind. What if the Hat Man wasn't the only entity connected to this phenomenon? What if Blackwood Manor was a nexus point for something even darker, something that even the Hat Man feared? I shared this new theory with Sino Hat. They were hesitant, but the pieces seemed to fit. It would explain the escalating activity, the feeling that the Hat Man was learning, the disappearances. Maybe we weren't just being haunted. Maybe we were caught in the middle of something much larger, a struggle between different entities in a realm we barely understood. The thought was terrifying, but it also gave me a sliver of hope. If there was something the Hat Man feared, then maybe there was a way to fight back. Maybe the answers weren't just in understanding him, but in understanding the forces that might oppose him. We knew we had to go back to Blackwood Manor. The symbols, whatever they meant, felt like a crucial piece of the puzzle, and whatever had made that terrifying growl might hold the key to understanding the true nature of the entity that haunted our sleep. This time, we decided to go together. Sino had agreed to make the drive. We needed strength in numbers. We needed to see those symbols again. And we needed to find out what else was lurking in the shadows of Blackwood Manor. Story 7. Return to Blackwood, into the heart of darkness. Driving with Sino Hat felt different than being alone. There was a shared sense of dread, yes, but also a fragile kind of courage. We had both seen him, both felt the chilling touch of his presence. And now, we were facing together, armed with a sliver of a possible explanation. Those strange symbols and the unknown entity that seemed to reside within the manor. Sino Hat was visibly shaken, their hands trembling slightly as they gripped a flashlight. They had been seeing the Hat Man more frequently since our online conversations, and the feeling of being watched had intensified for them as well. This trip was as much about confronting their own fear as it was about finding answers. We approached the manor cautiously, the rusted gate groaning again as we pushed it open. The silence of grounds felt even more oppressive than before, the air thick with an almost palpable sense of wrongness. We made our way to the front doors, which were still slightly ajar from my previous visit. The interior darkness seemed to beckon us in, promising both answers and unimaginable horrors. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the doors open wider, and we stepped inside. The familiar scent of dust, decay, and that faint metallic tang assaulted our senses. The silence was broken only by the soft crunch of our footsteps on the debris-strewn floor. This time, we moved with more purpose. My memory of the room with the symbols was still vivid. We navigated through the decaying rooms, the shadows seeming to ride in the beams of our flashlights. When we reached the back room, the symbols were still there, scrawled on the dusty wall. They seemed to glow faintly in the flashlight beams, their angular shapes both alien and strangely familiar. Hat gasped softly as they saw them. They had never encountered anything like this in their own nightmares or research. They ran their fingers lightly over the dusty markings, a look of awe and apprehension on their face. As had examined the symbols, I scanned the rest of the room, trying to find any other clues North Star Dreamer might have left behind. The black notebook was still lying on the collapsed table. I picked it up again, carefully flipping through the brittle pages. The later entries were even more disturbing than I remembered. North Star Dreamer's descent into fear was palpable, their handwriting becoming increasingly erratic. They wrote about feeling the Hat Man's presence constantly, even during the day. They describe a recurring sensation of coldness and a feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. Then, there were the mentions of the blackness, not just the color, but a consuming void that seemed to emanate from the manor itself. And the limp, the sound of it growing closer. The last entry, the one ending mid-sentence with, "I hear the limp," sent a fresh wave of dread through me. North Star Dreamer had been here, in this house, when they encountered the Hat Man for the last time. Suddenly, Hat gasped again, their flashlight beam fixed on a section of the wall near the symbols. "Alex, look at this." I moved closer, my heart pounding. Etched faintly beneath the strange symbols were other markings. Smaller, circular designs that looked almost like runes. We didn't recognize them. They were different from the angular symbols above, more fluid and organic in their design. But there was a sense of power about them, an ancient energy that seemed to emanate from the wall. As we examined these new markings, a low growl echoed from somewhere deeper within the manor. It was the same guttural sound I'd heard during my first visit, and it sent a shiver down both our spines. The Hat Man's reaction to that sound flashed in my mind. He had seemed bothered by it, almost afraid. "What was that?" Hat whispered, their voice trembling. I heard it before. I replied, my own voice barely above a whisper. It was after I saw the Hat Man in the doorway. He seemed distracted by it. The growling sound came again, closer this time, accompanied by a series of heavy thuds, as if something large was moving through the decaying structure. The air in the room grew colder, and the shadows seemed to deepen and writhe. We both felt a primal urge to flee, but the sense that we were on the verge of understanding something important kept us rooted to the spot. Suddenly, the ground beneath our feet vibrated slightly. The growling intensified, and the heavy thudding grew closer, now coming from the hallway just outside the room. Fear, raw and visceral, gripped us both. Whatever was making that sound was big, powerful, and it was getting closer. And if it had bothered the Hat Man, what chance did we have? We backed away from the wall, our flashlights fixed on the doorway, waiting, our breath held in anticipation. The shadows in the doorway shifted and coalesced, but it wasn't the familiar tall, hat-wearing figure. This was something else. It was large, hunched over, its form indistinct in the gloom, but we could see glimpses of fur and the glint of sharp teeth in the darkness. The growling intensified, a low, menacing rumble that seemed to shake the very air around us. And then we saw the Hat Man. He appeared in the hallway behind this creature. He was still tall and imposing, still wearing his hat, but his posture was different. He seemed tense, almost wary. The two entities faced each other in the dimly lit hallway, a silent standoff between two forces we didn't understand. We were caught in the middle, our fear reaching a fever pitch. The creature lunged, a blur of fur and teeth. The Hat Man reacted instantly, his form shifting, becoming somehow more solid, more defined. A low, guttural sound, different from the creature's growl, emanated from him. They clashed in the hallway, a silent, brutal struggle in the shadows. We could hear the sounds of splintering wood, the scraping of claws on the decaying floor. We didn't know what was happening, who these entities were, or why they were fighting. But one thing was clear. The Hat Man wasn't the only terrifying presence in Blackwood Manor. Our chance to escape came during the chaos of their struggle. We turned and fled, our flashlights bouncing wildly as we scrambled through the decaying rooms, desperate to get out of the manor alive. We didn't stop running until we were back in Sino Hat's car, speeding away from Blackwood Manor, the sounds of the unseen battle fading behind us. We were shaken, terrified, but also filled with a terrifying new understanding. The Hat Man wasn't the apex predator here. There was something else, something older, something perhaps even more dangerous lurking in the shadows of Blackwood Manor. And those strange symbols on the wall, they might be the key to understanding the true nature of this terrifying place. We knew we had to go back. We had to understand what we had witnessed. And we had to figure out how it all connected to the Hat Man, to our nightmares, and to the missing people. But the fear of what we might find waiting for us in the darkness of Blackwood Manor was more real than ever before. Story 8. The Other Presence. Unveiling the Blackwood Entity. The drive away from Blackwood Manor was a blur of adrenaline and sheer terror. Neither of us spoke for a long time, the silence in the car heavy with the weight of what we had just witnessed. The Hat Man, he hadn't been the most terrifying thing in that house. That hunched, growling creature, it felt ancient, primal, something far beyond the scope of our nightmares. Finally, Sino Hat broke the silence, their voice trembling slightly. What was that thing? I shook my head, still trying to process what we had seen. I don't know. It wasn't like the Hat Man. It felt different. Older, somehow. We pulled into a gas station a few towns over, needing to collect ourselves. The bright fluorescent lights felt jarring after the oppressive darkness of Blackwood Manor. We bought coffee, our hands still shaking as we held the warm cups. The symbols, Sino Hat said, their brow furrowed in thought. The website said they were meant to ward off malevolent entities. Plural. That hit me hard. Plural. We had been so focused on the Hat Man, we hadn't considered that there might be other things involved. And the growling, I added. It felt territorial, like that creature belonged there, and the Hat Man was an intruder. A terrifying thought occurred to me. What if the Hat Man wasn't the one taking people? What if he was something else? Something that preyed on us in our sleep, but was also vulnerable to other, more powerful entities? It would explain why the missing people had all reported seeing the Hat Man, but then vanished without a trace. Maybe they had become victims of something else entirely, something that resided within Blackwood Manor. We spent the rest of the night in a cheap motel, trying to make sense of what we had seen. Sleep was impossible. Every shadow in the room seemed to ride with unseen possibilities. The next day, we were back online, our research taking a new direction. We focused on the folklore of the region surrounding Blackwood Manor, searching for any mention of creatures or entities that matched the description of the hunched, growling thing we had encountered. It was a long and frustrating search. Most of the local legends revolved around typical ghost stories and tales of restless spirits. But then, Sino Hat found something. An old, digitized book of local folklore from the early 19th century. Buried within a chapter on local superstitions was a description of a creature known as a Blackwood lurker. It was described as a large, shadowy beast with glowing eyes and a guttural growl, said to inhabit the ancient woods surrounding the manor. Legend had it that the lurker preyed on those who strayed too close to the Blackwood grounds, dragging them into the darkness. The description was chillingly similar to what we had seen. The size, the hunched posture, the growl, it all matched. The book also mentioned that the Blackwood lurker was said to be particularly active during periods of darkness and isolation, and that it was somehow tied to the land itself, its power waxing and waning with the cycles of the moon. And then there was a mention of symbols. Ancient markings said to offer protection against the lurker, often found carved into the foundations of old buildings in the area. The description of these protective symbols, it matched the smaller, circular runes we had seen beneath the angular markings on the wall of the manor. A terrifying picture began to emerge. Blackwood Manor wasn't just haunted. It was a nexus point for something ancient and malevolent, the Blackwood lurker. And the Hat Man, he might be something else entirely, an entity that preyed on us in our sleep, perhaps even drawn to the lurker's territory. It would explain the disappearances. The Hat Man might be the initial contact, the harbinger of fear, but the lurker might be the one who ultimately claimed the victims. And North Star Dreamer, their final entry in the notebook. He's here, in the house. I can feel him. The black, it's everywhere. I hear the limp, the heat. They referred to, had they meant the Hat Man, or the lurker, the black, everywhere, could certainly describe the oppressive darkness we had felt in the manor, the sense of something ancient and malevolent permeating the very walls. And the limp, had they heard the Hat Man's uneven gait or the dragging movement of the lurker, the pieces were starting to fit. But the overall picture was far more terrifying than we had ever imagined. We weren't just dealing with a shadowy figure in our dreams. We were potentially caught in the crossfire between two ancient malevolent entities. We knew we had to go back to Blackwood Manor. We had to examine those symbols more closely. If they were meant to ward off the lurker, maybe they could offer us some protection as well. And we needed to find out if North Star Dreamer had left behind any other clues, anything that could help us understand the connection between the Hat Man and the Blackwood lurker. This time, we prepared differently. We armed ourselves with flashlights, yes, but also with cameras to document everything we found. We even brought some basic camping gear, in case we had to stay overnight. The fear was still there, a constant companion, but it was now mixed with a grim determination. We had to know the truth, no matter how terrifying it might be. The return to Blackwood Manor felt even more ominous than our previous visits. The air was heavy, the sky overcast, and the manor loomed on the hill like a silent, watchful predator. We made our way inside, the darkness swallowing the beams of our flashlights. The silence was broken only by our own hushed whispers and the creaking of a decaying structure. We went straight to the back room, the one with the symbols. They seemed even more potent in the dim light, the angular markings and the circular runes radiating a strange energy. We spent hours documenting them, taking photographs from every angle, hoping to find some kind of pattern or meaning. Sino Hat, who had a background in ancient languages, tried to decipher the smaller runes, but they didn't match any known alphabet or symbol system. They seemed unique to this place. As we worked, we kept a wary eye on the rest of the manor, listening for any sounds. The growling and the heavy thudding from our previous visit were absent, but the silence felt just as menacing, like something was waiting, watching us from the shadows. We found more of the smaller, circular runes etched into the walls in other parts of the manor, often near doorways and windows. It seemed like the house had been deliberately marked, protected against something, but protected against what? The lurker? Or something else entirely? Then, in the main hall, we found something that made our blood run cold. Scrawled on the dusty floor, in what looked like dried blood, was a single, familiar symbol. The tall, slender shape, the wide brim at the top. It was a crude depiction of the Hat Man, and directly beneath it, etched into wood of the floorboards, were more of the smaller, circular runes. It was a message, a warning, or perhaps a trap. The Hat Man had been here, and he had interacted with these protective symbols. But why? Was he trying to use them, or was he defiling them? The implications were terrifying. If the Hat Man was aware of these protective markings, it meant he was more connected to this place, and to the Blackwood lurker, than we had ever imagined. And if he was actively trying to subvert their power, then whatever was coming might be even more dangerous than we could possibly comprehend. Story 9. The Defiled Wards, A Pact in the Dark. That drawing, it wasn't just a random act of vandalism. It felt deliberate, almost ritualistic. The Hat Man, a being that haunted our sleep, had physically manifested here and interacted with these protective symbols. But his intent, that was a terrifying unknown. Sino Hat ran their hand over the etched runes, their brow furrowed in concentration. These symbols, they feel old, powerful. But the Hat Man's drawing, it's like he's mocking them, defiling them. The thought sent a chill down my spine. If these runes were meant to ward off the Blackwood lurker, what did it mean that the Hat Man had placed his image directly above them? Was he claiming dominance? Forming some kind of unholy alliance? We continued to explore the main hall, our senses on high alert. The air felt heavy, charged with unseen energy. The silence was punctuated only by the creaking of the old house and our own hushed whispers. We found more of the Hat Man's crude drawings in other parts of the manor, always positioned near clusters of protective runes. It was a pattern, a deliberate act of marking territory, or perhaps something more sinister. "He's been here before," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Multiple times. He's familiar with this place." Sinohat nodded grimly, and he's not afraid of the lurker. If anything, it feels like they have some kind of understanding, a pact in the dark. The idea was horrifying. Two ancient, malevolent entities, one prey on our sleep, the other a physical terror lurking in the shadows, somehow connected, perhaps even working together. It would explain the escalating activity, the feeling that the Hat Man was learning. Maybe he was becoming emboldened by his connection to the lurker, his influence bleeding more and more into the waking world. We had to find out more about this connection. We returned to the room with the larger, angular symbols, the ones that seemed older and more potent. Sinohat continued to study the smaller runes beneath them, hoping to find some clue, some meaning that had eluded them before. I focused on the angular symbols themselves, tracing their strange shapes with my flashlight beam. They felt alien, unlike anything I had ever seen. But as I stared at them, a faint sense of recognition flickered in my mind, like a half-remembered nightmare. I remembered the dizziness I felt during my first visit, the buzzing in my ears. It had been strongest when I was looking at these symbols. There was something about them. They weren't just markings on a wall. They felt alive. Suddenly, Sinohat gasped, their voice filled with a mixture of excitement and fear. "Alex, I think I recognize something." They pointed to one of the smaller runes, a circular design with a series of inward-pointing lines. It's similar to a very ancient symbol, found in some obscure texts. It's said to represent a binding, a connection between two entities. A binding. The Hat Man's drawing above protective runes. A connection between two malevolent forces. The pieces were falling into place, forming a terrifying picture. "If these runes are meant to protect against the lurker," I said, my voice trembling, "and the Hat Man symbol represents him, is he somehow bound to the lurker? Or are they binding something else?" The implications were staggering. If the Hat Man was bound to the lurker, it would explain his presence in the manor, his seeming lack of fear. They were two sides of the same terrifying coin. But the thought of them binding something else, something even more powerful, was almost unbearable. We spent the rest of the day and well into the night in Blackwood Manor, meticulously documenting every symbol, every drawing, every detail we could find. The house felt colder, darker, the silence punctuated by an increasing sense of unease. It was as if our investigation was stirring something within its ancient walls. As the night wore on, we started hearing sounds. Faint at first, like the rustling of leaves or the creaking of old wood, but they grew more distinct, more deliberate. Footsteps in the distance. A low growl that seemed to echo from the very depths of the house. We stuck together, our flashlights our only comfort in the oppressive darkness. Every shadow seemed to hold a potential threat. Every sound made us jump. The feeling of being watched was constant, almost suffocating. Then we heard the limp. It was faint at first, the uneven dragging sound barely audible over the creaking of the house. But it grew closer, more distinct, echoing through the long, silent hallways. The Hat Man. He was back. We froze, our flashlights fixed on the doorway of the room we were in. The shadows there deepened, and a familiar tall silhouette began to take shape. He stood in the doorway, his wide-brimmed hat obscuring his face as always. But tonight, there was something different about him. An air of triumph, a sense of dark satisfaction. He didn't move, didn't speak. He just stood there, his silent gaze fixed on us. But the feeling emanating from him was unmistakable. He knew we were unraveling his secrets, and he wasn't happy about it. Then, from deeper within the house, we heard the other sound again, the guttural growl of the lurker. Closer this time, accompanied by the heavy thudding we had heard before. The Hat Man's attention flickered towards a sound, a flicker of something that might have been impatience. The two entities were aware of each other, their presence intertwined within the decaying walls of Blackwood Manor. And we were caught in the middle, our fragile understanding of their connection putting us in unimaginable danger. We knew we had to leave. Now, we had seen enough. We had learned too much. Staying any longer would be suicide. We turned and fled, retracing our steps through the darkness, the sound of the Hat Man's limp and the lurker's growls echoing behind us. The house seemed to come alive, the shadows writhing, the very air vibrating with malevolent energy. We burst out of the manor and into the night, not stopping until we were back in Sino Hat's car, speeding away from Blackwood for the second time. But this time, the fear was different. It wasn't just the terror of the unknown. It was a chilling realization of what we had uncovered, a dark pact between two ancient evils, lurking in the shadows of our sleep and the forgotten corners of the world. And we had stumbled right into the heart of their terrifying alliance. Story 10. The Binding Revealed. A History of Shadows. We barely slept that night. The image of the Hat Man standing in the doorway, that sense of dark triumph radiating from him, and the guttural growls of the lurker echoing to the manor, it all replayed in our minds like a horrific loop. We knew we had stumbled onto something far bigger and far more dangerous than we had ever anticipated. The binding, Sino Hat kept repeating, their voice hoarse with exhaustion. That symbol, it's definitely a representation of a connection. But what kind of connection? We spent hours scouring the internet, delving deeper into obscure texts and forgotten folklore. The more we researched, the more the terrifying picture began to solidify. The angular symbols, the older ones, seemed to be tied to ancient rituals meant to contain powerful entities, to bind them to specific locations or purposes. Blackwood Manor, with its isolated location and palpable sense of age, felt like just such a place. The smaller, circular runes, the ones defiled by the Hat Man's drawings, appear to be a more localized form of protection, specifically designed to ward off the Blackwood lurker. Their presence throughout the manor suggested a long history of attempts to keep that creature contained. But the Hat Man's interaction with these runes, it suggested a disruption of that ancient protection, a severing or a twisting of the binding. And the binding symbol that Sino Hat had identified, it pointed towards a connection between the Hat Man and something else, possibly the lurker itself. What if I began, the thought sending a fresh wave of dread through me. What a Hat Man isn't bound by the lurker, but to it, like they're working together or feeding off each other. Sino Hat's face paled further. It would explain why he seemed so unafraid in the manor, why he was there when the lurker attacked. The implications were horrifying. If these two entities were allied, their combined power could be devastating, both in our dreams and in the waking world. The disappearances, they might not be random acts, but part of some larger, terrifying plan. We needed to understand the history of Blackwood Manor, the origins of the binding rituals, anything that could shed light on this dark alliance. We started digging into local historical records, old newspaper archives, anything we could find about the manor and the surrounding area. The history of Blackwood Manor was as dark and twisted as the house itself. Built in the late 18th century by a reclusive and eccentric family, it had been the site of numerous tragedies and strange occurrences over the years. Suicides, unexplained illnesses, whispers of dark rituals and occult practices, the manor had always been shrouded in shadow. Local legend spoke of a powerful entity tied to the land, a creature of darkness that demanded a terrible price for its influence. Some tales even mention attempts by the early inhabitants to contain this entity through ancient rituals and protective markings. And then there were the whispers of a tall, shadowy figure seen around the manor in the decades leading up to its abandonment. A silent observer, a harbinger of misfortune. The description, though vague, sent a familiar chill down our spines. It seemed the Hat Man's presence in the area predated our own experiences, perhaps even going back centuries. Was he drawn to the manor because of the lurker? Or was their connection even deeper, rooted in the very foundations of the land? We found an old newspaper article from the early 20th century that described a series of strange disappearances in the vicinity of Blackwood Manor. The victims were all described as having suffered from vivid nightmares and a feeling of being watched by a tall, dark man before they vanished. The article dismissed it as mass hysteria, but in light of what we now knew, it felt like a terrifying precursor to the events we were experiencing. The article also mentioned a local historian who had dedicated his life to researching the legends surrounding Blackwood Manor. His name was Elias Thorne, and he had supposedly amassed a vast collection of documents and artifacts related to the manor's dark history. According to the article, Thorne had mysteriously disappeared himself in the 1930s, his research unfinished. But the article mentioned that his collection was rumored to be stored in the archives of the local historical society. This felt like a lead. Elias Thorne might have held the key to understanding the connection between the Hat Man and the Blackwood Lurker, the history of the binding rituals, and perhaps even a way to break their dark alliance. We decided to go to the local historical society. It was a long shot, but it was the only tangible lead we had. The Historical Society was a small, dusty building filled with the scent of old paper and forgotten stories. The elderly librarian on duty seemed surprised to have visitors so early in the day. We explained our interest in the history of Blackwood Manor and the research of Elias Thorne. The librarian, after a moment of thought, remembered hearing about Thorne and his collection. "Oh, yes," she said, her voice a low murmur. "Poor Mr. Thorne. Such a tragedy. His collection, it's in the back archives. Hasn't been touched in decades." She led us through a maze of bookshelves to a dimly lit back room filled with dusty boxes and forgotten files. The air was thick with the smell of aging paper and neglect. It took us hours to sift through Thorne's collection. Most of it was filled with local genealogical records and mundane historical documents. But then, buried deep within a locked wooden chest, we found it. A series of handwritten journals, bound in black leather, their pages brittle and yellowed with age. Elias Thorne's research. As we carefully turned the fragile pages, a terrifying history began to unfold. Thorne's journals detailed the dark origins of Blackwood Manor, the ancient entity tied to the land, and the rituals performed by the early inhabitants to contain it, the angular symbols we had seen on the wall. He also wrote extensively about the Blackwood Lurker, its connection to the land, and the protective runes designed to ward it off. And then he began to document the appearance of a tall, shadowy figure around the manor, a silent observer that seemed to predate even the Lurker legends. Thorne's research suggested that the Hat Man wasn't bound by the Lurker, but that he had somehow formed a pact with centuries ago, a dark alliance that had allowed him to feed off the fear and despair that the Lurker generated. In return, the Hat Man's presence seemed to weaken the protective wards against the Lurker, allowing its influence to spread. The binding ritual, Thorne theorized, was meant to contain both entities, to sever their connection and weaken their power. But over time, the knowledge of the ritual had faded, the protective symbols had weakened, and the dark pact had endured. Thorne's final entries were filled with a growing sense of dread. He wrote about feeling the Hat Man's presence more intensely, even in his waking hours. He described seeing fleeting shadows and hearing a faint, uneven dragging sound. The last entry was chillingly brief. "He knows I know. The hat is at my door." Elias Thorne had vanished shortly after writing those words, his research unfinished. Now, holding his journals in our hands, we understood why. He had gotten too close to the truth, and the Hat Man had silenced him. We knew what we had to do. We had to understand the binding ritual, the protective symbols, anything in Thorne's research that could help us break the dark pact between the Hat Man and the Blackwood Lurker. Our own nightmares and the fate of the missing people depended on it. Story 11. The Thorne Manuscript, Unraveling the Binding. Thorne's handwriting, though faded, conveyed a sense of urgency, a desperate race against time as he pieced together the terrifying history of Blackwood Manor and its entities. His meticulous notes detailed the ancient rituals performed by the original Blackwood family, rituals designed to contain the primal entity tied to the land, the entity we now knew as the Blackwood Lurker. He described the angular symbols as conduits, drawing power from the earth itself to create a barrier, a prison for the Lurker. The smaller, circular runes, he theorized, were a more localized defense, a kind of alarm system that weakened the Lurker's influence within the manor's walls. Then came the chilling account of the Hat Man's arrival. Thorne's early notes depicted him as a silent observer, a shadowy figure seen only in fleeting glimpses around the manor grounds. But as time went on, Thorne's observations became more disturbing. He noticed the Hat Man's increasing interactions with protective runes, his crude drawings appearing near them, almost as if he were testing their power, or perhaps corrupting them. Thorne's breakthrough came with the discovery of local legends hinting at a pact, a binding between the land's ancient entity and a shadowy traveler. He theorized that the Hat Man, drawn to the raw power emanating from the bound Lurker, had forged an alliance, offering the Lurker sustenance, the fear and despair of those he haunted, in exchange for a weakening of protective wards. The binding symbol, the circular rune with inward-pointing lines, Thorne believed represented the original ritual, the attempt to contain both entities. The Hat Man's defilement of the other protective runes was a deliberate act to weaken the Lurker's prison, strengthening their unholy alliance. Thorne's later entries focus on his attempts to understand the binding ritual, to find a way to sever the connection between the Hat Man and the Lurker. He delved into ancient texts, cross-referencing local folklore with obscure cult practices, searching for a counter-ritual, a way to restore the weakened wards. He wrote of a specific incantation, a series of ancient words that resonated with the land's energy, capable of reinforcing the binding. He also described a ritual involving specific herbs and minerals, elements tied to the earth's power, that could be used to cleanse the defiled runes. But Thorne's research was cut short. His final entry spoke of the Hat Man's growing awareness of his investigation, the chilling feeling of being watched, and the ominous presence at his door. As we finished reading the last entry, a heavy silence fell over us. Thorne's research had provided us with answers, but they were terrifying ones. We understood the connection between the Hat Man and the Lurker, the purpose of the symbols and runes, and the danger we were all in. He knew, Sino Hat whispered, their voice filled with a mixture of awe and dread. Thorne knew what was happening, and he paid the price. We had to continue his work. We had to find a way to perform the counter-ritual, to restore the binding and sever the alliance between the Hat Man and the Lurker. The fate of the missing people and our own sanity depended on it. We spent the rest of the day in the Historical Society, meticulously copying Thorne's notes on the counter-ritual and the cleansing process. The incantation was written in a language neither of us recognized, a series of guttural sounds and unfamiliar symbols. The list of herbs and minerals was equally cryptic, their local names long forgotten. We knew we couldn't do this alone. We needed help. We needed someone who understood ancient languages, someone with knowledge of local folklore and herbal remedies. The only person who came to mind was the listener knows. They had seemed to possess a deeper understanding of the Hat Man phenomenon, offering cryptic warnings and insights. Maybe they knew more about the history of Blackwood Manor and the ancient rituals. We contacted them through the forum, explaining what we had discovered in Thorne's journals. We didn't reveal everything, just enough to pique their interest and convey the urgency of our situation. To our surprise, the listener knows responded quickly. Their message was short and direct. I know of Thorne's work. Meet me at the old mill north of Blackwood at midnight. The old mill. It was another location mentioned in local legends, a place said to be imbued with residual energy from the land, a site of ancient gatherings and rituals. It felt like a dangerous proposition, meeting a complete stranger in the middle of the night, especially given everything that had happened. But we were desperate. We drove to the old mill as darkness fell, the landscape growing increasingly rural and isolated. The mill itself was a dilapidated stone structure, silhouetted against a moonlit sky, its broken windows like empty sockets staring out into the darkness. The air around it felt cold and still, carrying the faint scent of damp earth and decay. The listener nose was already there, a solitary figure standing in the shadows near the crumbling water wheel. As we approached, they stepped into the moonlight, revealing a woman in her late 40s, her eyes holding a deep, knowing sadness. "You found Thorne's work," she said, her voice low and steady. "I knew you were close." We exchanged wary glances. How did she know? "Thorne was my grandfather," she explained, a hint of sorrow in her voice. "He shared his research with me before he disappeared. I've been waiting for someone to find it, to understand." A wave of relief washed over us, mixed with a renewed sense of purpose. We weren't alone in this. The listener nose, whose real name was Alara, knew the ancient language of the incantation. She knew the local names of the herbs and minerals Thorne had described. She had been waiting for someone to uncover the truth, someone she could help finish her grandfather's work. Under the pale moonlight, Alara began to translate the incantation, her voice weaving the ancient words into the still night air. She showed us the illustrations in Thorne's journals, depicting the herbs and minerals, their forms strangely familiar, tied to the very essence of the land around Blackwood Manor. We knew what we had to do. We had to return to the manor, to the room with the ancient symbols, and perform the counter-ritual. We had to try and sever the binding between the Hat Man and the Lurker, to restore protective wards, and finally break their dark alliance. The task ahead was daunting, terrifying. We would be facing two ancient malevolent entities on their own ground. But we were no longer just victims. We were armed with knowledge, with a purpose, and with the hope of finally ending the nightmare. Story 12. The counter-ritual, a desperate gambit. Returning to Blackwood Manor felt like stepping back into the maw of a beast. The darkness seemed thicker tonight, the shadows more oppressive. Even the familiar creaking of the old house sounded malevolent, as if the very structure was aware of our intentions. Alara moved with a quiet determination. Her knowledge of the manor passed down through her grandfather's research, guiding our steps. She led us through the decaying rooms, her flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, toward the back room where the ancient symbols were etched. The air in that room felt different tonight. Colder, yes, but also charged with a palpable energy. The angular symbols on the wall seemed to pulse faintly in the beam of Alara's flashlight, their alien shapes radiating a strange power. We cleared the dust from the floor around the symbols, preparing the space for the counter-ritual. Alara carefully arranged the dried herbs Thorne had described, their earthy scent filling the stale air. Sinohat uncorked a vial, the dark liquid within shimmering ominously in the dim light. It was a mixture of rare minerals, ground into a paste meant to cleanse the defiled runes. As we worked, the feeling of being watched intensified. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to deepen, to take on vague, unsettling shapes. We could hear faint sounds from other parts of the manor, the soft dragging of something heavy, a low, guttural growl that sent shivers down our spines. The Hat Man and the Lurker were aware of our presence. We were on their territory, attempting to disrupt their ancient alliance. The danger was immense. Alara began the ritual. Her voice, though soft, resonated with an ancient power as she recited the translated incantation. The unfamiliar words, guttural and rhythmic, seemed to vibrate through the very walls of the manor. As she spoke, the angular symbols on the wall began to glow more intensely, their strange shapes pulsing with an otherworldly light. The air grew colder, and a faint wind seemed to stir within the room, despite the sealed windows. Sinoat carefully applied the mineral paste to the defiled runes beneath the Hat Man's crew drawings. As the dark liquid touched the etched lines, a faint hissing sound filled the air, and a wisp of black smoke curled upwards. It felt like we were purging a corruption, cleansing a sacred space. The growling from deeper within the manor intensified. Closer now, accompanied by a heavy thudding that shook the floorboards. The lurker was agitated, sensing the disruption of the binding. Suddenly, a tall, shadowy figure appeared in the doorway. The Hat Man. He stood silent as always, his wide-brimmed hat obscuring his face, but his presence radiated a palpable anger. The air crackled with malevolent energy. Ilera continued the incantation, her voice unwavering despite the terrifying presence in the doorway. The light emanating from the angular symbols grew stronger, pushing back the encroaching shadows. The Hat Man didn't move, but I could feel his gaze, a burning intensity that seemed to bore into my very soul. The silence between us was thick, with unspoken threats. As Ilera reached the climax of the incantation, the angular symbols flared with a blinding light. A shock wave of energy pulsed through the room, throwing us back against the walls. The Hat Man recoiled in the doorway, his shadowy form flickering. The growling from the lurker reached a deafening crescendo, and a heavy thudding intensified, now right outside the room. The very foundations of the manor seemed to tremble. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the light subsided. The energy in the room dissipated. The growling and thudding ceased. The Hat Man was gone from the doorway. An eerie silence descended once more. We lay on the floor, dazed but alive. Had it worked? Had we disrupted the binding? Ilera slowly rose, her eyes fixed on the wall. The angular symbols still glowed faintly, but the light was less intense than before. The defiled runes beneath the Hat Man's drawing seemed cleaner, the dark residue of the mineral paste now dull and inert. I think it worked, Ilera said, her voice filled with a cautious hope. The energy, it feels different. The binding, it might be weakened, but we knew the danger wasn't over. We had angered two powerful entities. Their reaction was yet to come. We had to leave Blackwood Manor. Now, we made our way out of the house as quickly as we could, the silence outside feeling almost more menacing than the chaos within. The air was still heavy, but there was a subtle shift, a sense that the oppressive presence had lessened, if only slightly. We didn't stop running until we were far away from the manor, the dark silhouette receding behind us. We found another motel, further away this time, the need for distance paramount. We spent the next few days in a state of anxious anticipation, waiting for some sign, some indication that the ritual had had a lasting effect. I tried to sleep, but the image of the Hat Man in the doorway, his silent rage, kept me awake. Then, one night, the sleep paralysis came again. The familiar weight on my chest, the inability to move. My heart sank. Had it all been for nothing? But this time, he wasn't there. The tall, shadowy figure with the hat did not appear at the foot of my bed. There was just the paralysis, the crushing weight, and then the slow return to wakefulness. The next time it happened, the same thing. No Hat Man. I contacted Sinohat. They reported the same. Their nights were still plagued by sleep paralysis, but the Hat Man was gone. A wave of relief washed over us, so profound it almost brought me to my knees. It had worked. The counter-ritual, Thorne's ancient knowledge, it had somehow severed a connection, weakened the Hat Man's power over us. But what about the lurker? Blackwood Manor was still there, a nexus of dark energy. And the disappearances, had they stopped? We knew our fight wasn't over. We had weakened one enemy, but the other remained tied to the land, a primal force of darkness. And we had a feeling that our interference had only made it angrier. The next chapter of our nightmare was about to begin, and this time it wouldn't just be in our dreams. Story 13. The Lurker's Wake, a tangible threat. The silence of my nights was unsettling. For months, The crushing weight of sleep paralysis had been intertwined with the terrifying presence of the Hat Man. Now, the weight remained, a familiar unwelcome guest, but the shadow figure was gone. It was like a phantom limb, the sensation still there, but the source vanished. No Hat reported the same. Our shared tormentor seemed to have retreated, banished by Alara's ritual. But the victory fell hollow, overshadowed by the looming presence of Blackwood Manor and the entity we had glimpsed within its decaying walls, the Blackwood Lurker. The local news remained silent about any further disappearances near the manor. Either the Lurker had been satiated for the time being, or its methods were more subtle, escaping the notice of local authorities. But we couldn't shake the feeling that the danger was far from over. Alara, drawing on her grandfather's research, explained that the binding ritual had likely weakened the Lurker as well, disrupting its connection to the land and limiting its ability to manifest outside the manor grounds. But it was a temporary reprieve. The ancient entity was still tied to Blackwood, its power slowly regenerating. Thorne's journals hinted at a way to permanently sever the Lurker's connection to the land, a final ritual that required specific artifacts and a deep understanding of the manor's history. But his research had been incomplete, cut short by his encounter with the Hat Man. We knew we had to return to Blackwood. We had to find the missing pieces of Thorne's research, the artifacts he had sought, if we wanted to truly end the nightmare. This time, Alara took the lead. Her knowledge of the manor's layout and her understanding of her grandfather's work proved invaluable. She guided us through secret passages and hidden chambers we hadn't discovered before, the decaying walls whispering forgotten stories. We found more of the protective runes etched into the stonework, often hidden behind loose panels or beneath layers of dust. They seemed to be concentrated in the oldest parts of the manor, the original foundations laid by the Blackwood family. In a hidden library, filled with decaying tomes and cobweb-draped shelves, we found more of Thorne's journals, detailing his search for the artifacts. He believed they were objects of significant power, tied to the land's history, and imbued with residual energy that could be used in the final severing ritual. His descriptions were cryptic, mentioning a stone of shadows, a whispering locket, and a branch of ancient wood. Their exact locations within the manor remained a mystery, hinted at in riddles and obscure passages. As we searched, the presence of the Lurker felt increasingly palpable. The temperature would drop suddenly in certain rooms. We would hear faint rustling sounds in the walls, the dragging of something heavy in the distance. The shadows seemed to writhe and deepen, as if unseen eyes were watching our every move. One evening, as we explored the dilapidated grand ballroom, a low growl echoed from the far end of the room. It was closer, more menacing than before. The Lurker was aware of us, and it was hunting. We moved cautiously, our flashlights cutting to the darkness, trying to locate the source of the sound. The vast, empty room felt like a trap, the decaying chandeliers casting long, distorted shadows that danced with our movements. Then we saw it, a pair of glowing red eyes in the darkness at the far end of the ballroom. They were low to the ground, animalistic, and filled with a primal hunger. The Lurker. It moved slowly, deliberately, its hunched form barely visible in the gloom. The air grew heavy with a musky, earthy scent. The low growl intensified, a rumbling in its chest that seemed to vibrate through the floorboards. We backed away slowly, our hearts pounding in our chests. This was no shadowy figure in our sleep. This was a tangible threat, a creature of darkness made flesh. Alara whispered the first lines of the severing incantation, her voice trembling slightly, but still carrying a note of power. The glowing red eyes flickered, as if the Lurker sensed the ancient words. Suddenly, the creature lunged, a blur of shadow and teeth. We scattered, our flashlights casting frantic beams across the room as we tried to evade its attack. It moved with surprising speed for its size, its guttural growls echoing through the ballroom as it pursued us. The decaying furniture offered little protection as it crashed through overturned tables and ripped through tattered curtains. We managed to evade it, using our knowledge of the manor's layout to our advantage, scrambling through hidden doorways and narrow passages. But we knew we couldn't keep running forever. We regrouped in the hidden library, the heavy wooden door offering a temporary barrier against the lurkers' pursuit. We were shaken and terrified, but the encounter had solidified our resolve. We had to find the artifacts. They were our only hope. Ilera focused on Thorn's journals, her fingers tracing the cryptic clues. The Stone of Shadows. He says it's hidden where darkness remembers. We looked at each other, trying to decipher the riddle. Where in this decaying manor did darkness remember? Our flashlights fell on a section of the library where the sunlight never reached, a deep alcove shrouded in perpetual shadow. It felt colder there, the air heavy and still. Hesitantly, we approached the alcove. The stone floor felt damp and cold beneath our feet. And then we saw it, a smooth, black stone, resting on a crumbling pedestal. It seemed to absorb the light, radiating a palpable sense of coldness and ancient darkness. The Stone of Shadows. As Sinohat reached for it, a low growl echoed from the hallway outside the library door. The lurker had found us again. Story 14, The Stone and the Locket, a gathering of shadows. As Sinohat's fingers closed around the stone, a wave of icy energy pulsed through the library. The shadows in the alcove seemed to deepen, swirling like a living entity. The air crackled with an unseen power. The lurker's growls intensified, and the heavy thudding against the library door began. It was trying to break through, its primal rage palpable. "We need to go," I hissed, grabbing Ilera's arm. Sinohat clutched the black stone tightly, its coldness seemingly unfazed by their touch. We retreated toward the hidden passage Ilera had shown us earlier, a narrow crawl space behind a collapsing bookshelf. We squeezed through the opening just as the library door splintered inward, the lurker's glowing red eyes piercing the darkness. It snarled, its sharp teeth glinting in the beam of Ilera's flashlight, but the narrow passage was too small for it to follow. We crawled through the dusty tunnel, the sounds of the lurker's frustrated roars fading behind us. The black stone in Sinohat's hand seemed to hum with faint energy, a silent power that felt both ancient and dangerous. The passage led us to another hidden chamber, a small, circular room with strange carvings on the walls. In the center of the room, resting on a stone pedestal, was a tarnished silver locket. It was intricately engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and writhe in the dim light. The whispering locket, Ilera breathed, her voice filled with a sense of awe. Thorn believed it held echoes of the manor's past, whispers of the entities tied to this place. As Ilera reached for the locket, the black stone in Sinohat's hand pulsed again, a stronger surge of icy energy. A faint whisper seemed to emanate from the locket, a sibilant murmur that was just on the edge of hearing. Suddenly, the ground beneath our feet vibrated. A low, resonant hum filled the chamber, growing in intensity. The carvings on the walls seemed to glow faintly. The lurker's growls echoed from somewhere nearby, closer than before. It had found another way. "We need the branch," Ilera said urgently, her eyes scanning the carvings on the walls. "Thorn's notes," he said, "was hidden near a place where the veil is thin." The carving depicted scenes from the manor's history, strange rituals, shadowy figures, and the recurring symbols and runes. One carving, near a section of the wall that felt strangely cold to the touch, showed a gnarled, ancient tree with twisted branches. Behind this carving, Ilera discovered a hidden compartment. Inside, resting on a bed of dried leaves, was a small, gnarled branch of dark wood. It felt strangely warm to the touch, radiating a subtle, earthy energy. We had the artifacts. The Stone of Shadows, the whispering locket, and the branch of ancient wood, the components for the final severing ritual. But the lurker was close. We could hear its heavy breathing just outside the chamber walls. We had to act fast. Ilera consulted Thorn's notes, her fingers tracing the instructions for the final ritual. It required placing the artifacts in a specific configuration within the room where the angular symbols were strongest, a nexus of the binding energy. We made our way back to the room with the symbols, the lurker's enraged roars echoing behind us. The air in the room felt thick with anticipation, the angular symbols pulsing with a renewed intensity. Ilera directed us, placing the black stone in the center of the floor, the whispering locket on the pedestal beneath the symbols, and the branch of ancient wood resting against the wall. As the final artifact was placed, the resonant hum intensified, and the carvings on the walls of the chamber began to glow brightly. The air crackled with energy. Ilera began the final incantation, her voice rising in power, weaving the ancient words into a tapestry of sound and energy. The angular symbols on the wall pulsed in time with her words, their light bathing the room in an ethereal glow. The lurker burst into the room, its glowing red eyes fixed on us, its guttural roars shaking the very foundations of the manor. It lunged towards us, a shadowy mass of teeth and claws. But as it crossed the threshold of the room, it recoiled, hissing and snarling as if struck by an invisible force. The energy emanating from the symbols and the artifacts seemed to be repelling it. Ilera continued the incantation, her voice reaching a fever pitch. The light from the symbols intensified, and the resonant hum grew louder, building to a crescendo. Suddenly, a wave of pure energy erupted from the artifacts, washing over the room. The lurker shrieked, its shadowy form flickering and distorting as it was struck by the force. The very air seemed to tear, and a blinding white light filled the room. When it subsided, the lurker was gone. The growling had ceased. The heavy presence that had permeated the manor had vanished. A profound silence descended, broken only by our ragged breathing. Had it worked? Had we finally severed the lurker's connection to Blackwood Manor? The angular symbols on the wall dimmed, their otherworldly glow fading. The resonant hum slowly died away. The artifacts on the floor seemed inert, their power spent. We waited, our senses on high alert, expecting a counterattack. But the silence remained unbroken. The oppressive atmosphere of the manor seemed to have lifted, replaced by a sense of emptiness. We had faced the darkness, delved into its history, and risked everything to break its hold. And somehow, impossibly, we had succeeded. But as we stood in the silent chamber, a new, chilling realization dawned on us. We had dealt with the lurker, the entity tied to the land. But what about the Hat Man? He had been absent during the final confrontation, his shadowy presence nowhere to be felt. Had the severing of the binding also weakened him, banished him back to the realm of nightmares? Or was he still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for his chance to return? The victory felt incomplete, overshadowed by the lingering uncertainty of the Hat Man's fate. We had closed one door to the darkness, but we couldn't shake the feeling that another remained open, waiting for the shadows to creep back in. Story 15. The Lingering Shadow. What became of the Hat Man? The silence of my sleep was still a novelty, a welcome reprieve from the months of terror. The crushing weight of sleep paralysis remained an occasional unwelcome visitor. But the tall, shadowy figure in the hat was gone. Sinohat and Ilera reported the same. It seemed, against all odds, that Thorn's ritual had worked, severing the binding and banishing the Hat Man. At least for now. Life began to resume a semblance of its former rhythm. The anxiety that had clung to me like a second skin started to recede. I could finally sleep through the night, without the dread of that looming presence. Sarah noticed the difference, the tension easing from my shoulders, the dark circles under my eyes finally fading. We stayed in contact with Lara and Sinohat, a silent understanding forging a bond between us. We had faced something unimaginable together, and that shared experience created a connection that went beyond words. We often wondered about the missing people, hoping that the severing of the lurker's connection to the land might somehow bring them peace, though the likelihood of their return felt slim. Blackwood Manor remained a dark spot on the map, a place we vowed never to return to. The local news reported no further disappearances, a small comfort in the wake of the horrors we had witnessed. The manor itself seemed to fall back into its decaying silence, the ancient energies that had pulsed within its walls now dormant. But a nagging unease lingered. The Hat Man's sudden absence felt too clean, too absolute, an entity that had seemed so pervasive, so deeply entrenched in our nightmares and even bleeding into our waking lives, simply vanishing felt improbable. We pored over Thorne's journals again, searching for any mention of the Hat Man's origins, his true nature, or what might happen if the binding were broken. Thorne's research suggested the Hat Man was an ancient entity, drawn to places of potent negative energy, feeding off fear and despair. His alliance with the Lurker had amplified his power, giving him a foothold in the waking world. But Thorne's understanding of the Hat Man remained incomplete. He hadn't discovered his true origins, only a symbiotic relationship with the entity tied to Blackwood Manor. What if he's just dormant? Sino had suggested during one of our online conversations. Like he's weakened but still out there waiting? The thought was chilling. The Hat Man had felt ancient, powerful. Could a single ritual truly banish something like that completely? Ilera shared her grandfather's notes on similar entities from other cultures, shadowy figures that haunted dreams and fed on negative emotions. Some legends spoke of them being tied to specific locations, others as more transient, drawn to individuals experiencing intense fear or trauma. The Hat Man seemed to fit somewhere in between. He had been drawn to Blackwood Manor, amplifying his power through the Lurker's influence, but he had also targeted individuals across different locations, connected only by the shared experience of sleep paralysis. Maybe his connection to us is severed. I offered, trying to sound more optimistic than I felt. Maybe the ritual broke his hold on our minds. But the memory of his silent, knowing gaze in Blackwood Manor, the feeling that he was aware of our every move, was hard to shake. He had felt intelligent, cunning. A being like that wouldn't simply disappear without a trace. Weeks turned into months. The sleep paralysis became less frequent, the nights quieter. Life slowly returned to a new normal, one where the looming shadow of the Hat Man no longer dominated our thoughts. We started to believe, perhaps naively, that it was over. Then, one night, I woke up in the middle of the night, a cold sweat clinging to my skin. Not from the paralysis. Not this time. Just a sudden, inexplicable wave of dread. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding, scanning the darkness of my room. Nothing. Everything was as it should be. But the feeling lingered, a cold, not a fear in my stomach. I tried to rationalize it as a lingering echo of the past, a phantom sensation after months of terror. But the feeling was too real, too visceral to dismiss so easily. The next morning, Sino Hat contacted me, their message filled with familiar dread. I saw him again. My blood ran cold. The Hat Man? Just for a second, they replied, their voice trembling. At the edge of my vision, when I was half asleep, it was like a flicker, a shadow passing by. They hadn't experienced a full paralysis. The crushing weight, just a fleeting glimpse of the familiar tall silhouette and the wide-brimmed hat. Ilera reported the same. A brief, unsettling shadow at the periphery of her sleep, a whisper of the terror we had thought we had left behind. It was a chilling reminder. The Hat Man hadn't been banished entirely. He was still out there, weakened perhaps, but still lurking in the shadows, his connection to us not completely severed. His alliance with the Lurker might have been broken, his foothold in Blackwood Manor lost, but his ability to haunt our sleep, to tap into our deepest fears, remained. The severing ritual had been a victory, but it was a limited one. We had dealt with the immediate threat, the tangible evil that resided in Blackwood Manor, but the more insidious, more elusive entity, the one that preyed on our minds, was still out there, a lingering shadow in the corners of our awareness. The fight wasn't over. It had merely entered a new, perhaps even more unsettling phase. We had disrupted his power, but we hadn't destroyed him, and we knew, with a chilling certainty, that he would be waiting, watching for the darkness to fall once more. Story 16, Whispers in the Dark, The Hat Man's Return. The fleeting glimpses of the Hat Man in our sleep became more frequent, more vivid. They were no longer just shadows at the periphery of our awareness. He was returning slowly, insidiously, like a persistent nightmare refusing to be banished. For Sino Hat, It started with a familiar weight on their chest, the telltale sign of sleep paralysis. But this time, the terror wasn't immediate. There was a sense of anticipation, a cold dread building before the shadowy figure materialized at the foot of their bed. He stood there, silent as always, but his presence felt heavier, more oppressive than before. Ilara experienced similar episodes, the paralysis returning with vengeance, accompanied by a feeling of being watched, even before she could fully discern the Hat Man's form in the darkness. It was like he was announcing his return, reasserting his dominance over our sleeping minds. For me, the initial encounters were different. No paralysis, just vivid, disturbing dreams filled with the oppressive atmosphere of Blackwood Manor, the echoing growls of the lurker now strangely intertwined with the Hat Man's silent presence. I would wake up with a racing heart, a sense of profound unease clinging to me like a shroud. We knew what this meant. The severing ritual had weakened him, disrupted his alliance with the lurker, but it hadn't destroyed him. He was a parasite of fear, and our collective terror had been his sustenance for too long. He was returning to feed. The online forum, once a source of terrifying connection, now felt like a dangerous beacon. Were others experiencing his return? Were we the only ones he was targeting? The thought of others falling prey to him, unaware of the true nature of their tormentor, was deeply unsettling. We cautiously revisited the forum, using new, untraceable accounts. The usual posts about sleep paralysis and shadowy figures were still there, but there was a subtle shift. More users were reporting a feeling of intense dread, a sense of malevolent presence that went beyond the typical fear associated with sleep paralysis. Some described a figure in a hat, their descriptions echoing our own terrifying encounters. It seemed the Hat Man's influence was spreading again, reaching out to new victims, perhaps drawn by the residual fear and anxiety that lingered in the wake of our story. We knew we couldn't remain silent. We had to warn others, to share our knowledge, even if it sounded unbelievable. We started posting on the forum, carefully recounting our experiences, the history of Blackwood Manor, and the nature of the Hat Man and the lurker. We urged others who were seeing the figure in the hat to seek help, to connect with others, to not dismiss their experiences as mere nightmares. The responses were varied. Some were dismissive, accusing us of fear-mongering or making things up. But others recognized the details. They had seen the hat, felt the dread, experienced the paralysis. Our story resonated with their own terrifying encounters. A new wave of users began to connect, sharing their experiences, their fear echoing our own. It was a chilling reminder that we were not alone in this fight. The Hat Man was a widespread phenomenon, a creature of nightmare that had been preying on countless individuals for years, perhaps even centuries. Ilara, drawing on her grandfather's research, theorized that the Hat Man's power ebbed and flowed, tied to periods of intense fear and societal anxiety. The digital age, with its constant stream of stressors and anxieties, might have inadvertently created a fertile ground for his resurgence. We felt a renewed sense of responsibility. We had faced him, learned his secrets, even managed to weaken him once. We couldn't stand by and watch him reclaim his hold on the vulnerable. We decided to delve deeper into Thorne's research, searching for any other clues, any other weaknesses the Hat Man might possess. Thorne's notes hinted at the importance of belief, the power of collective consciousness in either strengthening or weakening such entities. He feeds on fear, Ilara explained. The more people who fear him, the stronger he becomes. But if we can spread awareness, help people understand what they're seeing, maybe we can weaken his power by diminishing the fear. It was a daunting task, fighting a creature that thrived in the realm of nightmares, fueled by the very emotion that made us vulnerable. But we had to try. We started sharing our story more widely, reaching out to paranormal investigators, online communities, anyone who would listen. We knew we risked ridicule, being labeled as delusional or attention-seeking, but the potential to help others outweighed our fear of judgment. Some listened, some were intrigued, others dismissed us outright. But slowly, our story began to spread, carried by the digital winds of the internet. More people started recognizing the figure in the hat, sharing their own encounters, their fear finding a voice. And as more people spoke out, something began to shift. The Hat Man's appearances in our own sleep became less frequent, less intense. The oppressive dread that had accompanied them seemed to lessen. It was a subtle change, but it felt significant. Could it be that our efforts were working? Was the collective awareness, the shared understanding, beginning to erode his power? But then one night, I had a dream unlike any I had experienced before. I was standing in a vast, empty darkness, a sense of profound isolation washing over me. And then, in the distance, I saw him, the Hat Man. He was standing perfectly still, his tall, shadowy form silhouetted against the endless void. But this time, there was no sense of dread, no paralyzing fear. There was only a deep, unsettling sadness emanating from him. He didn't move, didn't acknowledge my presence. He simply stood there, a lonely figure in the darkness. And then, slowly, he began to fade, his form dissolving into the void until he was gone. I woke up with a start, a sense of confusion lingering. What had that dream meant? Had we truly weakened him? Or was this just another of his insidious tricks? The next morning, Sino Hat and Alara shared similar experiences. Dreams of the Hat Man, not as a terrifying presence, but as something diminished, fading. It was a glimmer of hope, a sign that our efforts might be having an effect. But we knew the fight wasn't truly over. The Hat Man was a creature of darkness, and darkness always finds a way to return. We had to remain vigilant, to continue sharing our story, to keep the whispers of awareness alive in the dark. Story 17, Echoes of Blackwood. A new threat emerges. The silence in our nights had become the new normal, a welcome change in the terror that had once gripped us. The fleeting glimpses of the Hat Man had ceased, the oppressive dread replaced by a cautious optimism. It felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted, allowing us to finally breathe freely. The online forum, once a source of shared fear, had evolved. While stories of the Hat Man still surface occasionally, they seemed less frequent, less intense. More users were sharing stories of the fading man, echoing our own dreamlike encounters. It was as if the collective awareness had indeed diminished his power, pushing him back into the deeper shadows of the subconscious. Life had begun to move forward. Sarah and I had started planning for the future, the dark cloud that had hung over our relationship finally dissipating. Sino had begun to pursue their long-dormant artistic passions, finding solace in creation after months of fear. Alara had dedicated herself to translating more of her grandfather's research, hoping to uncover further insights into the entities that dwelled in the fringes of our reality. We still met regularly, a quiet camaraderie binding us together. We shared updates, cautiously optimistic about the future, yet forever marked by our shared experience. Blackwood Manor remained a topic of hushed conversation, a place we knew held secrets that might never be fully understood. Then, the dreams began again. Not the return of the Hat Man, not initially. These were different. They started subtly, a feeling of unease creeping into my sleep, a sense of something stirring in the darkness. The familiar weight of sleep paralysis returned, but the shadowy figure in the hat remained absent. Instead, I began to dream of Blackwood Manor, not as a decaying, silent structure we had explored, but vibrant, alive in a way it never had been. I would wander through its opulent halls, filled with unseen guests, a sense of dread and anticipation building with each step. The air would be thick with a strange, cloying perfume, and I would hear faint whispers just beyond the threshold of understanding. Sino had experienced similar dreams, visions of Blackwood Manor teeming with shadowy figures, their faces obscured, their movements fluid and unsettling. They described a feeling of being watched, not by the static gaze of the Hat Man, but by a multitude of unseen eyes. Alara's dreams were the most disturbing. She saw Blackwood Manor bathed in an unnatural moonlight, the ancient symbols on the walls glowing with an eerie luminescence. In her dreams, the ground around the manor would writhe with dark tendrils, reaching out as if to grasp something unseen. She felt a sense of ancient power awakening, a malevolence stirring beneath the surface. We knew instinctively that these dreams were connected, a new chapter unfolding in the terrifying saga of Blackwood Manor. The severing ritual had dealt with the Hat Man and the Lurker, but it seemed to have stirred something else, something perhaps even older and more powerful. Ilaire's grandfather's research hinted at other entities tied to the land, ancient beings that slumbered beneath the surface, their influence occasionally bleeding into our reality. He theorized that the intense energy released during the severing ritual might have inadvertently awakened one of these dormant entities. The cloying perfume in my dreams. Thorne's notes mentioned a specific type of flower that grew only in the vicinity of Blackwood Manor, said to bloom only when the ancient entities stirred. Its scent was described as sweet but overwhelmingly oppressive, often inducing vivid and disturbing dreams. The dark tendrils in Ilaire's dreams. Thorne had documented local legends of the land itself reaching out, drawing energy from the living when the ancient entities awakened. The shadowy figures in Sinohat's dreams. They felt like manifestations of this awakening power, unseen servants or perhaps even aspects of the entity itself. We knew we had to return to Blackwood Manor. The fragile peace we had found was shattered, replaced by a new, more ominous threat. Whatever was stirring there was powerful, ancient, and its awakening was manifesting in our dreams, a chilling prelude to what might come. This time, our return felt different. There was no frantic urgency, no desperate need to banish a known terror. Instead, there was a heavy sense of foreboding, a feeling of stepping into the unknown, facing a darkness we could barely comprehend. The manor itself felt different. The oppressive silence we had encountered before was gone, replaced by a subtle hum, a low thrumming that vibrated through the very stones. The air was thick with a cloying scent from my dreams, almost sickeningly sweet. As we moved through the decaying rooms, we noticed subtle changes. The dust seemed to have settled in strange patterns, almost forming symbols we didn't recognize. The shadows seemed to writhe with an unnatural fluidity. In the room were the ancient angular symbols. The air was thickest with the cloying scent. The symbols themselves seemed to glow with a faint, internal luminescence, different from the harsh light they had emitted during the severing ritual. Ilaire felt a strong pull toward a hidden chamber her grandfather had never fully explored, a section of the manor said to be built directly over an ancient spring, a place Thorne believed might be a source of the land's power. The passage to this chamber was hidden behind a collapsing wall, revealed only by a subtle shift in the stonework. It led downwards into the darkness beneath the manor. The air grew colder, damper, and the humming sensation intensified. The chamber itself was circular, with a pool of dark, still water in the center. The walls were covered in intricate carvings, unlike any we had seen before. They depicted serpentine figures, swirling patterns, and celestial bodies. The cloying scent was overwhelming here. As we stood by the edge of the pool, the water began to ripple. A low, resonant hum filled the chamber, and the carvings on the walls began to glow in eerie, pulsating light. From the depths of the pool, something began to rise. It was a formless mass of shadow, tendrils of darkness reaching out, coalescing into a vaguely humanoid shape. Its eyes glowed with a cold, malevolent light, and a whisper, just on the edge of hearing, seemed to emanate from its form. The whisper was not in any language we knew, but the feeling it conveyed was unmistakable, ancient, powerful, and utterly malevolent. The awakening had begun, and we were standing in its heart. Story 18, The Ancient Stirring into the Serpent's Coil. The air in the chamber grew heavy, the cloying scent from the flowers now almost suffocating. The pulsating light from the carvings on the walls cast eerie shadows that danced and writhed around the rising entity. It felt as though we had stumbled into the heart of something ancient, something that had slumbered for centuries and was now awakening. The shadowy form finally emerged fully from the pool, its height dwarfing us. It had no discernible features, its face a swirling vortex of darkness, yet those cold, glowing eyes seemed to pierce through us, seeing into our very souls. The whispers intensified, a sibilant murmur that resonated deep within our bones, stirring a primal fear unlike anything we had felt before. Ilara, though visibly shaken, held her ground, her hand instinctively reaching for the pouch of herbs her grandfather had described as potent against ancient entities. Sinohat gripped the black stone, its cold surface now radiating a faint warmth, as if sensing the presence of a kindred power. The entity remained silent for a long moment, its gaze sweeping over us, assessing, probing. Then the whispers coalesced, forming a single word, spoken in a language that echoed in our minds rather than our ears. Awakened. The voice was ancient, resonant, carrying the weight of ages. It felt like the very earth beneath our feet was speaking. Thorn's journals flashed through Alara's mind. He had written of an entity tied to the spring beneath the manor, a being of immense power that predated even the legends of the Lurker. He had called it the Serpent of the Earth, a creature of primordial darkness whose influence could seep into the waking world through dreams and nightmares. The serpentine figures carved into the chamber walls, the swirling patterns, the celestial bodies, they were all depictions of this ancient entity, its connection to the land and the cosmos. The severing ritual, in disrupting the binding between the Hat Man and the Lurker, had inadvertently disturbed the serpent's slumber, its awakening now manifesting in our dreams and within the manor itself. The entity extended a shadowy tendril towards Alara, its movement slow and deliberate. The air around it shimmered, and the cloying scent intensified, becoming almost unbearable. Alara reacted instantly, scattering the dried herbs Thorn had described. As they hit the ground, a faint, acrid smoke filled the air, and the serpent recoiled slightly, its glowing eyes narrowing. The herbs were a temporary deterrent, a ward against its ancient power, but we knew it wouldn't hold it for long. "We need to get out of here," I urged, my voice barely above a whisper. Sinohat nodded, their grip tightening on the black stone. It felt strangely attuned to the serpent's presence, vibrating with a low hum that mirrored the entity's own resonant frequency. We began to back away slowly, keeping our flashlights trained on the serpent. It remained in the center of the chamber, its gaze fixed on us, the whispers continuing to echo in our minds. As we reached the passage leading back up, the serpent moved. It glided effortlessly across the chamber floor, its shadowy form flowing like liquid darkness. The speed was unnerving, defying its immense size. We scrambled through the narrow passage, the serpent's whispers pursuing us, filling our minds with images of ancient darkness and primordial power. The air grew colder and the humming intensified, threatening to overwhelm our senses. We emerged back into the decaying halls of the manor, the cloying scent still clinging to the air. The manor itself felt different now, imbued with the serpent's awakening presence. The shadows seemed deeper, more alive, and the silence was replaced by a constant, low thrumming. We knew we couldn't stay. Blackwood Manor was no longer just a place of fear. It was a conduit for an ancient evil. We fled the manor, the serpent's whispers echoing in our minds long after the decaying structure disappeared behind us. The moonless night seemed darker, the surrounding woods more menacing. The very air felt charged with an unseen power. We found refuge in another motel, further away than before, but the sense of dread that clung to us was heavier than ever. We had faced the Hat Man and the Lurker, but this felt like something on an entirely different scale. Thorn's journal spoke of the serpent's ability to influence the waking world through dreams, to sow discord and despair. Its awakening could have far-reaching consequences, extending beyond the confines of Blackwood Manor. We knew we had to find a way to stop it, to send it back to its slumber. But Thorn's research on the serpent was incomplete, fragmented. He had barely scratched the surface of its ancient power. Alara remembered a passage in one of Thorn's later journals, a cryptic reference to a hidden text. An ancient grimoire said it contained knowledge of the serpent and the rituals to bind it. He believed it was hidden somewhere within the Historical Society archives, protected by ancient wards. It was a long shot, but it was the only lead we had. We had to return to the dusty archives, to delve deeper into the forgotten history of Blackwood Manor, hoping to find the knowledge we needed to face this ancient threat. The whispers in the dark were growing louder, and we knew time was running out. Story 19. The Serpent's Grimoire, Unearthing Forbidden Knowledge. The air in the archives felt heavier now, imbued with a sense of ancient secrets and forgotten lore. The scent of decaying paper and binding glue was overlaid with subtle, cloying sweetness, a faint echo of the serpent's presence in Blackwood Manor. The whispers in our minds were growing stronger, more insistent, occasionally coalescing into fleeting images of serpentine forms and swirling darkness. Ilera, her grandfather's notes clutched tightly in her hand, led the search. Thorne's cryptic references to the hidden grimoire spoke of it being concealed within the archives, protected by a series of subtle wards, disguised amongst other, less significant texts. He believed it was bound in a unique material and marked with an unusual symbol. We spent hours poring over countless volumes, our fingers tracing faded titles and crumbling spines. The sheer volume of forgotten knowledge was overwhelming, the weight of history pressing down on us. The whispers intensified as we delved deeper, as if the serpent itself was aware of our search, its ancient consciousness probing our minds. Sinohat, with their artistic eye, focused on the bindings of the books, searching for any unusual materials or markings. I concentrated on the titles and authors, looking for any names or subjects that might align with Thorne's cryptic clues. Ilera, meanwhile, cross-referenced Thorne's notes with the archive's catalog, looking for inconsistencies or anomalies that might indicate a hidden section or mislabeled text. As the hours passed, a sense of frustration began to creep in. The grimoire seemed elusive, hidden too well within the labyrinthine shelves. The whispers in my mind grew louder, more insistent, now laced with a subtle sense of mockery. Then Sinohat let out a soft gasp. They had found a book bound in a dark, almost black leather, unlike any of the other volumes. It was tucked away on a high shelf, almost hidden in shadow. There was no title visible on the spine. As Sinohat carefully pulled it down, we noticed a small, intricate symbol embossed on the front cover. It was a coiled serpent devouring its own tail, a familiar image that sent a chill down our spines. This had to be it, the Serpent's Grimoire. The book felt strangely heavy in our hands, the leather cold and smooth. There were no page numbers or chapter headings. The text was written in the same unfamiliar language as the severing incantation, but the script was different, more fluid and serpentine. Ilera carefully opened the grimoire, her fingers tracing the alien script. The whispers in our minds intensified, as if the serpent itself was trying to communicate through forbidden text. As Ilera began to decipher the script, drawing on her knowledge of ancient languages and her grandfather's notes, a terrifying history began to unfold. The grimoire spoke of the serpent's origins, its connection to the primordial darkness before time, its slumber beneath the land where Blackwood Manor now stood. It described the rituals used by ancient peoples to appease the serpent, to draw on its power while keeping it contained. It also detailed the dangers of fully awakening the entity, the chaos and destruction it could unleash upon the waking world. The grimoire contained intricate diagrams and descriptions of rituals to bind the serpent, to force it back into its slumber. But these rituals required specific artifacts, powerful incantations, and a deep understanding of the serpent's ancient nature. Many of the artifacts mentioned were lost to time, their locations unknown. The incantations were complex and dangerous, requiring a precise pronunciation and a strong will to channel the necessary energy. However, the grimoire also spoke of a vulnerability, a weakness tied to the serpent's connection to the land. It described a ritual to sever this connection, to drain its power by channeling the earth's energy against it. This ritual required a specific location within Blackwood Manor, a place where the serpent's influence was strongest, the chamber with the underground spring. The final pages of the grimoire were the most disturbing. They spoke of a guardian, an entity bound to the serpent, tasked with protecting its slumber and preventing its full awakening. The description was vague, but the imagery was chilling. A tall, shadowy figure, often seen in the periphery of dreams, a harbinger of fear and despair. The Hat Man. The grimoire suggested that the Hat Man was not merely an opportunistic entity drawn to the serpent's power, but an integral part of its existence, a protector and enforcer of its will. His presence in our nightmares, his ability to feed on our fear, was a way of strengthening the serpent's influence in the waking world, preparing for its eventual awakening. The severing ritual, while disrupting the alliance between the Hat Man and the Lurker, had inadvertently weakened the Guardian's hold, allowing the serpent to stir. The grimoire contained a ritual to banish the Guardian, to sever its connection to the serpent. This ritual required specific components and a precise incantation, but offered a way to weaken the serpent further, to make it more vulnerable to the final binding ritual. We knew what we had to do. We had to return to Blackwood Manor, to the chamber beneath the spring. We had to gather the necessary components, learn the banishing incantation, and prepare to face not only the awakened serpent but also its shadowy guardian. The whispers in our minds were no longer just a threat. They were a call to action. The fate of our world might depend on the forbidden knowledge contained within the serpent's grimoire. Story 20. The Guardian's Shadow, preparing for the banishing. The whispers in our minds were more insistent now, no longer just fleeting impressions, but almost coherent phrases, sibilant and ancient, laced with a cold malevolence. The serpent was aware of our presence, of our intent to disrupt its awakening. The air in the chamber felt charged, as if an invisible force was pressing down on us. Elara, her brow furrowed in concentration, translated the banishing incantation. The words were even more guttural and complex than the severing ritual, requiring a precise rhythm and intonation to channel the necessary energy. The grimoire warned of the dangers of mispronunciation, of potentially strengthening the Guardian instead of banishing it. The components of the ritual were described in cryptic terms: shadowed feathers, tears of the moon, and the silent bell. Thorne's annotations in the grimoire offered some clarification, linking them to specific locations within Blackwood Manor. Shadowed feathers, he believed, could be found in the Manor's abandoned aviary, a place where darkness had long since claimed the light. Tears of the moon referred to a specific type of phosphorescent moss that grew in the deepest part of the underground tunnels, illuminated only by a faint, ethereal glow. The silent bell was rumored to be a small, silver bell hidden within the Manor's long-sealed chapel. Its silence said to hold a potent spiritual energy. Gathering these components would be dangerous. The serpent's influence was growing stronger within the Manor, and the Guardian, the Hat Man, was likely aware of our intentions. We had to be cautious, to move swiftly and silently. We decided to split up. Sino Hat, with their keen eye for detail, would search the abandoned aviary for the shadowed feathers. Elara, guided by Thorne's knowledge of the underground tunnels, would seek the tears of the moon. I would venture into the sealed chapel, hoping to find the silent bell. The Manor felt different this time, permeated by the serpent's awakening presence. The shadows seemed to ride with an unnatural energy, and the cloying scent was almost overpowering in certain areas. The low thrumming from beneath the spring was a constant vibration beneath our feet. The abandoned aviary was a skeletal structure of rusted metal and broken glass, choked with weeds and shadows. A sense of profound decay hung in the air. Sino Hat moved cautiously, their flashlight beam cutting through the gloom, searching for feathers that had been touched by the Manor's pervasive darkness. They found them scattered amongst the debris, feathers leached to their color, brittle and cold to the touch, imbued with faint, unsettling energy. Elara descended into the underground tunnels, the air growing colder and damper with each step. The darkness was absolute, broken only by the beam of her flashlight. The whispers in her mind were strongest here, swirling around her like unseen currents. She found the tears of the moon clinging to the damp walls, patches of phosphorescent moss emitting a faint, ethereal glow, their touch strangely cold and slick. The sealed chapel was located in a remote wing of the Manor, the entrance boarded up and covered in thick layers of dust. Breaking through the barrier felt like disturbing a long-held silence. Inside, the air was heavy with the scent of decay and forgotten incense. Moonlight filtered through cracks in the boarded windows, casting long, eerie shadows. The silent bell rested on a crumbling altar, a small, tarnished silver object that hummed faintly with a latent energy. We reconvened in the chamber beneath the spring. The components gathered. The serpent's presence felt stronger now, the whispers in our minds almost deafening. The water in the pool churned gently, and the carvings on the walls pulsed with an urgent light. As Alara prepared the banishing ritual, arranging components according to the grimoire's instructions, a familiar shadow began to coalesce near the pool. The tall, slender form, the wide-brimmed hat, the guardian had arrived. The Hat Man stood silent as always, but his presence radiated a palpable hostility, a cold fury that was more intense than anything we had felt from him before. He was protecting his master, the awakened serpent. Alara began the banishing incantation, her voice trembling slightly but filled with determination. The ancient words echoed in the chamber, clashing with the serpent's sibilant whispers. As the incantation reached its peak, the components began to glow with an inner light. The shadowed feathers pulsed with darkness, the tears of the moon shimmered with an ethereal glow, and the silent bell resonated with a clear, silent tone that vibrated through the chamber. The Hat Man remained still for a moment, as if assessing the power of the ritual. Then he moved, his shadowy form gliding towards Alara, a silent threat. Sinohat instinctively stepped forward, holding out the black stone. As the stone came into contact with the Hat Man's shadowy form, it flared with an intense cold, and the Hat Man recoiled, hissing as if burned by frost. The stone, attuned to the darkness, was a weapon against the Guardian. I joined Sinohat, focusing my will, channeling the residual energy from the severing ritual. A faint white light emanated from my hands, pushing back against the Hat Man's oppressive shadow. Alara completed the incantation, her voice ringing with power. A wave of energy erupted from the components, washing over the Hat Man. His shadowy form flickered violently, as if caught in a storm of opposing forces. He let out a silent scream of rage, and then, with a final, fading flicker, he was gone. The chamber fell silent, the serpent's whispers receding slightly. The banishing ritual had worked. The Guardian was gone, leaving the serpent vulnerable. But the ancient entity in the pool remained, its cold, glowing eyes fixed on us, its power still immense. We had dealt with its protector, but the true battle was yet to come. The final ritual, the severing of its connection to the land, was all that stood between the serpent and the full awakening of its ancient darkness. Story 21. Severing the source, the serpent's end. The banishing of the Guardian had enraged the serpent. Its shadowy form writhed in the water, tendrils of darkness lashing out, striking the stone floor with a force that made the chamber tremble. The whispers in our minds were no longer just words. They were raw emotions, ancient fury, primordial hatred, a hunger that felt as old as time itself. Alara clutched the serpent's grimoire, her eyes scanning the final binding ritual. The incantation was long and complex, requiring a perfect alignment of intention and will. The components were not physical objects, but rather a channeling of the Earth's energy, focused through specific points within the chamber. Thorne's annotation spoke of 3 nodes of power within the chamber, points where the land's energy converged. They were marked by specific carvings on the walls, a coiled serpent, a swirling vortex, and a celestial eye. We had to position ourselves at these nodes, acting as conduits to draw the Earth's power and sever the serpent's connection to its source. We need to move quickly, Alara yelled over the roaring whispers in our minds. The serpent is drawing on the manor's energy. It's getting stronger. We moved to the designated nodes, the stone cold beneath our feet. The carvings pulsed with an increasing intensity, and we could feel a faint vibration in the air, a tangible manifestation of the Earth's power. Alara began the final incantation, her voice strained but resolute, battling against the serpent's mental assault. The ancient words echoed in the chamber, resonated with the Earth's energy, causing the carvings to glow even brighter. As she spoke, I focused my will, drawing on the residual energy from the banishing ritual, channeling it towards the serpent in the pool. Sinohat did the same, the black stone in their hand radiating a steady cold, acting as a grounding force against the serpent's chaotic energy. The serpent reacted violently. Its shadowy form thrashed in the water, sending dark tendrils lashing out, trying to strike us. The whispers in our minds intensified, becoming a psychic scream that threatened to shatter our concentration. The cloying scent grew so overpowering it felt like we were suffocating. The very air seemed to thicken, making it difficult to breathe. The chamber vibrated violently, and cracks began to appear in the ancient stonework. Illyra's voice wavered, but she pressed on, her eyes fixed on the final lines of the incantation. The light emanating from the carvings reached a blinding intensity. We could feel the earth's power flowing through us, a raw, untamed energy that surged through our veins. As Illyra spoke the final word, a wave of pure energy erupted from the carvings, converging on the serpent in the pool. The water began to boil and churn violently, and the serpent's shadowy form shrieked, a sound that echoed not in our ears but in the very depths of our souls. The light intensified, bathing the chamber in an incandescent glow. The serpent's form began to shrink, its darkness receding, its power draining away. The deafening roar in our minds faded into a whimper, then silence. When the light subsided, the pool was still. The shadowy form of the serpent was gone, replaced by still, dark water. The carvings on the walls dimmed, their ancient light fading. The cloying scent slowly dissipated, replaced by the damp, earthy smell of the underground. A profound silence descended upon the chamber, heavier and more complete than any we had experienced before. The ancient humming was gone. The oppressive presence had vanished. We stood there, our bodies trembling, our minds reeling, the echoes of the battle still resonating within us. Had it truly worked? Had we finally severed the serpent's connection to the land, banished its ancient darkness? The silence felt like an answer. The oppressive weight that had clung to Blackwood Manor for centuries seemed to have lifted. The air felt cleaner, lighter. We made our way out of the chamber, up through the hidden passage, and back into the decaying halls of the manor. The changes were subtle but noticeable. The shadows seemed less menacing, the air less heavy. The manor felt empty. We left Blackwood Manor for the final time, the dawn breaking as we walked away. The rising sun cast long shadows, but they no longer felt malevolent. The land around the manor seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the oppressive atmosphere finally gone. We returned to our lives, forever chained by what we had experienced. The nightmares faded completely. The sleep paralysis ceased. The fear that had haunted us for so long finally began to dissipate. The online forum gradually returned to its original state, filled with fleeting anxieties and the occasional unexplained shadow. The whispers of the Hat Man and the Serpent became distant echoes, fading into the realm of forgotten nightmares. We stayed in contact, the bond forged in fear and strengthened by courage holding us together. We knew that the darkness might always lurk at the edges of our reality, but we had faced it, and we had survived. We had unearthed ancient secrets, battled primordial evils, and ultimately, we had found a measure of peace. Blackwood Manor remained on the hill, a silent testament to the darkness that had once resided within its walls. But now it felt like just an old, decaying house, its power broken, its ancient evils banished. The serpent had been severed from its source, its whisper silenced forever. Story 22, The Empty Shell, Lingering Residue. Life had settled into a comfortable rhythm. The persistent anxiety that had shadowed my days had finally lifted. Sleep was restful, the nights no longer haunted by shadowy figures or oppressive dread. Sarah and I had moved forward, the shared trauma of Blackwood Manor, now a difficult memory, not a constant presence. Sinohat's art flourished. Their canvases were filled with vibrant colors and intricate designs, a stark contrast to the dark, shadowy figures that had once dominated their nightmares. They seemed to have found a sense of liberation, channeling their experience into their creative work. Illyra continued her research, delving into other obscure texts and local legends. Her focus now on understanding the broader spectrum of entities that might exist in the fringes of our reality. She approached her work with a quiet determination, a scholar seeking knowledge rather than a survivor battling fear. We still kept in touch, our shared experience forging an unbreakable bond. Our conversations were lighter now, filled with updates about our lives, our hopes for the future. Blackwood Manor was rarely mentioned, a closed chapter in our shared history. Yet a subtle unease lingered within me, a quiet whisper in the back of my mind. It wasn't fear, not exactly. It was more like a vacancy. The intense focus on the Hat Man and the Serpent, the constant battle against their encroaching darkness, had occupied a significant part of my mental landscape. Now that they were gone, there was a void, a strange sense of absence. It was like living in a house after a long and destructive storm. The damage had been repaired, the debris cleared, but the lingering scent of dampness and the faint echoes of the wind still served as a reminder of what had been. One evening, I found myself staring out the window at the city lights, a feeling of detachment washing over me. The world felt ordinary, and in a strange way, that ordinariness felt unsettling after the extraordinary horrors we had faced. I talked to Sarah about it, trying to articulate the strange sense of emptiness. She listened patiently, her understanding gaze offering comfort. "It's natural, Alex," she said gently. "You went through something traumatic. It takes time for your mind to fully adjust to peace after being in constant survival mode." Her words were reassuring, logical, and yet the feeling persisted. Sino had expressed similar sentiments during one of our online chats. They described a strange lack of intensity in their dreams, a quiet stillness that felt almost unnatural after the vivid terror they had endured. It was as if a vital, albeit terrifying, part of their inner world had gone silent. Ilera, ever the researcher, had a more analytical perspective. She theorized that our minds had adapted to the presence of these entities, our neural pathways somehow wired to perceive and react to their influence. The sudden absence might create a kind of sensory deprivation, a void that our brains were still trying to fill. "Think of it like phantom limb syndrome," she explained. The limb is gone, but the brain still expects to feel it. Our minds might still be expecting the presence of the Hat Man or the Serpent, even though they are no longer there. Her explanation made sense, but it didn't fully alleviate the strange sense of something missing. Then the subtle occurrences began. Small things at first. A fleeting shadow in the corner of my eye that disappeared when I turned to look. A faint, almost imperceptible pressure on my chest as I drifted off to sleep. A whisper, just on the edge of hearing, that sounded vaguely sibilant. I dismissed them as tricks of the mind, lingering echoes of the past. But they became more frequent, more persistent. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night with a jolt, a feeling of cold dread washing over me. The room was dark, silent, but there was a sense of presence, not the overwhelming terror of the Hat Man's return, but a subtle awareness of something else, something watching. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding, scanning the darkness. Nothing, but the feeling lingered, a cold knot of unease in my stomach. The next day, Sino Hat contacted me, their message filled with familiar anxiety. Did you feel anything last night?" I hesitated, not wanting to believe it, just a little uneasy, like something was there. They described a similar experience, a sudden wave of coldness in their room, a feeling of being observed in the darkness. Ilera reported nothing, her nights remaining peaceful, but she was concerned by our experiences. "It could be just residual anxiety," she cautioned, "our minds playing tricks on us." But we couldn't shake the feeling that it was more than that. It felt familiar in a subtle, unsettling way. Not the distinct presence of the Hat Man or the oppressive power of the Serpent, but something in between, a faint echo of their darkness. Then I had a dream. I was back in Blackwood Manor, but it was different from the vibrant, populated manor of my earlier dreams. This time, it was empty, silent, decaying. Dust motes danced in the faint moonlight filtering through broken windows. I wandered through the deserted halls, a sense of profound emptiness surrounding me. And then, in the distance, I saw a figure, tall, slender, wearing a hat. But it was translucent, almost like a ghost, its form flickering in the gloom. It didn't move, didn't acknowledge me. It just stood there, a silent, fading echo of what once was. I woke up at the start, a chilling realization dawning in my mind. The Hat Man and the Serpent were gone, their powers severed. But they had left something behind, a residue of their darkness, a faint echo in the fabric of our reality, perhaps even within ourselves. And it was still lingering. Story 23. The Fading Echo, a Lingering Influence. We sat amidst the dusty tomes, the faint scent of old paper mingling with the herbal aroma of Alara's workspace, the ghostly apparitions of the Hat Man in our dreams, the fleeting sensations of a lingering presence, had brought us together again. The relief of banishing the serpent and weakening its guardian was slowly being eroded by this new, more subtle form of unease. It's like a ghost, Sinohat said, tracing patterns in the dust on a forgotten manuscript. Not the Hat Man himself, but his shadow, a memory. Alara nodded, her brow furrowed in thought as she consulted one of Thorne's journals. My grandfather wrote about residual energies. He believed that places and individuals deeply affected by powerful entities could retain a kind of psychic imprint, an echo of their presence. Thorne's notes describe these echoes as being faint and sporadic, usually fading over time as the psychic imprint dissipated. However, he also warned that strong emotional states, particularly fear and anxiety, could potentially reactivate these echoes, making them more perceptible. The dreams, the fleeting sensations, maybe our own lingering anxiety is amplifying these residual energies, I suggested, recalling Sarah's words about the lingering effects of trauma. Alara agreed. It's possible, but the consistency of our experiences, the similar descriptions of a fading, translucent figure, it feels like more than just our imaginations. She pointed to a passage in Thorne's journal detailing the nature of the Hat Man as a psychic parasite, one that fed on fear and despair. Thorne theorized that prolonged exposure to such an entity could leave a vulnerability, a psychic residue within the individual's subconscious, even after the entity itself was weakened or banished. Think of it like an addiction, Alara explained. Even after the substance is gone, the craving, the memory of the sensation, can still linger. The thought was unsettling. Were we forever marked by our encounters, our minds forever susceptible to these faint echoes of darkness? We discussed ways to potentially dissipate these residual energies. Thorne's research suggested focusing on positive emotions, creating a strong psychic counterforce through joy, peace, and a conscious rejection of fear. He also mentioned certain meditative practices and the use of specific herbs to cleanse the psychic environment. We started incorporating these practices into our daily lives. Sinohat filled their apartment with vibrant colors and uplifting music, actively cultivating joy and creativity. Alara intensified her meditation, focusing on creating a shield of calm and positive energy around herself. I spent more time with Sarah, consciously focusing on the present and the positive aspects of our life together. For a while, it seemed to work. The fleeting shadows became less frequent, the feelings of unease less intense. The ghostly figure in our dreams appeared more faded, more distant. We began to hope that these residual echoes were indeed dissipating. Then, the dreams changed again. The translucent figure of the Hat Man began to interact with the dream environment. He would drift through familiar landscapes of our nightmares, a silent observer, his form flickering in and out of focus. There was no malevolence in his presence, no sense of dread, just a profound emptiness. In my dreams, he would sometimes pause, his faceless gaze seeming to drift in my direction, a silent acknowledgement of my presence. There was a strange sense of melancholy about him, a faded grandeur. Sino had dreamt of him wandering through the decaying halls of Blackwood Manor, his translucent form barely visible against the gloom. He seemed lost, adrift in the emptiness of the manor. Ilara's dreams were the most unsettling. She saw the Hat Man standing near the pool beneath the manor, his translucent form shimmering in the dark water. He would reach out a shadowy hand towards the still surface, as if longing for something that was no longer there. These dreams were no longer terrifying, but they were deeply disturbing. They suggested that the Hat Man, even in his weakened state, was still somehow tethered to us, or perhaps to the remnants of his power within Blackwood Manor. "It's like he's fading away," Sinnohat said, their voice filled with a strange mixture of pity and unease. "Like his anchor to our reality is weakening." Ilara theorized that the severing of his connection to the serpent and the disruption of his power source in Blackwood Manor had left him adrift, a psychic echo struggling to maintain its form. Our lingering memories and subconscious awareness were perhaps the only thread still connecting him to our reality. If we can fully let go of our fear, our memory of him, maybe he will finally fade completely, she suggested. It was a difficult task. The terror we had experienced was deeply ingrained, the memory of his presence a scar on our psyches. But we resolved to try, to consciously release our fear, to sever the remaining psychic threads that might be keeping his echo alive. We intensified our efforts, focusing on mindfulness and meditation, actively working to erase the lingering imprint of his presence from our minds. We shared positive memories, focusing on the peace we had found, the joy in our lives. Slowly, the dreams began to change again. The translucent figure of the Hat Man became more faded, more indistinct. His interactions with the dream environment ceased. He became a mere shadow in the periphery, a fleeting glimpse at the edge of our awareness. And then the dream stopped. The nights became truly silent, the sleep undisturbed by even the faintest echo of his presence. The residual unease that had lingered began to dissipate, replaced by a genuine sense of peace. It was as if the final thread had been severed. The Hat Man, weakened and untethered, had finally faded completely, his echo absorbed back into the vastness of the subconscious. Blackwood Manor remained silent on the hill, its dark secrets finally laid to rest. The serpent slumbered beneath its foundations, its guardian vanished, and the shadowy figure in the hat was gone, leaving behind only a memory, a testament to the darkness we had faced and overcome. We continued with our lives, forever changed by our experiences, but no longer haunted. The whispers in the dark had finally fallen silent. Story 24. The lingering question, a seed of doubt. The warmth of the sun on my skin felt like a tangible representation of the peace that had returned to my life. The fear that had clung to me for so long had finally dissipated, replaced by a quiet sense of resilience. Sarah's hand in mine felt solid, a grounding presence in a world that had once felt so fragile. Sinnohat's laughter was bright and unrestrained, a melody that echoed the vibrant colors of their recent artwork. They seemed to have fully embraced their newfound freedom from the shadows, their creativity blossoming in the light. Ilara, relaxed and smiling, shared stories of her ongoing research. Her focus now shifted to the positive aspects of folklore and mythology, the tales of resilience and hope that had endured through centuries. We talked about ordinary things, movies, books, upcoming plans. Blackwood Manor and its horrors felt like a distant memory. A dark chapter finally closed. The silence in our nights was no longer a novelty, but a natural state of rest. Yet, as the afternoon wore on, a subtle shift occurred within me. A fleeting thought, a whisper of doubt that stirred beneath the surface of my newfound peace. It wasn't a feeling of fear, not exactly, but a nagging question that refused to be fully silenced. It started with a casual mention by Sarah of a news article she had read online, a brief report about unusual sleep disturbances being reported in a town several states away. The details were vague. People experiencing vivid nightmares, a sense of being watched, but something about it triggered a faint unease within me. I tried to dismiss it as coincidence, the human mind's tendency to find patterns where none exist. But the image of the Hat Man, even in its faded, ghostly form from my dreams, flickered in my memory. Later that week, Sino Hat shared a post they had seen on a paranormal forum. A new user describing a recurring figure in their sleep. Tall, shadowy, wearing a wide-brimmed hat. The description was chillingly familiar. It's probably just someone else's nightmare, Sino Hat said, their voice tinged with a hint of the old anxiety. It doesn't necessarily mean... But the unspoken fear hung in the air between us. Could it be happening again? Was the Hat Man truly gone? Or had he simply moved on, finding new mines of torment? Ilera, ever the pragmatist, cautioned against jumping to conclusions. The archetype of a shadowy figure in dreams is common across cultures and throughout history. It doesn't automatically mean it's the same entity we encountered. Her words were logical, grounding, but the seed of doubt had been planted. I started paying closer attention to online forums and news reports, my unease growing with each vague mention of shadowy figures or unusual sleep disturbances. Were these isolated incidents, or were they the first tendrils of familiar darkness reaching out again? One night, I had a dream that felt different from the fading echoes I had experienced before. I was standing in a dimly lit room, not one I recognized. A sense of cold dread permeated the atmosphere. And then, in the corner of my vision, I saw it. A flicker of movement. A tall, slender form. The brim of a hat. It was fleeting, indistinct. But the feeling it evoked was unmistakable. A primal chill that ran deeper than mere memory. I woke up with a jolt, my heart pounding. I didn't tell Sarah about the dream. I didn't want to reignite the fear that had finally begun to subside. But the next morning, Sino Hat contacted me, their message filled with a renewed sense of dread. He was back. I saw him clearly this time. The hat, the stillness, it was him. The paralysis had returned for them. The crushing weight accompanied by the unmistakable presence of the Hat Man at the foot of their bed. Ilera, too, had experienced a disturbing dream, a vivid encounter with a shadowy figure, the oppressive dread returning with vengeance. The fragile peace we had found had shattered. The Hat Man was not gone. He had merely been dormant, or perhaps his influence had been weakened, allowing him to regroup, to find new pathways into our minds. The severing of his connection to the serpent and the disruption of his power source in Blackwood Manor had not been a permanent solution. He was an entity that existed beyond those anchors, a creature of nightmare that could adapt, could find new ways to feed on fear. The question that lingered was why now? What had triggered his return? Had our collective peace somehow weakened our defenses, making us vulnerable once more? Or was there something else at play, some other force drawing him back into our awareness? The thought was chilling. We had faced ancient evils, delved into forbidden knowledge, and risked our lives to banish the darkness. And yet, it seemed the darkness was persistent, always lurking, waiting for an opportunity to return. The picnic in the park, the laughter and easy conversation, now felt like a distant memory, a brief respite before the storm. The lingering question in my mind had become a stark reality. Was our battle truly over, or was this just the beginning of a new, perhaps even more challenging chapter? Story 25, The Unseen Web, a pattern of return. The comfortable silence in our nights had been replaced by a chilling familiarity. The crushing weight of sleep paralysis, once again a harbinger of dread. The fleeting glimpses had solidified into full-blown encounters. The tall, shadowy figure standing once more at the foot of our beds, his silent presence radiating a cold malevolence. "He's stronger," Sino Hat whispered, their voice trembling slightly. "The dread, it feels more intense than before." Ilera nodded grimly, her eyes scanning Thorne's journals, searching for any explanation for this resurgence. My grandfather theorized that these entities operate within a kind of psychic ecosystem. Disrupting one element can have unforeseen consequences on others. She pointed to a passage discussing the serpent's influence as a kind of anchor, drawing other shadowy entities to the area around Blackwood Manor. With the serpent gone, Thorne speculated, other entities might be vying for dominance, or perhaps the disruption had created a vacuum that the Hat Man was now filling with renewed vigor. Or maybe, I offered, a chilling thought forming in my mind, Maybe severing his connection to the serpent actually freed him in some way, untethered him from Blackwood, allowing him to spread further. The thought was terrifying. If the Hat Man was no longer bound, even loosely, to a specific location, his reach could be limitless. We revisited the online forums. The initial reports of a returning shadowy figure now escalating into a chorus of fear. More and more users were describing encounters with a tall, hat-wearing man in their sleep, their descriptions echoing our own with unsettling accuracy. The phenomenon seemed to be spreading, reaching individuals who had never reported such experiences before. "It's not just us," Sinohat said, their voice filled with a mixture of fear and a grim sense of responsibility. He's back in force." Ilera discovered a disturbing pattern in the new forum reports. Many of the individuals experiencing the Hat Man's return reported feeling a heightened sense of anxiety and stress in their waking lives, often linked to global events, personal struggles, or a general feeling of unease permeating society. "He feeds on fear," Ilera reiterated, Thorne's words echoing in the room. The current climate, it might be creating a perfect breeding ground for him. The digital age, with its constant stream of information and anxieties, seemed to be amplifying his power, creating a vast, interconnected web of fear that he could tap into. We felt a renewed sense of urgency. We couldn't simply retreat into our fragile peace, while others were falling prey to this ancient darkness. We had to act, to find a way to combat this resurgence. Thorne's journals contained fragmented notes on methods of psychic defense, techniques for shielding the mind against such entities. He wrote of creating mental barriers, visualizing protective light, and consciously rejecting fear. We started practicing these techniques, reinforcing our mental defenses, try and create a bulwark against the Hat Man's encroaching influence. We also share these methods on the online forums, hoping to empower others to fight back against their night terrors. But we knew that defense alone wouldn't be enough. We had to find a way to weaken him again, to disrupt his connection to this growing web of fear. Ilera remembered a passage in the Serpent's Grimoire, a cryptic reference to the Guardian's true nature. It suggested that the Hat Man wasn't a singular entity, but rather a manifestation, a projection of something far more ancient and pervasive, something that existed within the collective unconscious, feeding on the shared anxieties of humanity. If this was true, then banishing him completely might be impossible. He was a symptom of a deeper malaise, a reflection of the darkness that lurked within the human psyche. However, the grimoire also hinted at a way to disrupt his influence on a larger scale, a ritual that involved tapping into collective unconscious, not to banish him directly, but to sow seeds of awareness and resilience, to weaken the fertile ground of fear that sustained him. This ritual required a focus point, a place where the veil between the conscious and unconscious minds was thin. Thorne's notes suggested several such locations, ancient sites with a history of spiritual significance. One location stood out, a network of natural springs located several miles from Blackwood Manor, a place said to have been a site of ancient gatherings and dream incubation rituals. The springs were still there, a series of secluded pools nestled deep within the woods. The local legend surrounding them spoke of their waters possessing a unique energy, capable of amplifying psychic sensitivity and facilitating dream work. It felt like a long shot, a desperate gamble. But the thought of the Hat Man's influence spreading unchecked was unbearable. We had to try. We gathered the components Thorne had described for collective consciousness ritual. Specific herbs known to enhance dream activity, smooth stones collected from the springs, and small, hand-carved wooden charms meant to symbolize resilience and hope. Under the light of a full moon, we made our way to the springs, the air filled with the sound of trickling water and the rustling of leaves. The atmosphere felt ancient, imbued with subtle energy. Ilera began the ritual, her voice weaving the ancient words into the night air. We focused our intent, visualizing a wave of awareness and resilience spreading to the collective unconscious, reaching those plagued by the shadowy figure in their sleep. As the ritual progressed, a strange energy filled the air around the springs. The water in the pools shimmered, and the surrounding woods seemed to hum with an unseen vibration. We didn't know if it was working, if our efforts were reaching beyond our small circle. But we had to believe that even a small seed of awareness could blossom into a collective strength, a force capable of pushing back against the encroaching darkness. The fight against the Hat Man had evolved. It was no longer just about our individual nightmares or the dark secrets of Blackwood Manor. It had become a battle for the collective unconscious, a struggle against a shadow that fed on the shared fears of humanity. And we were just three individuals standing on the edge of a moonlit spring, casting our small stone of hope into the vast ocean of the human mind. Story 26. The Ripple Effect. Seeds of Resistance. The quiet hum of my laptop fan was a stark contrast to the silent dread that had once permeated my nights. Sleep was still occasionally punctuated by unsettling dreams, a fleeting glimpse of a tall, hat-wearing figure at the periphery, but the paralyzing fear was diminished, replaced by a strange sense of recognition, almost attachment. Sino Hat reported a similar shift. Their encounters with the Hat Man and sleep paralysis were less frequent, the oppressive dread replaced by a feeling of observing a familiar but ultimately powerless entity. They had even begun to incorporate the shadowy figure into their artwork, transforming the symbol of terror into something almost abstract, a study in shadow and form. Ilera had become a quiet beacon on the online forums, her calm, informed responses guiding those newly experiencing the Hat Man phenomenon. She shared Thorne's theories, the importance of collective awareness, and the techniques for mental shielding and rejecting fear. A small online community had begun to form around her, individuals sharing their experiences and offering each other support. The ripple effect of our ritual at the spring seemed to be spreading in subtle but significant ways. While the Hat Man's presence was still being reported, there was a growing undercurrent of questioning, a refusal to succumb to the immediate terror. People were recognizing the pattern, sharing their experiences, and finding strength in numbers. One forum thread, titled "The Man in the Hat, Are We All Seeing the Same Thing?" had become a hub for these discussions. Users from different parts of the country, even the world, were sharing remarkably similar accounts, their descriptions of the shadowy figure and the accompanying dread echoing our own. But within these threads, a new element was emerging: resistance. Individuals were sharing techniques they had found helpful in diminishing the Hat Man's influence, focusing on positive thoughts before sleep, visualizing protective light, even consciously confronting the figure in their dreams, refusing to be afraid. Some reported that when they actively rejected the fear, the Hat Man's presence would waver, become less distinct, even disappear entirely. It was as if our collective awareness was indeed weakening his power, eroding the fertile ground of fear he needed to thrive. Ilera theorized that the spring's ritual had acted as a catalyst, amplifying the existing subconscious awareness of this phenomenon and empowering individuals to tap into their own innate resilience. It wasn't a banishment, but a collective awakening. However, the Hat Man's appearances hadn't ceased entirely. He still lingered in the shadows of our collective unconscious, a persistent archetype of fear. And his encounters with us, the original targets, felt different. My dreams of him became less frequent, but more pointed. He would appear in familiar settings from my past, places associated with stress or anxiety, not as a terrifying presence, but almost as a reminder, a shadow lurking at the edges of my peace. There was no active threat, just a lingering awareness of his potential. Sino Hat's encounters took on a similar quality. The paralysis would return, but the Hat Man's form was often indistinct, wavering, as if struggling to maintain its hold. They described a feeling of being able to observe him with a strange attachment, the terror replaced by a sense of weary familiarity. Ilera's experiences were the most unsettling. In her dreams, she would sometimes see the Hat Man standing in the distance, his gaze fixed on her, not with malice, but with a profound sense of loss. It was as if he was aware of his diminishing power, mourning the fading of his influence. It's like he's becoming a ghost of himself, Sino Hat said during one of our online chats. A shadow of the terror he once inspired. We knew the fight wasn't entirely over. The Hat Man, as a manifestation of deep-seated human anxieties, might never truly disappear. But our collective awareness, our refusal to succumb to fear, seemed to be changing the dynamic. We were no longer passive victims. We were becoming active participants in the narrative of our own nightmares. Ilera continued her research, now focusing on the psychological and sociological aspects of collective fear and the power of shared awareness in overcoming it. She believed that understanding the underlying mechanisms of this phenomenon could provide long-term strategies for mitigating its influence. We continued to share our experiences and the techniques we had learned on the forums, acting as a source of support and information for those still struggling. The small community around Ilera grew, becoming a network of individuals empowering each other to confront their fears. The Hat Man's shadow still flickered at the edges of our awareness, a reminder of the darkness we had faced. But now, it felt less like a looming threat and more like a distant echo, a testament to the power of collective resistance. The seeds of awareness we had sown at the springs were beginning to sprout, creating a ripple effect of resilience in the unseen web of the human mind. Story 27. The Shifting Sands, an Evolving Threat. The familiar glow of my laptop screen connected us across the miles, a digital echo of the bond forged in shared terror. Sino Hat's background showed a sun-drenched studio, their artwork now exploring themes of resilience and inner strength. Ilera's study, as always, was a comforting chaos of books and papers, her focus now shifting towards the historical and cultural context of shadow figures and folklore. "It's quiet," Sino had observed, a hint of unease in their voice. "Too quiet, maybe? The forum activity about the Hat Man has really dropped off." Ilera nodded, her brow furrowed. "I've noticed it too. It's not just a decrease in new reports. Even the older threads seem to have gone silent. It's as if the collective focus has shifted. For a while, the silence had been a relief, a confirmation that our efforts to spread awareness and encourage resistance had worked. The Hat Man's presence in our own lives had become a rare occurrence, a fleeting shadow at the edge of sleep. We had hoped that he was finally fading from the collective consciousness. However, the sudden and almost complete silence felt different. It wasn't the gradual receding of nightmare. It felt more like a sudden absence, a void where fear had once thrived. "It's like he just vanished," I said, a prickle of unease running down my spine. "But something that pervasive, can it really just disappear?" Thorne's journals offered no definitive answers. His theories about the Hat Man's nature as a manifestation of collective anxiety suggested that as long as fear existed, so too might the potential for his return. Ilera had been exploring theories from other cultures, tales of shadow entities that could shapeshift, adapt their forms to tap into evolving human anxieties. Could the Hat Man be doing the same? The thought was unsettling. If he wasn't a static entity, but something more fluid, more adaptable, then our past victories might be meaningless. Then, Sino Hat shared something disturbing. A new forum had emerged, dedicated to a different kind of shadowy figure encountered in sleep. This one was described as gaunt, with long, spindly limbs and hollow eyes, often seen lurking in the corners of the room or just beyond the edge of vision. The feeling associated with this figure was not the oppressive dread of the Hat Man, but a chilling sense of being drained, of one's life force slowly being leached away. "It's different," Sino had said, their voice hushed. "The descriptions, the feeling, it's not the same as the Hat Man." Ilera had also come across these new reports in her online research. Some users were even using the term shadow drainer to describe the gaunt figure. The geographical distribution of these reports seemed to overlap somewhat with the areas where Hat Man sightings had previously been concentrated, but the descriptions and the associated feelings were distinct. "It's like the landscape of nightmares is shifting," Ilera observed, a thoughtful frown on her face. "As if one form of fear is receding, making way for another. Could the Hat Man be evolving, shedding his familiar form to tap into a new, perhaps more insidious, kind of anxiety? Or was this an entirely separate entity, drawn to the void left by the Hat Man's apparent departure?" My own dreams began to change subtly. The fleeting glimpses of the Hat Man became rarer, but I started experiencing a different kind of unease in my sleep. a sense of being watched by something unseen, a feeling of my energy slowly being depleted. I couldn't see a figure, but the feeling was distinctly different from the oppressive dread of the Hat Man. It's like the air of my dreams feels thinner. I tried to explain, like something is slowly drawing something out of me. Ilara suggested that our prolonged exposure to the Hat Man might have sensitized to other forms of negative psychic energy, making us early receptors for this new phenomenon. The online forum dedicated to the Shadow Drainer was growing rapidly, filled with accounts of debilitating fatigue, a sense of emotional emptiness, and the recurring image of the gaunt, hollow-eyed figure lurking in the shadows. The collective fear was palpable, but it was a different kind of fear, more insidious, more draining. The question that hung in the air between us was unsettling. Had we truly defeated the darkness, or had it merely changed its form, adapting to our resistance? Was the silence regarding the Hat Man a sign of victory, or the deceptive calm before a new storm? The sands of the nightmare realm seemed to be shifting, and we found ourselves on uncertain ground once more, facing an evolving threat we barely understood. Story 28, The Drainer's Grasp, a new kind of fear. The exhaustion was unsettling. It wasn't the bone-deep weariness of a sleepless night haunted by terror, but more insidious depletion, as if something had been slowly siphoning away my energy while I slept. The world felt muted, the usual vibrancy dulled by this persistent lethargy. Sino had described a similar sensation, a constant feeling of being tapped out, their usual artistic energy stifled by a pervasive fatigue. Even their vibrant canvases seemed to lack their characteristic intensity. Ilara, ever the researcher, had delved deeper into the emerging phenomenon of the Shadow Drainer. The online forum dedicated to it was now a thriving, albeit terrified, community. The shared experiences painted a chilling picture. A gaunt, shadowy figure, often glimpsed but rarely directly confronted, accompanied by a profound sense of energy loss, emotional numbness, and a growing apathy towards life. Thorne's journals contained no direct references to such an entity. His focus had been primarily on the more overtly malevolent figures tied to Blackwood Manor and the Hat Man. However, Ilara had unearthed parallels in ancient folklore, tales of psychic vampires and entities that fed not on fear, but on life force itself. It's a different kind of predator, she explained during our latest video call. The Hat Man instilled terror, a fight-or-flight response. This drains you, leaving you with no energy to resist. The descriptions of the Shadow Drainer were consistent. Tall and emaciated, with elongated limbs and deep, hollow sockets where eyes should have been. It was often seen lurking in the periphery, a silent observer that seemed to draw energy from its victims simply by being present. Unlike the Hat Man's dramatic appearances during sleep paralysis, the Drainer was more subtle, its influence a slow, insidious erosion. My own encounters in dreams had become more distinct. I would find myself in familiar locations, but the colors would be leached away, the atmosphere heavy and stagnant. The gaunt figure would be there in the shadows, its hollow gaze fixed on me, and I would feel a subtle but persistent draining sensation, as if my very essence was slowly seeping away. Sino had even experienced waking glimpses of the figure, fleeting shadows in the corners of their vision during moments of exhaustion or stress. The feeling of being drained would intensify during these waking encounters. Ilara theorized that the collective shift in focus away from the Hat Man might have inadvertently created an opening for this new entity. Perhaps the underlying anxieties that had fueled the Hat Man were now manifesting in a different form, a reflection of a more pervasive sense of exhaustion and disillusionment in the modern world. Think about it, she said. The constant connectivity, the pressure to be productive, the underlying anxieties about the future, it's all incredibly draining. Maybe this entity is tapping into that collective fatigue. The online forum for the Shadow Drainer was filled with stories of people losing their motivation, their passions fading, their relationships suffering under the weight of this inexplicable exhaustion. It was a different kind of horror, less overtly terrifying but equally destructive. We felt a familiar sense of responsibility. We had faced the darkness before, and even though this new threat was different, we couldn't stand by and watch it consume others. Thorne's journals, though lacking direct information about the drainer, contained extensive notes on psychic energy and how it could be manipulated. He wrote about techniques for bolstering one's own energy fields, for creating a strong psychic barrier against external influences. We started experimenting with these techniques, focusing on grounding ourselves, visualizing vibrant energy flowing through us, and consciously reinforcing our psychic boundaries. We shared these methods on the Shadow Drainer Forum, hoping to empower others to protect themselves. Ilara delved deeper into folklore, searching for rituals or practices that might offer protection against energy-draining entities. She found references to the use of specific crystals, the power of sunlight and fresh air, and the importance of maintaining strong emotional connections. We incorporated these practices into our lives, spending more time in nature, surrounding ourselves with positive energy, and consciously nurturing our relationships. But the drainer's influence was persistent. The fatigue lingered. The subtle draining sensation in our dreams continued. It felt like we were fighting an invisible enemy, one that attacked not with fear, but with a slow, relentless erosion of our very being. The question that now haunted us was, how do you fight something that doesn't inspire terror, but steals your will to resist? How do you confront a shadow that doesn't scream, but silently leeches away your light? The landscape of our nightmares had indeed shifted, and we found ourselves facing a new kind of fear, a draining apathy that threatened to extinguish our very spirit. Story 29, The Well of Slumber, a Source Revealed. The dim glow of the desk lamp illuminated the scattered pages of Thorne's journals and Ilara's notes, a stark contrast to the vibrant energy we were desperately trying to cultivate. The Shadow Drainer's influence was insidious, a creeping apathy that threatened to extinguish the very spark of life within us and the growing online community. There has to be a source, Sinohat said, their voice lacking its usual vibrancy. They held a piece of clear quartz, turning it over and over in their hand, a practice Thorne had recommended for amplifying personal energy. Ilara nodded, her fingers tracing a complex diagram in one of Thorne's later journals. My grandfather suspected that entities like this weren't always free-floating. He believed they could be anchored to specific locations, drawing energy from particular wellspring. Thorne's notes on the serpent had hinted at the power of the land itself, the ancient energies that flowed beneath Blackwood Manor. He theorized that other entities might tap into different, less obvious sources of energy, perhaps even drawing from the collective unconscious in a more direct way than the Hat Man. The forum reports the geographical overlap with the Hat Man sightings. It can't be a coincidence, I said, the persistent fatigue making it difficult to focus. Maybe this drainer is somehow connected to Blackwood Manor too, just in a different way. Ilara had been cross-referencing the locations of the most intense shadow drainer activity with historical maps of the region surrounding Blackwood Manor. She had found a recurring pattern. Many of the reports clustered near areas with a high concentration of natural springs and underground water systems, particularly a large, secluded well located several miles to the west of the manor, a place local legends referred to as the Well of Slumber. The Well of Slumber, Ilara murmured, her finger tracing a faded mark on an old map. Local folklore describes it as a place with a unique energy, said to induce deep and sometimes unsettling dreams. Some even whispered of it being a gateway to other realms. Thorne had briefly mentioned the Well of Slumber in his notes, dismissing the legends as local superstition. However, Ilara felt a growing intuition that it might hold the key to understanding the Shadow Drainer. The connection to water, a natural conductor of energy, and the association with unusual dreams felt significant. What if the drainer isn't anchored to the manor itself, but to this well? Sino had suggested, their voice gaining a flicker of its former energy. Maybe it's drawing energy from the collective unconscious through this natural conduit. The idea resonated with Thorne's theories about energy sources and the drainer's apparent ability to tap into a widespread sense of fatigue, a natural wellspring of psychic energy amplified by the anxieties of the modern world, could be a potent source for such an entity. We decided to investigate the well of slumber. The persistent fatigue made the prospect of another journey into the unknown daunting, but the thought of finding the source of this draining influence spurred us on. The well was located in a secluded, heavily wooded area, several miles from Blackwood Manor. The air there felt different, still and heavy with a faint, almost metallic scent. The well itself was ancient, constructed from moss-covered stones, the water within dark and still, reflecting the dense canopy above like a black mirror. As we approached the well, a wave of profound lethargy washed over us, intensifying persistent fatigue we had been experiencing. The air felt thick, almost viscous, making it difficult to move and even to think clearly. This is it, I managed to say, my voice heavy and strained. The draining, it's stronger here. Sinohat stumbled, their movements sluggish. I feel completely empty. Ilara, though clearly affected, held a piece of black tourmaline. Another crystal Thorn had recommended for protection against negative energies. The folklore it mentioned the guardian, something that protects the well. As she spoke, a figure began to coalesce from the shadows beneath the trees. It was tall and gaunt, with elongated limbs and deep, hollow eye sockets. The shadow drainer. Its movements were slow and deliberate, its unseen gaze fixed on us, and the draining sensation intensified, threatening to pull us down into a state of complete apathy. Unlike the Hat Man, it exuded no sense of overt malice, just a cold, pervasive emptiness that seemed to suck the very will to live out of us. Ilara began a protective incantation, her voice weak but determined. She scattered a mixture of grounding herbs around us, their earthy scent a faint anchor in the oppressive atmosphere. The drainer glided silently toward the well, its hollow gaze never leaving us. It reached a long, spindly hand towards the dark water, and as it did, the draining sensation intensified tenfold, threatening to overwhelm us completely. Its drawing power from the well. Sinohat gasped, collapsing to their knees. We knew we had to act quickly. The well was the source, and the drainer was its conduit. We had to sever that connection. Thorne's notes on energy wells were sparse, but he mentioned the possibility of disrupting their flow by introducing a counterfrequency, a source of pure, vibrant energy. He had experimented with certain combinations of crystals and focus intention to create such frequencies. Sinohat, despite their debilitating fatigue, instinctively reached for the clear quartz in their hand, focusing their artistic energy, their will to create, into the crystal. A faint white light began to emanate from it. Ilara, drawing on the earth's energy to the grounding herbs, amplified protective incantation, her voice gaining strength. I focused my own intent, channeling the lingering spark of defiance within me, visualizing a wave of vibrant energy pushing back against the draining apathy. Together, we directed our combined energy towards the well, a counterforce against the drainer's insidious influence. As our energy reached the dark water, it began to shimmer and ripple, disrupting the drainer's connection. The gaunt figure recoiled, its hollow gaze flickering with something akin to surprise. The draining sensation lessened slightly. We knew this was our chance. We had found the source. Now we had to sever the drainer's connection to it permanently. Story 30, severing the flow, banishing the apathy. The air around the well crackled with a tangible energy, a vibrant counterforce pushing back against the oppressive lethargy that had clung to the area. Sinohat's clear quartz pulsed with a steady white light. Ilara's protective incantation echoed with renewed strength, and my own will focus into a beam of defiant energy. The shadow drainer hissed, a dry, rasping sound that seemed to carry the weight of centuries of stolen energy. It reached again for the well water, its long, spindly fingers trembling slightly, but the shimmering energy emanating from us acted as a barrier, repelling its touch. We need to disrupt the flow, Ilara yelled, her voice clear despite the lingering fatigue. Thorne, he mentioned that these wells have a natural rhythm. A disruption at the right point can sever the connection. She consulted Thorne's notes, her eyes scanning a hastily drawn diagram of the well structure. Their convergence point, where the underground streams feed into the main wellspring. If we can disrupt that, the diagram showed a series of smaller stones surrounding the main well, marked with ancient symbols. Thorne believed these stones acted as resonators, amplifying the well's energy and channeling it outwards. Weakened but determined, we moved towards the resonator stones. The drainer followed, its movements now less fluid, its hollow gaze filled with growing sense of agitation. The draining sensation it emanated was still potent, but our focused energy was creating a buffer. Sino Hat, using their artistic intuition, identified the symbols on the resonator stones that felt most active, most connected to the well's draining energy. Following Thorne's notes, Alara directed us to touch these specific stones while focusing our counter-energy. As our hands made contact with the cold, moss-covered stones, a jolt of energy surged through us, a feedback loop between our intent and the well's power. The water in the well began to churn more violently, and the humming in the air intensified. The shadow drainer shrieked, a high-pitched, desolate sound that echoed through the woods. Its gaunt form flickered, as if its connection to the well was being severed. It lunged towards us, its long, spindly limbs reaching, but our combined energy pushed it back. Following Alara's lead, we focused our energy on disrupting the rhythm of the resonator stones, visualizing the flow of energy within the well being fractured and broken. The ancient symbols on the stones began to glow with an erratic, unstable light. The draining sensation emanating from the drainer intensified to a painful degree, but we held our focus, our resolve fueled by the desperate need to end this insidious threat. Suddenly, the water in the well erupted in a geyser of dark, viscous liquid. The humming reached a deafening crescendo, and the resonator stones cracked and crumbled. A shock wave of energy pulsed outwards, throwing us back against the trees. The shadow drainer shrieked one last time, its gaunt form dissolving into a cloud of black smoke that dissipated into the heavy air. The draining sensation vanished completely, replaced by a sudden lightness, a feeling of being released from a heavy burden. The well water settled, still and dark once more, but the oppressive atmosphere around it had lifted. The metallic scent was gone, replaced by the fresh, earthy smell of the woods. The profound lethargy that had gripped us began to recede, replaced by a slow return of our own energy. We lay on the ground, exhausted but alive, the silence of the woods a welcome change from the chaotic energy of the past few minutes. The well of slumber was still there, but it felt different, inert, its draining power severed. Slowly, we helped each other up, the weight of the persistent fatigue finally lifting. The world seemed brighter, the air cleaner. We had faced a new kind of darkness, a subtle erosion of our very being, and we had found a way to fight back. We knew that the underlying anxieties that had fueled both the Hat Man and the Shadow Drainer still existed in the collective unconscious. But we had learned that awareness, resilience, and focus intention could be powerful weapons against these unseen forces. The online forum dedicated to the Shadow Drainer gradually quieted down, the reports becoming less frequent, replaced by stories of renewed energy and a reclaiming of lost passions. The collective focus seemed to be shifting once more, away from the draining apathy and toward a rekindling of vitality. We left the well of slumber as the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the trees. The air felt clean and clear, the oppressive weight gone. We had faced the darkness and, once again, emerged into the light, carrying the hard-won knowledge that even the most insidious forms of fear and despair could be overcome. Story 31. The lingering echoes, a familiar chill. The gentle hum of the refrigerator and the soft glow of the lamp created a comfortable ambience in my apartment. Life had settled into a pleasant rhythm. The lingering fatigue from the Shadow Drainer's influence finally a distant memory. Sarah and I were making plans for a weekend getaway, a conscious effort to embrace the normalcy we had fought so hard to reclaim. Sino Hat's artistic energy had returned in full force. Their studio once again filled with vibrant colors and the sounds of creation. They were even preparing for a small local exhibition, a celebration of their resilience and the triumph of light over shadow. Alara continued her research, her focus broadening to encompass the interconnectedness of psychic phenomena and environmental energies. She had become fascinated by the subtle ways in which the earth itself might influence and be influenced by human emotions and subconscious anxieties. The online forums remained relatively quiet, the intense activity surrounding the shadow drainer having subsided. There was a sense of collective relief, a shared understanding that a dark chapter had closed. Yet, a subtle unease had begun to creep back into my awareness over the past few days. It wasn't the specific dread associated with the Hat Man, nor the debilitating fatigue of the drainer. It was a more general feeling of something being off, a faint chill in the air, a subtle pressure in the silence. I initially dismissed it as stress, the occasional anxieties of daily life, but the feeling persisted, a quiet whisper of something unseen stirring in the periphery. Then, I started having strange dreams again, not of shadowy figures, but of Blackwood Manor. The manor in my dreams was different from the decaying ruin we had explored. It was vibrant, almost alive, but with a subtle undercurrent of wrongness. The air was thick with the cloying scent of the serpent's flowers. Even though we had banished its influence, I would wander through its opulent halls, feeling a sense of anticipation, as if something was about to happen. Hat reported similar dreams, visions of Blackwood Manor bathed in an unnatural moonlight, the ancient symbols on the walls glowing with an eerie luminescence. They described a feeling of being drawn back to the manor, a silent pull they couldn't explain. Illyra, too, had been experiencing unsettling dreams, though hers were less focused on the manor itself. She dreamed the well of slumber, the dark water churning restlessly, the surrounding woods whispering with unseen voices. The news report on the television caught my attention. A local meteorologist was discussing unusual atmospheric disturbances, unexplained fluctuations in electromagnetic fields in the region surrounding Blackwood Manor. He emphasized that there was no cause for alarm, attributing it to rare weather patterns. But something about his tone, a slight hesitation, made me uneasy. I contacted Hat and Illyra, sharing my dreams and the news report. A sense of shared concern settled over our digital connection. The manor, the well, the atmospheric disturbances, Illyra mused, her brow furrowed. It feels connected. Thorne's journals contain extensive notes on the interplay between psychic energy and the environment. He believed that locations imbued with strong emotional resonance or the presence of powerful entities could create residual psychic fields that might, under certain conditions, interact with natural energies. Could the banishing of the serpent and the disruption of the well have created some kind of imbalance? Hat wondered. A ripple effect in the psychic environment? The thought was unsettling. Had our attempts to restore balance inadvertently created a new instability? We decided to monitor the online forums again, a familiar sense of apprehension returning. The discussions about the Hat Man and the Shadow Drainer remained dormant, but a new thread had emerged. A handful of users reporting strange sensory experiences in the vicinity of Blackwood Manor. Unexplained chills, faint whispers on the wind, a feeling of being watched even in broad daylight. One user described a recurring visual anomaly near the manor, a fleeting distortion in the air, like heat rising on a cold day, but without a heat source. Another reported a persistent, low-frequency hum that seemed to emanate from the direction of the manor. Illyra found historical accounts of similar phenomena in the local archives, descriptions of unusual atmospheric conditions and sensory disturbances coinciding with periods of intense activity at Blackwood Manor throughout its dark history. It's like the manor itself is reacting, Illyra said, her voice filled with a cautious concern, as if the land is still resonating with the energies that were once so potent there. My own unsettling dreams intensified. I was no longer just wandering through the manor. I began to see fleeting figures in the periphery, shadowy shapes that seemed to writhe and flicker in the gloom. The cloying scent was stronger, almost suffocating. One night, I dreamt I was standing by the well of slumber. The dark water was no longer still. It churned restlessly, and from its depths I heard faint whispers, not the ancient sibilance of the serpent, but something new, something expectant. The familiar chill that had been a subtle undercurrent in my waking hours now permeated my dreams, a cold dread that had a familiar yet distinct quality. It wasn't the specific terror of the Hat Man, but it felt related, a shadow cast by a familiar darkness. The question that now hung heavy in the air was, what was stirring at Blackwood Manor and the Well of Slumber? Had we truly banished the darkness, or had it merely gone dormant? Its echoes now resonated with some unseen force, preparing for a new manifestation? The familiar chill in the air felt like a warning, a subtle reminder that some places and some darknesses never truly let go. Story 32, The Resonant Frequency, a Gathering of Shadows. The unsettling dreams, the strange atmospheric disturbances, and the faint but persistent chill in the air had brought us back to the source of our initial nightmare. The quiet peace we had begun to embrace felt fragile, threatened by an unseen force stirring around Blackwood Manor and the Well of Slumber. Thorne's later research. He became increasingly interested in the idea of resonant frequencies, Alara explained, her finger tracing lines on a faded map of the region. He theorized that locations imbued with strong psychic energy could, under the right conditions, act like tuning forks, amplify and attracting other similar energies. She pointed to Blackwood Manor and the Well of Slumber marked on the map. These two locations, they were both sites of intense activity. The binding ritual, the serpent awakening and banishment, the draining influence of the well, all of it could have left a residual psychic signature on the land. The atmospheric disturbances reported on the news, the fleeting visual anomalies, the low-frequency hum. Alara believed these could be manifestations of these residual energies interacting with natural electromagnetic fields, creating a kind of psychic echo in the environment. And the dreams, Sinohat said, their voice hushed. The manor feeling alive again, the whispers at the well. It's like something is being drawn back. Thorne's notes on the Hat Man had hinted at his nature as an entity drawn to places of potent negative energy. Could these residual psychic echoes be acting as a beacon, attracting other shadowy entities to the area? Alara had unearthed local legends that spoke of other malevolent beings tied to the land around Blackwood, entities that had remained dormant for centuries. Could the disruption of the established order, the banishment of the serpent and the severing of the well's power, have created an opening for these other entities to emerge? My own dreams were becoming more vivid and disturbing. The shadowy figures in the manor were no longer fleeting glimpses. They were becoming more distinct, their forms gaunt and elongated, their hollow eyes fixed on me with a chilling emptiness. The feeling of being drained in my sleep had returned, stronger than before. It's not just a feeling anymore, I said, a knot of dread tightening in my stomach. It's the shadow drainer. It's back. Sinohat had also experienced a resurgence of the drainer's presence in their dreams, the debilitating fatigue returning with it. The sense of pervasive apathy was creeping back into their waking hours, stifling their artistic energy. The quiet, it was a lie, Sinohat said, their voice filled with weary resignation. It was just waiting. Alara had found a disturbing correlation in the online forums. Alongside the initial reports of sensory anomalies near Blackwood Manor, the Shadow Drainer Forum had experienced a sudden spike in activity, with users reporting a return of the gaunt figure and the draining fatigue. The resonant frequency, Alara murmured, her eyes wide with dawning realization. The residual energies from the serpent and the well, they might be creating a beacon, not just for one entity, but for others drawn to this kind of negative energy. The thought was terrifying. Were we facing not just a resurgence of familiar threats, but a gathering of shadows drawn to the psychic residue of Blackwood Manor's dark history? Thorne's notes contained a fragmented passage about a confluence, a time when the veil between worlds might thin in areas saturated with psychic energy, potentially allowing multiple entities to manifest. The atmospheric disturbances, the dreams, the return of the drainer. Could this be the beginning of such a confluence? We knew we had to act quickly if other entities were being drawn to the area. The situation could escalate rapidly. We had to understand the nature of this resonant frequency, to find a way to disrupt it before it attracted even more darkness. Alara focused on Thorne's theories about counterfrequencies, methods of creating a psychic dissonance that could potentially disrupt the attracting force. He had experimented with specific combinations of sound, light, and focus and tension to create such disruptions. The land is reacting to the imbalance, Elara theorized. Maybe we need to create our own resonance, a frequency of peace and resilience, to counteract the negative pull. It felt like a daunting task, fighting against unseen forces drawn to a psychic echo. But we had faced the darkness before, and we would face it again, armed with knowledge and the unwavering bond that had formed between us in the heart of the nightmare. The gathering of shadows had begun, and we had to find a way to turn back the tide. Story 33, The Counter-Resonance, a symphony of light. The studio, usually a vibrant explosion of color, now felt like a focused nexus of energy. Sino had meticulously arranged crystals in geometric patterns, their artistic intuition guiding the flow of unseen forces. Elara consulted Thorne's notes on sonic frequencies and light spectrums, preparing to orchestrate a symphony of counter-resonance. I focused my intent, drawing on the inner strength we had cultivated through our past battles, ready to anchor the energy we would generate. Thorne believed that negative psychic energy often resonated at lower frequencies, chaotic and discordant. Elara explained, adjusting a series of tuning forks. He theorized that a focused emission of higher frequencies, harmonious and coherent, could disrupt that resonance, creating a kind of psychic white noise. Sino had been experimenting with creating visual representations of these higher frequencies in their artwork, translating the concept of harmony and coherence into patterns of light and color that would be projected during the ritual. The land around Blackwood, it's like a wound that's attracting infection, Sino had said, their voice steady with purpose. We need to cleanse it with light and sound. Thorne's notes on the Well of Slumber mention its connection to subterranean water systems, suggesting it might act as a conduit for earth energies. Elara believed that by directing the counter-resonance towards both the manor and the well, we could disrupt the attracting force at its two primary points. The atmospheric disturbances reported on the news, Elara theorized, might even be a manifestation of the land itself reacting to the growing imbalance. Our counter-resonance could potentially help to soothe these disturbances as well. As we prepared, the sense of a gathering darkness intensified. My dreams were now filled with shadowy figures congregating around Blackwood Manor in the distance, their forms indistinct but their collective presence palpable. The draining fatigue had returned with a vengeance, making it difficult to maintain focus. Sino had experienced waking visions of gaunt figures lurking in the shadows of their studio, the feeling of being watched and drained almost overwhelming. Elara reported a growing pressure in the air around her, a sense of unseen eyes scrutinizing her every move. The whispers in her mind had returned, no longer the sibilant murmur of the serpent, but a chorus of indistinct voices, cold and expectant. The ritual began as the sun reached its zenith, a time Thorne believed held a natural peak of positive energy. Sino had activated their light projection system, filling the studio with swirling patterns of vibrant colors, consciously imbuing them with feelings of peace and resilience. Elara struck the tuning forks, creating a series of clear, resonant tones that fill the air, their frequencies carefully calibrated according to Thorne's research to disrupt lower, negative energies. She chanted ancient Sanskrit mantras, their rhythmic vibrations weaving a tapestry of sound intended to harmonize the environment. I focused my intent, visualizing a wave of golden light emanating from within me, expanding outwards to encompass the studio, then reaching towards Blackwood Manor and the Well of Slumber, a beacon of positive energy pushing back against the encroaching darkness. As the ritual progressed, the energy in the studio intensified. The crystals pulsed with light. The tuning forks sang their clear tones, and the vibrant colors swirled and danced on the walls. A sense of focused power filled the space, a symphony of light and sound directed towards the two dark focal points. We held our focus for hours, channeling our combined energy, visualizing the counter-resonance washing over Blackwood Manor and the Well of Slumber, disrupting the negative psychic echoes, pushing back against the gathering shadows. As the sun began to set, a palpable shift occurred. The oppressive pressure in the air lessened. Sino Hat's waking visions receded. My dreams at night were calmer, the shadowy figures more distant. Ilera reported a silence in her mind, the chorus of whispers finally fading. The online forums began to reflect this shift. The reports of sensory anomalies near Blackwood Manor decreased, and the activity on the Shadow Drainer forum began to subside once more. There was a sense of collective relief, a feeling that the tide might be turning. The atmospheric disturbances reported on the news also began to dissipate, the meteorologists attributing it to a return to normal weather patterns. It felt like our counter-resonance had created a ripple effect, disrupting the attracting force, pushing back against the gathering darkness. But we knew this might be a temporary reprieve. The underlying vulnerabilities in the collective unconscious still existed, and the potential for other shadows to emerge remained. Our efforts had bought us time, a chance to understand the nature of these resonant frequencies more deeply, to find more permanent ways to harmonize the psychic landscape and prevent future gatherings of darkness. The symphony of light and sound had created a temporary dissonance, but the deeper work of healing the wounded land and the anxious minds of humanity was still ahead. Story 34. The shifting focus, a new resonance. The quiet that had settled after our counter-resonance ritual had held, a fragile piece allowing us to delve deeper into understanding the complex interplay of psychic energies and the environment. Ilera's research had taken a new direction, focusing on the historical and cultural significance of liminal spaces, locations believed to exist on the threshold between worlds, often associated with heightened psychic activity. Blackwood Manor, the Well of Slumber, these are prime examples of liminal spaces. Ilera explained to the virtual audience, images of the locations flashing on the screen. Their history of intense emotional events and perceived paranormal activity has imbued them with a unique energetic signature. She discussed Thorne's theories about resonant frequencies, how these locations could act as attractors for certain types of psychic energy, drawing entities that resonated with their specific vibrational patterns. Sinohat shared some of their recent artwork, abstract representations of the energetic fields they perceive around these liminal spaces, translating the unseen forces into visual metaphors of attraction and repulsion. My own role had shifted towards gathering contemporary accounts, monitoring online forums and news reports for any new patterns or emerging phenomena. The focus on the Hat Man and the Shadow Drainer had largely subsided, but a new, unsettling trend had begun to surface. There are more and more reports of auditory hallucinations in the vicinity of Blackwood Manor. I explained to Ilera and Sinohat during one of our private video calls. Faint whispers, disembodied voices, sometimes even clear names being called. These reports were different from the sibilant whispers we had associated with the serpent. They were more human-sounding, often laced with a sense of sorrow or longing. The individuals reporting these experiences were not necessarily experiencing sleep paralysis or the draining fatigue of the Shadow Drainer. It was a purely auditory phenomenon, localized around the manor. Ilera had found historical accounts of similar occurrences, stories of disembodied voices echoing to the halls of Blackwood, often attributed to the spirits of those who had died within its walls. Thorne, however, had theorized that these could be more than just residual hauntings. He speculated that the manor's intense psychic imprint might be amplifying latent psychic abilities in sensitive individuals, allowing them to perceive echoes from other realms. The counter-resonance, it might have disrupted the primary attracting frequencies, Ilera mused. But in doing so, it might have inadvertently amplified other, more subtle resonances within the manor itself. Sinohat had even begun to experience faint auditory sensations during their visits to the area for artistic inspiration, whispers on the wind that seemed to carry no discernible language, yet evoked a strong emotional response. It feels sad, Sinohat described, like echoes of grief trapped in the air. The online forum activity had shifted accordingly, with a new thread dedicated to these auditory phenomena around Blackwood Manor. Users were sharing recordings of faint whispers they had captured, their voices often filled with a mixture of fascination and unease. Thorne's research on the Well of Slumber also offered a potential connection. He had noted its proximity to several underground cave systems, believing that these natural conduits might also play a role in channeling subtle energies, and even acting as pathways for other forms of psychic manifestation. What if the disruption at the well created a kind of feedback loop, amplifying the residual psychic energy within the manor? I suggested, and these auditory hallucinations are a byproduct of that amplification? Ilera believed that the manor's strong emotional history, combined with the disrupted energy flows from the serpent in the well, might be creating a new kind of resonant frequency, one that was particularly attuned to auditory perception, drawing in or amplifying psychic echoes of past trauma and grief. The focus had shifted. The overt threats of the Hat Man and the Shadow Drainer seemed to have receded, but a new, more subtle phenomenon had emerged, a haunting symphony of disembodied voices echoing around Blackwood Manor. The liminal space was resonating in a new way, and we found ourselves drawn back to its mysteries, compelled to understand the source and nature of these lingering echoes. Story 35, Whispers of the Past, unveiling the auditory echoes. The silence within the manor was different now. The oppressive dread that had once clung to the air was gone, replaced by a subtle, almost mournful stillness. Yet, beneath that silence, we could occasionally hear faint whispers, fleeting fragments of sound that seemed to drift from nowhere and everywhere at once. Ilera carried a handheld spectrum analyzer, its screen displaying fluctuating energy readings. The residual psychic energy here, it's still significant, but it's shifted its dominant frequency into the auditory range, she explained, her voice hushed. It's like the manor is trying to communicate, but the message is fragmented, distorted. Sinohat held a highly sensitive microphone, its long, furry windscreen resembling a ghostly ear. They moved slowly, carefully scanning the empty rooms, trying to capture the elusive whispers. My role was to document our findings, noting the locations and conditions under which the whispers were most prevalent. The accounts from the online forum had indicated that the auditory phenomena were strongest in areas of the manor associated with past trauma or intense emotional events. We started in the grand ballroom, the scene of Thorne's ill-fated seance and countless social gatherings, both joyful and sorrowful. The air here felt thick, with a palpable history. As we stood in the center of the decaying dance floor, a faint whisper brushed past my ear, too indistinct to understand, but carrying a clear undercurrent of sadness. Sinohat's microphone picked up a faint, breathy sound, almost like a sigh. The spectrum analyzer in Ilera's hand registered a brief spike in auditory frequencies. We moved to the master bedroom, where generations of Blackwood family members had slept, loved, and perhaps died. The atmosphere here felt heavier, more intimate. We captured several faint whispers, one sounding almost like a woman's soft sob, another a barely audible murmur of a name. The strongest auditory phenomena seemed to occur in the long-sealed nursery. As Ilera carefully pried open the creaking door, a wave of cold air washed over us, carrying with it a distinct whisper that sounded like a child's faint cry. The spectrum analyzer went wild, registering a significant surge in auditory energy. This is intense, Ilera breathed, her eyes wide. The emotional residue here, it's almost overwhelming. Thorne's later journals contain a fascinating theory about psychic imprints and how strong emotional events could leave a lasting energetic signature on a location, almost like a recording etched into the fabric of reality. He speculated that under the right energetic conditions, these imprints could be replayed, manifesting as auditory or even visual echoes of the past. He believed that the manor's unique liminal nature, amplified by the disrupted energies from the serpent and the well, was creating conditions for these psychic recordings to be heard by sensitive individuals. It's like the manor is haunted by its own memories, Sinohat said softly, their microphone capturing another faint whisper that sounded like the word lost. But Thorne also theorized that these echoes might not be static recordings. He speculated that the residual psychic energy could be subtly influenced by the emotions and subconscious expectations of those perceiving them, leading to variations in what was heard. As we continued our investigation, we noticed patterns. The whispers seemed to be more prevalent when we focused our attention on specific areas of past trauma, as if our own emotional resonance was somehow tuning into the manor's psychic imprints. We also experimented with generating specific frequencies of sound, using Alera's tuning forks, to see if we could interact with the auditory phenomena. When we emitted certain tones, the whispers seemed to become slightly clearer, almost responding to the external stimulus. One particularly chilling moment occurred in the library, near the alcove where we had first encountered the lurker. As Alera played a specific low-frequency tone, a distinct whisper that sounded like a man's anguished cry echoed through the room. "It's like we're unlocking something," I said, a shiver running down my spine. Thorne's notes on the serpent mentioned its ability to manipulate sound and perception. Could some of these auditory echoes be residual influences from the banished entity, intertwined with the manor's own psychic history? The question remained unanswered. The whispers of the past were a complex and unsettling phenomenon, a haunting symphony of grief, loss, and perhaps even lingering malevolence echoing through the decaying halls of Blackwood Manor. We were just beginning to understand the nature of this new resonance, the secrets it held, and the potential dangers it might still conceal. The echoes of the past were growing louder, and we felt compelled to listen, to unravel the mysteries they held within the heart of the haunted manor. Story 36, The Woven Voices, a tapestry of trauma. The faint, spectral whispers we had recorded within the manor played softly in the background, a haunting chorus of sorrow, fear, and fleeting moments of what might have been love or joy. Each captured fragment felt like a piece of a broken mirror, reflecting a sliver of the manor's tormented history. Alera meticulously analyzed the sound spectrums, searching for patterns, for any discernible language or emotional resonance that might offer clues to the origin of the voices. "The frequencies, they're complex, layered," she explained, pointing to a series of peaks and valleys on her screen. "It's not just one source. It's like multiple echoes interwoven." Sino had been listening to the recordings repeatedly, trying to discern any recurring words or phrases, their artistic sensitivity attuned to the emotional undertones within the spectral voices. "There's a lot of sadness," they observed, their voice soft, and a sense of longing, like they're trying to reach out. My focus was on cross-referencing the captured whispers with historical records of Blackwood Manor, try to match the emotional tones and any discernible words with known events and individuals associated with the estate. The manor's history was a tapestry of tragedy, from untimely deaths and financial ruin to whispered scandals and unacknowledged grief. We found a particularly strong concentration of sorrowful whispers in what had been the children's wing, a series of rooms that had fallen into disrepair decades ago. One recurring whisper sounded eerily like a child's plaintive cry for mama. Historical records confirmed the tragic loss of a young Blackwood heir to illness within those rooms. The library, where we had captured the anguished male voice, was also the site of a documented suicide of a family member driven to despair by financial ruin. The emotional resonance of the captured whisper felt chillingly aligned with that historical tragedy. Alera theorized that the manor's liminal nature was acting as a conduit, allowing these deeply imprinted emotional energies to manifest as auditory phenomena. The disrupted energy flows in the serpent and the well might create a kind of energetic vacuum, amplifying these residual echoes. "It's like the manor is reliving its traumas," Sinohat said, their voice filled with a sense of empathy for the unseen suffering. "These aren't necessarily conscious spirits, but echoes of intense emotion trapped in time." But Thorne's notes offered a more complex perspective. He speculated that in highly charged liminal spaces, the boundaries between the living and the deceased might become blurred, allowing for a more direct form of psychic communication, particularly when amplified by residual emotional energy. He even mentioned the possibility of psychic sponges, individuals with heightened sensitivity who could inadvertently absorb and then re-emit these residual energies, potentially influencing the nature of the perceived echoes. Could we be somehow influencing what we're hearing? I wondered, considering our own emotional investment in the manor's history. Alera acknowledged the possibility, but pointed to the consistency of certain recurring whispers and their strong correlation with documented historical events. The emotional resonance is too specific to be purely our projection, I think. As we continued to analyze the recordings, we discovered a faint, recurring whisper that sounded almost like a name, Eleanor. This name appeared in historical records associated with a young woman who had tragically died in the manor under mysterious circumstances in the late 19th century. The emotional tone of the Eleanor whisper was particularly poignant, filled with a sense of longing and unresolved grief. We felt a growing sense of responsibility towards these woven voices, these echoes of past trauma trapped within the decaying walls of Blackwood Manor. Was there a way to help them find peace, to release the lingering emotional energy that kept them bound to the liminal space? Thorne's research touched upon rituals of energetic cleansing and psychic release, practices intended to help dissipate residual energies and facilitate a sense of closure for lingering psychic imprints. These rituals often involve focus and intention, the use of specific frequencies of sound and light, and a deep empathy for the trapped emotions. The thought of attempting such a ritual within the manor felt both daunting and necessary. We had faced malevolent entities and disruptive energies before. This felt different, a more delicate task of offering solace to echoes of past suffering. The woven voices of Blackwood Manor were a tapestry of trauma, and we felt compelled to try and help unravel its threads. Story 37. The cleansing resonance, releasing the trapped echoes. The air in the ballroom, once thick with a palpable sense of historical weight, now hummed with a focused energy. Sino had arranged the crystals in a large, circular pattern on the dusty floor, their placement guided by their intuitive understanding of energy flow. Ilera moved slowly among them, striking her singing bowls, their clear, sustained tones filling the vast space with a calming resonance. I stood in the center of the circle, focusing my intention, visualizing a gentle wave of release and peace washing through the manor. Thorne believed that focused sound frequencies, particularly those attuned to the heart chakra, could help to break down stagnant emotional energy. Ilera explained softly as the bowls continued to sing. The crystals can amplify and direct that energy, creating a resonant field of release. Sino had created visual projections, subtle washes of soft, warm colors that moved gently across the decaying walls, intended to evoke feelings of comfort and acceptance. Our goal was not to banish or dispel, but to gently release the trapped emotional echoes, to offer a sense of closure to the lingering psychic imprints. We approached this ritual with empathy and respect for the unseen suffering that permeated the manor. We began by focusing our attention on the areas where the auditory phenomena had been strongest. Ilera moved to the children's wing, her singing bowls resonating with a particularly gentle and soothing tone. Sino had directed the soft blue and green light projections onto the walls, and I focused my intention on sending feelings of comfort and reassurance to the echoes of the lost child. As the resonant frequencies filled the space, the faint whispers seemed to shift, becoming less frantic, almost softer. The spectrum analyzer Lara held registered a subtle smoothing of the chaotic energy patterns. We then moved to the library, the site of the anguished male cry. Ilera chose deeper, more grounding tones from her bowls, and Sino projected warm amber light onto the bookshelves. I focused on sending feelings of peace and acceptance to the echo of despair. A profound stillness seemed to settle over the room as the resonant frequencies enveloped it. The most intense part of the ritual took place in the nursery, the air still thick with a palpable sadness. Ilera's singing bowls resonated with a pure, clear tone, and Sino projected a soft, encompassing white light. I focused all my empathy on the lingering echo of the child's cry, visualizing a loving embrace, a sense of reunion. As the resonant frequencies permeated the nursery, a single, clear whisper echoed through the room, a soft mama that seemed to carry a sense of release, of acceptance. The spectrum analyzer registered a significant dissipation of the intense auditory energy. We continued the cleansing resonance throughout the manor, moving from room to room, focusing our intention, the sound of the singing bowls and the gentle light projections creating a soothing and harmonious atmosphere. The faint whispers seemed to ebb and flow in response, as if the trapped emotions were slowly being acknowledged and released. Thorne's notes had cautioned that such a process might take time, that deeply ingrained emotional energies might dissipate gradually. But as the hours passed, a noticeable shift occurred within the manor. The heavy, oppressive feeling began to lift, replaced by a lighter, more peaceful stillness. The faint whispers became less frequent, less intense. By the time the moon had risen high in the night sky, a profound silence had settled over Blackwood Manor. The resonant frequencies of Alara's singing bowls had faded, the soft light projections stilled. We stood in the grand ballroom, the air feeling clean and clear, the weight of the past seemingly lifted. The spectrum analyzer registered a significant decrease in residual auditory energy throughout the manor. The woven voices had seemingly begun to unravel, their trapped emotions finding a pathway to release. We didn't know if the process was complete, if all the lingering echoes had found peace. But there was a palpable sense that something significant had shifted within the liminal space of Blackwood Manor. The cleansing resonance had created a harmonious counterfrequency, offering solace to the trapped echoes of the past. As we left the manor in the quiet of the night, a sense of quiet hope filled us. The whispers of the past had begun to fade, replaced by a stillness that felt like the beginning of healing. The resonant frequency of peace had been introduced into the haunted halls, and we hoped that its gentle influence would continue to resonate long after we were gone. Story 38. The lingering silence. A sense of completion? The warmth of the sun on my face felt genuinely restorative, a far cry from the faint, almost imperceptible chill that had once clung to the edges of my awareness. Life had settled into a comfortable rhythm, the echoes of Blackwood Manor's tormented past finally fading into a distant memory. Sarah's easy laughter was a constant reminder of the peace we had fought so hard to reclaim. C-No Hat's artistic endeavors continued to flourish, their work now imbued with a sense of profound serenity, reflecting the inner peace they had found. They were even considering moving to a quieter, more nature-filled setting, a further embrace of tranquility. Alara's research had taken a less intense turn, her focus shifting towards the positive aspects of folklore and the human capacity for resilience. She seemed to have found a sense of closure with the mysteries of Blackwood, her scholarly curiosity now directed towards more uplifting subjects. Our conversations were filled with plans for the future, with shared hopes and dreams that no longer felt overshadowed by the specter of the haunted manor. Blackwood Manor was rarely mentioned, a closed chapter in our shared history, a testament to the darkness we had faced and ultimately overcome. The online forums remained relatively quiet regarding Blackwood Manor, the threads about whispers and anomalies fading into the digital archives. It seemed the liminal space had found a measure of peace, its tormented echoes finally beginning to dissipate. "It feels over," C-No Hat said softly, stirring their coffee, a sense of quiet finality in their voice. "Like we can finally move on." Alara nodded, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Thorne always believed that places like Blackwood could heal, given the right intention and energy. Perhaps our cleansing resonance provided that. I looked at Sarah, her hand resting reassuringly on mine. The journey had been long and terrifying, filled with encounters that had tested the very limits of our sanity. But we had faced the darkness together, and in doing so had forged an unbreakable bond. Yet, a small part of me still felt a lingering sense of something. Not unease, not exactly, but quiet awareness of the unseen world, a heightened sensitivity to the subtle energies that might still linger in certain places. The experiences we had shared had irrevocably changed us, opening our minds to possibilities beyond the realm of conventional understanding. "I think we'll always carry a part of it with us," I said slowly, looking towards a distant horizon, "a deeper understanding of what lies beneath the surface." Alara nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps that's not a burden, but a form of awareness. We've seen the darkness, but we've also seen the power of light and resilience." The conversation drifted back to lighter topics, to travel plans and art exhibitions, to the simple joys of a sunny afternoon spent with friends. The silence surrounding Blackwood Manor felt less like a pregnant pause and more like a genuine peace, a quiet acknowledgement that its tormented echoes had finally begun to fade. The journey had come full circle, from terrifying encounters in the darkness to a shared sense of hard-won peace in the sunlight. Blackwood Manor remained on the hill, a silent sentinel of a turbulent past, but its power seemed to have diminished, its darkness finally receding. The lingering silence felt like a form of completion, a quiet affirmation that the cycles of fear and torment had finally been broken. We had faced the shadows, unraveled the mysteries, and ultimately helped to bring a measure of peace to a place that had known only suffering for generations. The echoes had faded, and a new chapter, filled with the promise of a brighter future, had begun. Story 39. The Unforeseen Current. A Lingering Resonance. The deep, restful sleep I had grown accustomed to was shattered by a sudden, inexplicable jolt of anxiety. The darkness of my bedroom felt heavier than usual, the silence punctuated by a barely perceptible hum that vibrated more in my bones than in my ears. It was a sensation that stirred a primal unease, a whisper of something familiar yet unsettling. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding slightly, scanning the darkness. Nothing seemed out of place, but the feeling persisted, a cold knot of apprehension tightening in my stomach. The low hum continued, a subtle vibration that resonated with forgotten fear. The next day, I mentioned the experience to Sarah, trying to downplay my unease. She listened patiently, but I could see a flicker of concern in her eyes. We had both hoped that the darkness of Blackwood Manor was finally behind us. I contacted Sinohat and Alara, hesitant to reignite the anxieties of the past, but their responses mirrored my own unsettling experience. Sinohat had also woken in the night with a sense of inexplicable dread, and the same faint, low-frequency hum. Alara, too, had reported a return of restless sleep and a feeling of subtle pressure in the air, though she hadn't consciously heard the hum. It's like a ghost of feeling, Sinohat said during our video call, their usual vibrant energy subdued, a resonance of something we thought was gone. Alara had been monitoring the online forums, and while there was no widespread resurgence of the Hat Man or the Shadow Drainer, a few isolated posts mentioned similar experiences. A sudden wave of anxiety in the middle of the night, a barely audible humming sound. The geographical locations of these reports were scattered, with no obvious connection to Blackwood Manor. Thorne's notes on residual energy fields, he theorized they could sometimes lie dormant for extended periods, reactivating under unforeseen conditions, Alara explained, her brow furrowed in thought. The cleansing resonance, perhaps it didn't eradicate the underlying energies completely, but merely shifted them, creating a new, more subtle resonance. The low-frequency hum was particularly perplexing. It didn't align with the auditory phenomena we had associated with the manor's trapped echoes. Thorne's research on the serpent mentioned its connection to subterranean energies and subtle vibrations. Could this hum be a residual echo of the serpent's influence, stirred by some unknown factor? Over the following days, the subtle unease persisted. My dreams became more restless, filled with indistinct shadows and a sense of something lurking just beyond the edge of perception. The low hum occasionally became more noticeable, a faint thrumming that seemed to vibrate through the very structure of my apartment. Sinohat's artistic energy waned, replaced by a return of a vague anxiety that they couldn't quite place. The low hum was more pronounced for them, sometimes accompanied by a feeling of mild nausea. Alara, though not consciously hearing the hum, reported a growing sense of irritability and difficulty concentrating, a subtle emotional disruption that felt strangely familiar. We discussed potential triggers for this resurgence of subtle unease. Could it be environmental factors, stress, or was it something more directly connected to the residual energies of Blackwood Manor and the entities we had encountered? Then, Alara made a significant discovery in Thorne's later journals. He had been investigating local geological surveys of the region surrounding Blackwood and had noted the presence of several underground fault lines and unusual magnetic anomalies. He theorized that shifts in these natural energies could potentially interact with the residual psychic fields of the manor, creating unforeseen currents and resonances. What if there's been some kind of geological shift? Alara suggested, her voice filled with dawning concern. something that's stirring the dormant energies. The low-frequency hum could be a manifestation of these interacting energies, a subtle vibration in the fabric of reality caused by the interplay of psychic residue and geological forces. And the unease, the restless dreams were we, as individuals sensitive to these energies, reacting to this unforeseen current. The thought was unsettling. We had focused so intently on the direct threats, the overt manifestations of darkness. The idea that subtle, unseen forces could still be at play, creating a lingering resonance that affected us on a subconscious level, was a sobering reminder that the landscape of the paranormal was far more complex and unpredictable than we had imagined. The silence we had hoped was a sign of completion might have merely been a lull before an unforeseen current stirred the depths once more. Story 40. The Earth's Whisper, a Subtle Awakening. The faint, low-frequency hum had become a persistent undercurrent to our days, a subtle vibration that seemed to resonate with a growing sense of disquiet. Ilara's research into the geological anomalies surrounding Blackwood Manor had become our primary focus. The possibility of the Earth itself stirring the residual psychic energy is a compelling, if unsettling, theory. These fault lines, they're not dormant, Ilara explained, tracing a network of red lines on one of the maps. There's evidence of recent minor seismic activity in the region, nothing significant enough to make the news, but enough to potentially create shifts in the electromagnetic field. She cross-referenced the seismic data with Thorne's notes on the manor's geological underpinnings. He believed the manor was built on a convergence point of several underground water systems and these fault lines, a kind of natural amplifier for both telluric and psychic energies. Sinohat, despite the lingering unease, had begun to sketch abstract representations of these interacting energies, their artwork taking on a more fluid, almost geological quality, depicting unseen currents and subterranean vibrations. My own sensitivity to the subtle hum had intensified, sometimes accompanied by fleeting visual distortions, the air seeming to shimmer momentarily as if unseen waves were passing through it. The restless dreams continued, filled with vague shadows and a persistent feeling of something stirring beneath the surface. It's like the land itself is whispering, I said during our video call, trying to articulate the strange sensation, a low thrumming that's waking something up. Ilara had found further corroboration in local folklore, ancient tales that spoke of the land around Blackwood Manor having a heartbeat, a subtle vibration that would intensify during times of unrest or when the veil between worlds thinned. The serpent was connected to the Earth's energies, Ilara reminded us. The well of slumber drew from underground springs. Even the Hat Man seemed tethered to the manor's overall negative resonance. Disrupting those connections, it might have destabilized the natural balance. The low-frequency hum, she theorized, could be the Earth itself reacting to this imbalance, a subtle geophysical manifestation of the stirred psychic energies. And this subtle awakening in the environment could be, in turn, reawakening dormant sensitivities within us and potentially attracting other entities drawn to this kind of chaotic energy. The online forums, while still quiet regarding overt paranormal encounters, had seen a slight uptick in reports of unusual sensory experiences in the Blackwood region. Unexplained vibrations, a persistent ringing in the ears, a heightened sense of déjà vu or disorientation. These were subtle, often dismissed as stress or overactive imaginations, but they mirrored our own experiences. It's like the environment itself is becoming charged, Sino had observed, their sketches depicting swirling patterns of energy emanating from the ground around Blackwood Manor. We discussed potential courses of action, directly confronting the Earth's energies felt beyond our capabilities. Thorne's research offered no clear methods for manipulating geophysical forces. Our focus shifted to understanding how these energies might be interacting with the residual psychic imprints within Blackwood Manor and how we might mitigate any potential negative consequences. Ilara revisited Thorne's notes on creating resonant frequencies, wondering if a different kind of harmonic vibration, one attuned to the Earth's natural energies, could potentially help to reestablish a balance, to soothe the agitated environment. Maybe we need to listen to the Earth's whisper and respond with our own form of resonance. she suggested, her mind racing with possibilities. The idea felt intuitive, a way of working with the subtle currents rather than against them. We began to research sound frequencies and meditative practices associated with grounding and connecting with the Earth's energy. Sino had explored earth tone color palettes and natural forms in their artwork, seeking to create a visual harmony with the environment. I focus on mindfulness techniques aimed at attuning my senses to the subtle vibrations around me. The low hum persisted, a constant reminder of the unseen forces at play. But as we began to focus our efforts on understanding and harmonizing with the Earth's subtle awakening, a faint sense of hope began to emerge. Perhaps the key to navigating this new, unforeseen current lay not in confrontation, but in finding a way to resonate with the Earth's whisper, to create a symphony of balance in a world where the seen and unseen were inextricably intertwined. Story 41. The telluric harmony, attuning to the Earth's pulse. The low-frequency hum that had become a persistent undercurrent felt subtly different here, near the well of slumber, almost as if the Earth itself was breathing. Ilara's research into telluric energies and their potential interaction with psychic resonance had led us back to this ancient site, a place where the veil between worlds seemed particularly thin. Thorne believed that the Earth has its own inherent frequencies, a subtle pulse that can influence and be influenced by human emotions and psychic energy. Ilara explained, holding a vibrating tuning fork near the moss-covered stones of the well. He called it the heartbeat of the land. Sino Hat sketches were no longer just visual representations. They felt like attempts to map this unseen heartbeat, translating the subtle vibrations into intricate patterns of lines and curves. They seemed to be attuning their artistic senses to the Earth's pulse, seeking a visual harmony. My own sensitivity to the low hum had become more nuanced. I could now perceive subtle variations in its intensity, almost as if the land was responding to our presence, to our focus and tension. The restless dreams had begun to subside, replaced by a sense of being more grounded, more connected to the earth beneath me. The folklore about this place, the well of slumber, maybe it wasn't just about dreams. I mused, looking at the still, dark water. Maybe it was about attuning to this telluric energy, a place to listen to the earth's whisper. Ilara had found references in ancient texts to rituals performed at such wells, practices aimed at harmonizing human consciousness with the earth's natural rhythms, seeking balance and healing. The idea of creating a telluric harmony, a resonant frequency that aligned with the earth's pulse, felt like a natural progression of our efforts. We began to experiment with sound frequencies associated with the earth, low, resonant tones that mimicked the planet's natural vibrations. Ilara used her tuning forks and a small handheld drum, creating a rhythmic pulse that seemed to resonate with the ground beneath our feet. Sino Hat translated these sonic frequencies into visual patterns, creating mandalas of earth tones and flowing lines. I focus on meditative practices, visualizing roots extending from my being deep into the earth, seeking a sense of grounding and connection. As we worked, the low-frequency hum around the well seemed to respond, its intensity fluctuating in subtle ways, almost as if the earth was acknowledging our efforts. The air felt calmer, more balanced. Sino Hat noticed that certain patterns in the play of light and shadow around the well coincided with specific sonic frequencies, suggesting a visual manifestation of the Earth's resonance. They began to incorporate these patterns into their sketches, creating a visual language of the land's heartbeat. My meditative practices deepened, and I began to perceive the low hum not as an unsettling vibration, but as a subtle pulse, a constant thrumming that connected me to the earth. The feeling of unease was replaced by a sense of grounded awareness. Ilara felt a shift in her own energy levels, a sense of being more centered and balanced. The subtle irritability and difficulty concentrating had subsided, replaced by a clearer, more focused mental state. The online forums remained quiet regarding overt paranormal encounters, but a few users in the Blackwood region reported a feeling of increased well-being, a sense of calm and connection to nature. Some even described experiencing subtle vibrations or a low hum that they found strangely soothing. It seemed that our efforts to attune to the Earth's pulse were having a subtle but positive effect, not just on us, but perhaps on the surrounding environment and the collective consciousness of the region. The well of slumber no longer felt like a place of potential darkness, but a nexus of natural energy, a place to listen to the earth's whisper and find harmony within its subtle rhythms. The low hum had become a constant reminder of this interconnectedness, a subtle awakening to the earth's pulse and our place within its intricate web of energy. Story 42, The Unseen Network, whispers across the land. The subtle shift in our focus, attuning ourselves to the earth's telluric energies, had opened up a new layer of understanding regarding the interconnectedness of psychic phenomena and the environment. Ilara's research had expanded beyond the immediate vicinity of Blackwood Manor, exploring the broader network of geological and historical resonance across the region. Thorne's later work suggested that liminal spaces weren't isolated pockets of energy. Ilara explained to the virtual audience, pointing to a map highlighting a series of historical sites connected by underground water systems and fault lines. He believed they were nodes within a larger, unseen network, capable of influencing one another through subtle energetic currents. Sino had shared their evolving artwork, now depicting intricate webs of light and shadow stretching across landscapes, connecting seemingly disparate locations with flowing lines of energy. Their art had become a visual exploration of this unseen network. My role had shifted towards gathering anecdotal evidence from a wider geographical area, monitoring online forums and local historical societies for any recurring patterns of unusual experiences that might align with Ilara's theories. The low-frequency hum, it's not just localized to Blackwood, I reported during our virtual meeting. I found scattered reports from individuals living near other historical sites along these fault lines, describing similar sensations, a subtle vibration, a feeling of unease. Ilara had also uncovered historical accounts linking unusual atmosphere phenomena and heightened psychic activity to these interconnected locations, suggesting a regional resonance that extended far beyond Blackwood Manor. The Earth's whisper, it might be a collective sigh, a subtle energetic response to centuries of human emotion and experience imprinted on the land, Ilara theorized. And liminal spaces like Blackwood act as amplifiers within this network, intensifying these subtle currents. Sino Hat's artwork began to incorporate symbols and patterns associated with these other historical sites, creating a visual tapestry of the region's interconnected energetic landscape. The online forums reflected this broader pattern. While direct encounters with specific entities like the Hat Man or the Shadow Drainer remained rare, there was a growing undercurrent of shared sensory experiences across the region. The low hum, fleeting visual distortions, a heightened sense of déjà vu in certain locations. It was as if the land itself was subtly awakening, stirring echoes of the past in a more diffuse way. It's like the energy is spreading, Sino had observed, their latest artwork depicting waves of subtle energy emanating from the Blackwood region, rippling outwards to connect with other historical sites. Ilara believed that our efforts to create a telluric harmony near the Well of Slumber might have inadvertently influenced this larger network, creating a subtle counter-resonance that was now being felt across the region. The intention behind our ritual was balance, Ilara explained. Perhaps we've inadvertently created a ripple effect, a subtle shift in the overall energetic landscape. The question that now intrigued us was the nature of this unseen network and the potential implications of its subtle awakening. Were we merely perceiving echoes of the past, or was something new emerging from this interconnected web of energy? Could these subtle currents potentially attract other entities or amplify latent psychic sensitivities in the population? Our focus shifted towards understanding the dynamics of this regional resonance, exploring ways to further harmonize the energetic landscape on a larger scale. Thorne's later research hinted at the possibility of creating harmonic anchors at key liminal points within the network, using focus intention and resonant frequencies to promote balance and dissipate negative energies across the region. The task felt immense, extending far beyond the confines of Blackwood Manor. But the subtle whispers across the land suggested a deeper interconnectedness, a hidden layer of reality waiting to be understood, and perhaps gently guided towards a state of greater harmony. Story 43, The Harmonic Anchors, grounding the regional resonance. the subtle whispers across the land, the faint hum resonating through the interconnected network of liminal spaces, had spurred us into action. Ilera's theory of harmonic anchors, using focus intention and resonant frequencies at key points within this network to promote balance, felt like the next logical step in addressing the regional energetic imbalance. Our journey took us to several historical sites marked on Thorne's maps. An old colonial church with a history of both fervent prayer and hidden sorrow, a Native American burial ground said to hold a deep connection to the earth's spirits, and the ruins of a 19th century mill that had witnessed both industrial progress and tragic accidents. Each location felt subtly different, yet all shared a faint undercurrent of the low hum and a palpable sense of lingering history. Thorne believed these sites acted like nodes in the network, points where the energetic currents converged. Ilera explained, as we approached the old church, its weathered stone steeple reaching toward the sky. By establishing harmonic anchors at these points, we can potentially ground a regional resonance, creating a more stable energetic field. Hat meticulously documented their impressions of each location in their sketchbook, noting the specific patterns of light and shadow, the subtle vibrations they perceived, and the emotional undertones that lingered in the air. Their art was becoming a form of energetic cartography, mapping the unseen currents of the land. My role was to focus our intention during the anchoring rituals, drawing on the inner peace and resilience we had cultivated, acting as a conduit for the harmonizing energy. The low hum was a constant companion on our journey, its intensity fluctuating depending on the energetic resonance of each location. At the old church, Ilera used specific Gregorian chants and the resonant tones of amethyst crystals, focusing on themes of peace and forgiveness to counteract the echoes of past sorrow. Hat sketched the intricate patterns of stained glass windows, their vibrant colors imbued with a sense of spiritual upliftment. I anchored our intention, visualizing a wave of calming energy radiating outwards from the church, grounding the subtle unease in the surrounding area. At the Native American burial ground, Ilera used traditional drumming rhythms and the grounding vibrations of obsidian crystals, focusing on themes of respect and connection to the earth. Hat sketched the natural forms of the landscape, the ancient trees and weathered stones, capturing their deep connection to the land spirit. I anchored our intention, visualizing a flow of harmonious energy rising from the earth, stabilizing the subtle vibrations. The ruins of the old mill presented a different challenge, the air thick with sense of past struggle and industrial energy. Ilera used the resonant frequencies of metallic singing bowls and the grounding properties of hematite crystals, focusing on themes of release and transformation. Hat sketched the decaying machinery, finding a strange beauty in its weathered forms, symbolizing the passage of time and the potential for renewal. I anchored our intention, visualizing a wave of transformative energy flowing through the ruins, releasing the echoes of past hardship. At each location, we performed a similar ritual, using sound, focus intention, and the specific energetic properties of crystals to create a harmonic anchor, a point of stability within the regional network. As we moved from site to site, we noticed a subtle shift in the overall energetic landscape. The low hum seemed to become less pervasive. The subtle feelings of unease in the air began to dissipate. The online forums reflected this change, with fewer reports of unusual sensory experiences across the region. Instead, a few users mentioned a feeling of increased calm and groundedness, a sense of the land feeling more settled. It felt like our efforts were having a positive effect, subtly harmonizing the regional resonance, creating points of balance within the unseen network. The earth's whisper seemed to soften, becoming a more gentle and less unsettling presence. The journey was long and required focus and tension, but with each harmonic anchor we established, we felt a growing sense of hope. We were learning to work with the subtle energies of the land, to listen to its whispers and respond with our own resonance of peace and balance. The unseen network was vast and complex, but with each grounded node, we hoped to create a more stable and harmonious energetic landscape for ourselves and for others sensitive to its subtle currents. Story 44. The stillness between a pause and a resonance. The low hum that had subtly permeated the region had finally faded into near silence. The establishment of the harmonic anchors at key liminal points seemed to have effectively grounded the regional resonance, creating a palpable sense of stillness in the energetic landscape. "It feels quiet," Sino had observed, their voice filled with a genuine sense of peace. Their artwork had taken on a new vibrancy, no longer focused on mapping unseen energies, but celebrating the beauty and tranquility of a natural world. Ilera nodded, her research having shifted towards a study of long-term energetic stability in liminal spaces. Thorne believed that with consistent intention and the establishment of balanced resonances, these areas could find a state of equilibrium, a natural harmony. My own sensitivity to subtle energies had become less reactive, more attuned to the natural rhythms of the environment. The restless nights and fleeting unease were gone, replaced by a deep sense of inner calm. The online forums reflected this widespread shift. Reports of unusual sensory experiences in the Blackwood region had dwindled to almost nothing. Instead, there were discussions about a newfound sense of peace and well-being, a feeling of the land feeling more settled. "It's like the earth took a deep breath and finally exhaled," I said during our video call, a sense of quiet satisfaction washing over me. We discussed the possibility of other energetic disturbances emerging in the future, acknowledging the complex and ever-changing nature of the unseen world. But for the first time since our initial encounter with Blackwood Manor, there was a genuine feeling of resolution, a sense that we had addressed a regional imbalance and brought a measure of peace to a troubled landscape. Ilera theorized that the harmonic anchors might need periodic reinforcement, a kind of energetic tending to maintain their stability over time. We agreed to remain vigilant, to continue monitoring the subtle energies of the region, and to revisit the anchor points if any signs of imbalance reappeared. Sino had expressed a desire to create artwork inspired by the balanced energetic landscape, visual representations of the harmony we had helped to cultivate. My focus shifted towards integrating this deeper understanding of unseen energies into my daily life, cultivating a greater sense of connection to the natural world and a heightened awareness of subtle environmental influences. The stillness between the resonances felt profound, a welcome respite after the turbulent journey we had undertaken. It was a reminder that even in the most troubled landscapes, balance could be restored and harmony could prevail with focused intention and a deep understanding of the interconnectedness of energy and environment. Blackwood Manor remained on the hill, silent and still, no longer a beacon of darkness, but a testament to the possibility of healing. The well of slumber reflected the clear sky above, its waters tranquil. The unseen network across the land seemed to have found a new equilibrium, a quiet harmony in the stillness between the resonances. Story 45. The shifting tides, a disturbance in the stillness. The gentle rustling of leaves and the cheerful chirping of birds usually brought me a sense of profound tranquility. The stillness that had settled over the region felt like a hard-won victory, a testament to the power of balance and intention. Yet, today, a faint discord seemed to underlie the natural harmony, a subtle vibration that resonated with a forgotten anxiety. The air felt slightly heavier, the sunlight a little less vibrant. It was a feeling more than a tangible change, a subtle shift in the energetic landscape that my heightened senses had begun to register. The distant wail of the siren, though brief, seemed to amplify this underlying unease. Later that day, I connected with Sino Hat. Their usual artistic energy seemed muted, their latest canvases displaying a return to more abstract, unsettling forms. They described a feeling of restlessness, a sense that something was stirring beneath the surface of quietude. "It's like a tension," they said, their voice thoughtful but tinged with a hint of worry, like the stillness is being stretched, pulled. Ilera, too, had noticed a subtle shift. Her research had indicated a slight fluctuation in the regional electromagnetic field readings, nothing alarming, but a deviation from the stable patterns of recent months. She had also reported a return of mildly restless sleep and a sense of vague anticipation, as if something was about to happen. "The harmonic anchors, they're still stable according to the readings," she explained during our video call. But there's a definite change in the overall energetic signature of the region. It's less settled. The online forums, which have been largely dormant regarding paranormal phenomena in our area, had seen a slight uptick in new posts. These reports were varied and often dismissed as stress or imagination. Vivid dreams, fleeting shadows, a return of the barely audible low hum in isolated locations. However, the subtle consistency of these reports sparked a familiar unease within us. It's not a resurgence of anything specific. I observed, more like a general stirring, a disturbance in stillness. We discussed potential causes for this shift. Could it be natural environmental fluctuations, unforeseen geological activity, or perhaps even a subtle ripple effect from energetic events in other, distant locations? The unseen network Thorne had theorized about was vast and interconnected. A disturbance in one area could potentially create ripples elsewhere. Ilera revisited Thorne's notes on the cyclical nature of energetic phenomena, his belief that periods of relative calm were often followed by periods of increased activity, like the ebb and flow of tides. Could this be the beginning of a new cycle? Hat's artwork began to reflect this sense of shifting tides, depicting swirling patterns of energy that seemed to be converging and diverging, the previous stillness replaced by a sense of dynamic movement. My own sensitivity to the subtle energies continued to heighten. I began to experience fleeting moments of disorientation, a sense of being slightly out of sync with my surroundings. The feeling was subtle but persistent, a quiet reminder that the unseen world was rarely static. The question that now lingered in our minds was the nature of this disturbance. Was it a natural rebalancing of energies after our interventions, or was it a sign of a new, unforeseen influence entering the regional landscape? The stillness we had hoped was permanent seemed to be giving way to a sense of shifting tides, a subtle awakening that held both a sense of anticipation and a hint of potential unease. The energetic landscape was stirring once more, and we felt a familiar sense of vigilance returning. Story 46. The gathering swirl, an intensifying resonance. The subtle disturbance in the energetic stillness had begun to intensify, the gentle shifting tides evolving into a more pronounced swirl of unseen forces. Ilera's monitoring equipment was registering increasingly erratic fluctuations in the regional electromagnetic field, and the subtle low hum had become more persistent and widespread. The harmonic anchors are still holding, but the surrounding energy field is becoming agitated. Ilera explained, her fingers flying across her keyboard as she analyzed the data. It's like something is trying to push through to disrupt the established balance. Hat's artwork had become more turbulent, depicting swirling vortexes of color and shadow, reflecting their growing sense of an intensifying resonance in the environment. They described experiencing heightened sensory perceptions, fleeting images at the periphery of their vision, and a more pronounced feeling of unease. My own sensitivity had amplified significantly. The subtle disorientation had become more frequent, accompanied by vivid and unsettling dreams filled with swirling patterns and a sense of an unseen pressure building in the atmosphere. The low hum now felt like a constant thrumming within me, vibrating with a growing intensity. The online forums, they're lighting up again, I reported during our video call, a knot of apprehension tightening in my stomach. But it's not the Hat Man or the Drainer. It's something different. The new reports describe a range of unsettling experiences, a feeling of being watched by something unseen but formless, sudden waves of intense anxiety or sadness without apparent cause, vivid nightmares filled with swirling darkness, and a persistent sense of disorientation or unreality. The low hum was also being reported more frequently, often accompanied by a feeling of pressure in the head or a ringing in the ears. It's like the collective unconscious is reacting to this energetic turbulence, Ilera theorized, her gaze fixed on the fluctuating readings on her screen. The harmonic anchors might be holding the specific entities at bay, but this broader instability is stirring something else. Thorne's later research touched upon the concept of ambient psychic energy, a kind of background emotional residue that could be amplified by environmental factors and collective states of mind. He speculated that periods of widespread anxiety or uncertainty could create a fertile ground for more amorphous, less defined entities to manifest. This feels less targeted, Sino had observed, their latest artwork depicting a swirling mass of indistinct shadows, more like a general unease taking form. The question that now gripped us was the nature of this emerging phenomenon. Was it a new entity drawn to the energetic instability, or was it a manifestation of the amplified ambient psychic energy, shaped by the collective anxieties of the region, and could potentially overwhelm the harmonic anchors if the energetic turbulence continued to intensify? Our focus shifted towards understanding the source of this intensifying resonance. Alara delved deeper into geological surveys, looking for any significant seismic activity or unusual electromagnetic anomalies that might be contributing to the energetic instability. I monitored news reports for any major events or collective anxieties that might be amplifying the ambient psychic energy. Sino had continued to translate their sensory experiences into their increasingly turbulent artwork, hoping to gain a visual understanding of the unfolding phenomenon. The stillness had been shattered, replaced by a gathering swirl of unseen forces, and we braced ourselves for whatever might emerge from this intensifying resonance. Story 47. The formless stirring, a rising ambient dread. The line between sleep and waking had blurred, the swirling darkness of my nightmare bleeding into the pale light of morning. It wasn't a specific fear, no hat man or gaunt drainer, but more primal sense of something vast and formless pressing in, a feeling of nameless dread that clung to me like a shroud even after I opened my eyes. Sino Hat's latest artwork mirrored my inner turmoil, their canvases filled with chaotic, swirling colors and indistinct shapes that seemed to ride with an unseen energy. They described a growing sense of being overwhelmed by a cacophony of sensory input, fleeting whispers that held no discernible meaning, and shadows that danced at the periphery of their vision. Alara's monitoring equipment continued to register the erratic fluctuations in the regional electromagnetic field, the energetic turbulence showing no signs of abating. She had also begun to experience unsettling dreams, not of specific entities, but of landscapes that felt subtly wrong, distorted, and unstable. The ambient psychic energy, it's definitely amplifying, she explained during our video call, her voice tinged with concern. It's like the collective unease of the region is coalescing, taking on a more tangible form. The online forums were now filled with reports that echoed our own experiences. People described a pervasive sense of anxiety and unease that seemed to have no clear source, vivid and disturbing dreams filled with shapeless dread, and a heightened sensitivity to subtle sensory input, flickering lights, unexplained sounds, a feeling of pressure in the atmosphere. The low hum had become a more constant presence for many, often described as a feeling of vibration within their bodies. It's like the fear is becoming untethered. I observe the lingering dread from my nightmare making it difficult to focus. No specific face, just a feeling of presence. Thorne's research on ambient psychic energy detailed how periods of collective stress or uncertainty could create a kind of psychic soup, a volatile mixture of unfocused emotions that could, under the right energetic conditions, give rise to more amorphous, harder-to-define entities. He theorized that these formless stirrings often reflected the dominant anxieties of the time. Think about the current climate, Alara said, her gaze thoughtful. Global anxieties, political instability, environmental concerns, that collective unease could be fueling this. Sino Hat's artwork had begun to incorporate symbols of anxiety and uncertainty, their swirling forms taking on a more menacing quality, reflecting the rising ambient dread. The question that now weighed heavily on us was how to counteract a threat that had no specific form. The harmonic anchors were designed to stabilize the regional energetic field and prevent specific entities from gaining a foothold. But how do you anchor something as diffuse and pervasive as ambient dread? Our focus shifted towards understanding the underlying collective anxieties that might be fueling this formless stirring. I began to monitor news and social media, looking for recurring themes of fear and uncertainty within the region. Alara delved into sociological and psychological research on collective anxiety and its potential manifestations. Sino had explored artistic expressions of fear and unease throughout history, seeking visual metaphors for this formless dread. The task felt more challenging than facing a specific entity. It was like trying to grasp smoke, to define something that existed in the realm of feeling and atmosphere. The rising ambient dread was a subtle but pervasive force, and we knew that finding a way to address it would require a different approach, one that focused on the collective psyche as much as the energetic landscape. Story 48. The collective heartbeat. Seeking resonance in shared anxiety. The formless stirring, the rising ambient dread, felt like a dissonant chord in the collective heartbeat of the region. Our usual methods of addressing specific entities or energetic imbalances felt inadequate against this pervasive sense of unease. Ilera's research into collective psychology and Thorne's fragmented notes on influencing ambient psychic energy had led us to explore the power of shared positive intention and resonant emotional states. The community meditation session was one of several initiatives we had subtly supported, gatherings designed to foster a sense of calm, connection, and shared well-being within the region. The gentle rhythm of guided breathing and collective focus on peace felt like a potential counter-resonance to the rising tide of anxiety. Sino had been creating artwork inspired by themes of interconnectedness and collective healing, images that were being shared online and in community spaces, subtle visual anchors for positive emotion. My role was to participate actively in these gatherings, focusing my own intention on amplifying the positive energy and visualizing a wave of calm spreading outwards through the community. The low hum, while still present, seemed to soften in these moments of collective focus. Ilera monitored the overall emotional tone of online forums and social media, looking for any shifts in the prevailing anxieties. She also continued to track the subtle fluctuations in the regional electromagnetic field, hoping to correlate any changes with the community's collective emotional state. Thorne believed that strong, coherent emotional fields generated by a group could have a tangible impact on the ambient psychic energy. Ilera explained during a quiet moment before the meditation session. A collective focus on peace and well-being might create a resonant counterfrequency that can help to dissipate the formless dread. Sino Hat's artwork, with its flowing lines and harmonious colors, seemed to evoke a subtle sense of calm in those who viewed it, acting as a visual balm against the swirling unease. The meditation session progressed, the collective breathing creating a palpable sense of shared calm. The gentle breeze rustling the leaves seemed to carry a sense of release. As the facilitator guided the group towards feelings of gratitude and interconnectedness, I focused my intention, visualizing a warm, golden light emanating from the heart group, spreading outwards to encompass the entire region. In the days and weeks that followed, we continued to support and participate in similar community-focused initiatives, shared art projects, collective act of kindness, and gatherings centered around themes of hope and resilience. Ilera's monitoring showed a subtle but gradual shift in the overall emotional tone online, with more expressions of hope and connection interspersed with the anxieties. The erratic fluctuations in the electromagnetic field also began to stabilize slightly. Sino Hat's artwork continued to evolve, incorporating more overt symbols of unity and shared strength. My own experience reflected this subtle shift. The vivid nightmares lessened, replaced by more peaceful and restorative sleep. The pervasive sense of unease began to recede, replaced by a feeling of being more grounded and connected to the community. The low hum remained a subtle presence, but its intensity seemed to diminish, no longer carrying the same weight of dread. It felt like we were learning to address the formless stirring not through direct confrontation, but through a more subtle form of resonance, tapping into the collective heartbeat of the community and amplifying the frequencies of peace, connection, and resilience. The rising ambient dread seemed to be slowly receding, countered by the growing strength of shared positive intention. The stillness might have been disrupted, but a new, more dynamic form of balance seemed to be emerging, rooted in the collective heart of the region. Story 49. The lingering shadow. A seed of doubt resurfaces. The comfortable normalcy of our evenings had become a cherished sanctuary. The collective efforts to foster peace and connection in the region seemed to have worked, the ambient dread receding like a low tide. Yet, tonight, a familiar unease was stirring within me, a subtle dissonance in the otherwise harmonious quiet. The low-frequency hum, which had been almost imperceptible for weeks, had returned, a faint vibration that resonated with a forgotten anxiety. It was barely audible, easily dismissed as the building's old pipes or distant traffic, but my heightened senses registered its subtle presence, a discordant note in the stillness. Sarah, sensing my distraction, gently paused the movie. "Everything all right?" she asked, her eyes filled with a familiar concern. I hesitated, not wanting to reignite the anxieties of the past. "Just a feeling," I said finally, trying to downplay my unease. A faint hum. Probably nothing. But the feeling persisted, a subtle shadow creeping back into the edges of my awareness. The next day, I contacted Sinohat. Their recent artwork, which had been so vibrant and full of life, had taken a darker turn. Their latest piece was a swirling vortex of muted colors, with a faint, almost imperceptible shadow lurking at its center. They describe a return of restless sleep and a feeling of something unseen watching them. "It's faint," they said, their voice thoughtful but tinged with familiar unease. "But it's there, like a memory trying to resurface." Ilara's monitoring equipment had also registered a subtle anomaly. While the overall electromagnetic field readings remained relatively stable, there was a localized spike in low-frequency activity near Blackwood Manor. It was a small fluctuation, easily dismissed as environmental noise, but it caught her attention. "The harmonic anchors are still stable," she explained during our video call. "But there's a faint echo, a residual resonance near the manor. It's very subtle, but it's there." The online forums, which had been so peaceful for months, had seen a few new posts that sent a familiar shiver down my spine. These reports were isolated and vague, but they spoke of fleeting glimpses of a tall, dark figure in the periphery of vision, a sudden wave of inexplicable dread during the night, and the return of the faint, low-frequency hum. The descriptions, though sparse, carried an unsettling echo of our earlier encounters. "It's the Hat Man," Sinohat said softly, a sense of weary recognition in their voice. "I think he's not entirely gone. The localized energy spike near Blackwood Manor, the return of the low hum, the fleeting glimpses of the shadowy figure felt like a seed of doubt, a subtle crack in the hard-won peace we had cultivated. Was it possible that the Hat Man, or some residual aspect of his influence, was stirring again, drawn to the lingering energies of the manor? Ilara cautioned against jumping to conclusions, reminding us that subtle energetic fluctuations were not uncommon, but the convergence of these seemingly minor events felt too familiar to ignore. The question that now lingered in the air was whether this was just a fleeting echo, a minor disturbance in the stillness, or the first sign of a more significant resurgence. The hard-won peace felt fragile once more, threatened by the subtle return of a familiar shadow. The tide might have turned, but the undercurrents of the past seemed to still run deep. Story 50. The resurgent shadow, a familiar presence returns. The subtle unease had solidified into a more tangible concern. The localized energy spike near Blackwood Manor was no longer a minor fluctuation. It had intensified, accompanied by a more pronounced return of the low-frequency hum across the region. The fleeting glimpses of a tall, dark figure reported online had become more frequent and distinct. The energy readings, they're mirroring the patterns we saw before the Hat Man's initial resurgence, Ilara explained, her brow furrowed in concentration as she analyzed the data. Localized buildup near the manor, radiating outwards, it's unmistakable. Sinohat's artwork had become stark and unsettling, dominated by sharp angles and deep shadows. The tall, hatted figure a recurring motif, no longer a fleeting presence but a looming threat. Their sleep was once again plagued by vivid nightmares and the oppressive weight of sleep paralysis. My own sensitivity had returned with a vengeance. The low hum was now a constant thrumming within me, amplifying my anxiety and making it difficult to focus. The fleeting glimpses of the Hat Man in my peripheral vision had become more frequent and distinct, accompanied by the familiar chill and a rising sense of dread. "He's back," Sinohat said, their voice flat with a weary resignation. "I felt him again last night. The paralysis, the pressure, it was him. The online forums were now filled with undeniable reports of the Hat Man's return. The descriptions were consistent with our past encounters. Tall, shadowy figure, wide-brimmed hat, a feeling of intense dread and paralysis during sleep. The geographical distribution of the reports was also expanding, no longer confined to the immediate vicinity of Blackwood Manor. The harmonic anchors, they're not enough, Ilara said, a grim realization in her voice. They stabilized the ambient energy, but they weren't designed to counteract a focused entity like the Hat Man if he found a way to re-anchor himself. The localized energy spike near the manor seemed to be the key. Thorne's notes on the Hat Man had suggested that he drew power from locations imbued with strong negative energy, in Blackwood Manor, despite our cleansing rituals, still held a significant residue of its dark history. He's feeding off the manor again, I said, the familiar dread tightening its grip. The residual fear, it's like a beacon for him. The question that now confronted us was how the Hat Man had managed to resurface despite our previous efforts. Had the initial severing of his connection to the serpent and the disruption of the well been temporary? Had the period of relative peace merely been a lull, allowing him to regroup and find new foothold? Our focus shifted back to Thorne's research on the Hat Man's origins and vulnerabilities. We knew he fed on fear, but what was the ultimate source of his power? Was he a singular entity or a manifestation of something larger, something more ancient and pervasive? The resurgent shadow of the Hat Man loomed large once more, shattering the fragile peace we had fought so hard to achieve. The familiar dread had returned, and we knew that another confrontation was inevitable. The battle for the light was far from over.